Letting out a breath, the young man's laughter broke the tension. This couldn't possibly be real, he insisted. Across from him, a girl calmly claimed responsibility for abducting his target, a mutant cockatrice, a formidable monster ranked at A class. Lint carried the title of an adventurer, freshly promoted to D rank. Yet his recent defeat still weighed heavily on him. Overcoming a monster like this seemed like an unattainable goal, far out of his reach. Their journey continued along a quiet country road as they searched for new work. With a sturdy backpack slung over his shoulders, the young man remarked on his own strength, inspired by Karike's unwavering confidence. Kiruk, a tiny creature covered in soft fur, nestled comfortably in the pocket of Lin's Chess's apron. Once just an ordinary slime, Kiruk had transformed over time into a loyal companion and friend. Without his assistance, Lint would have perished ages ago. Confidence in this fact ran deep, for despite his unassuming appearance, Kayaruki proved to be a steadfast and dependable ally. Pausing at the edge of the shore, they gazed out at the sprawling metropolis that stretched before them. With a sweeping gesture, Lint indicated the vast cityscape and announced that this was the capital. Once beyond the capital's gates, a lively maze of bustling streets unfolded before them. A broad smile spread across Lint's face as the realization dawned that his journey as an adventurer was just beginning. The streets bustled with a vivid array of signs and storefronts. Evidently, this neighborhood thrived as a training ground, constantly teeming with a chaotic flow of people. Some mingled with the crowds, skillfully negotiating prices and showcasing their wares, while others guided sturdy horned beasts as they hauled carts laden with goods destined for the merchants of the city. Continuing down the road, Lint veered onto a less crowded street where two girls caught his attention. Their bold outfits left little to the imagination. One leaned casually against a wall, a pipe in hand, sending lazy swirls of smoke into the air. Upon spotting Lent, broad smiles spread across their faces. Clearly members of other races and not human, the girls bounded toward Lent, reaching out eagerly as if to embrace him. Brushing off the moment with a wave, the young man continued on his way, a flush coloring his cheeks. Eyes cast downward, he asked Kirik about the peculiar look he was receiving. Needing to compose himself, he decided his first stop would be the Guild. Map in hand, Lint paused by one of the buildings ahead. A long, enthusiastic shout escaped him as he admired the impressive appearance of the Guild's headquarters. The impressive size of the Guild gate immediately caught Lent's eye, stirring a newfound sense of hope within him. True to its reputation as the Guild headquarters, the grand entrance seemed to energize Kukuru as well, who fluttered his wings with delight, brimming with joy. Upon stepping into the Guild, the man was met by a lively crowd of adventurers, each group clustered around tables scattered across the bustling tavern floor. Animated conversations and hearty laughter filled the air, creating a lively and welcoming atmosphere. At a nearby table, two men were the first to spot the newcomer entering the tavern. One of them muttered a crude insult about Lint, then nudged his companion to get his attention as well. Noticing the creature at Lin's side, the men exchanged wary glances. One among them mulled it over for a moment before speaking up, certain that Lin could only be a tamer. With each step forward, Lint drew more curious glances. Adventurers nearby exchanged comments, remarking on the unattractive appearance of his pet monster. From the shadows, jeers and cruel words struck the young man, warning everyone to keep their distance. Lint let out a weary sigh, a heavy truth settling over him. He was a tamer through and through. That was the path he had chosen. In this world, that particular line of work suffered from an abysmal reputation. Its social standing matched that of the janitor loitering just outside. Without warning, a figure intercepted the young man's path. Blocking Lent's path, a towering, bearded man announced in a gruff voice that tamers had no place inside. Without waiting for a response, he commanded Lent to turn back and leave. Lent glanced upward, meeting the gaze of the gruff stranger. Calmly, the young man explained that he intended to stay, as he had come in search of employment. Encounters like these, it seemed, were not uncommon. With a low chuckle, the man extended a finger toward Lent, warning that someone like him could easily tarnish the guild's reputation the moment he set foot inside. The man issued a warning, suggesting that Lint should disappear before trouble found him. Without offering a reply, Lint continued on his way, quietly murmuring an apology to the man as he passed. Shock flickered across his face, anger stirring within him. Frustration welled up as the adventurer realized his request had been dismissed. His voice grew louder as he accused Lint of bringing this upon himself. Then he lunged forward and threw a punch. List caught sight of the unfolding scene, and what happened next took everyone by surprise. Shock rippled through the crowd, and one man became so startled that he spit out his drink in disbelief. The massive adventurer sprawled across the floor, pinned beneath Kikuru, who relentlessly pressed her advantage. With unwavering composure, Lint remarked that anyone eager to challenge should be prepared to stand by their words. Tamers earned the scorn of others by relying on their monsters to handle personal troubles. As a result, Lint's standing sank even lower than those around him. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Lint summoned Kikuru to his side. The boy remarked that the older ones talked a lot, but didn't back it up with action. A man seated among the tavern crowd lifted his hand and declared that the display had gone on long enough. Fixing his gaze on Lent, he addressed him directly, telling the boy he could put an end to it now. Lint pivoted to face the man bearing a scar across his eye, who remarked on Lint's remarkable talent, and assured him the capital always welcomed fresh faces. With an easy wave, he suggested that Lint simply let this misunderstanding fade from memory. Lint released his grip on his assailant and made his way to the table where the bald adventurer waited. After pulling out a chair and sitting down, he ordered a beer. With a hint of sarcasm, he inquired if there was anything for the tamer, prompting a grin from his new companion. With a proud lift of his glass, the man offered a heartfelt toast to the bright future awaiting the young tamer. Lint chimed in enthusiastically, declaring his own wish for his colleague's health and well-being as he joined in the toast. The man let out a laugh, admitting that, in truth, there was nothing remarkable to see. Meanwhile, Lint's gaze wandered across the area, and something curious caught his eye. A monstrous creature lingered within the cage, catching his eye. Curiosity stirring, he turned to the man nearby and wondered aloud if this might be a cockatrice. The man responded, explaining that another adventurer of equal rank had defeated him. The news stirred a wave of surprise among those present. Lent inquired about how this formidable creature had ended up in the area. The man clarified that the monster in question was classified as A rank. The news spread quickly. Another adventurer of equal rank had managed to bring down a cockatrice. The revelation stirred up a lively uproar, and Lint's thoughts instantly leaped to her. Raising his hands, the young man highlighted his cat-like ears and inquired if this matched the description of the mysterious A-ranked adventurer. The bald man looked on in astonishment, clearly surprised that Lint was acquainted with someone of such fame. The man explained that her name was Lena, also known as Light, and she had earned quite a reputation among the locals. Lint exchanged a few more words with his colleague before making his way out of the guild building. Lint scratched his head thoughtfully as he recalled the man repeatedly mentioning Balin. From those words, he gathered that Balin was a solo adventurer, forging her own path. Lint recalled the man's words, filled with admiration for Belina. He had marveled at her extraordinary speed, noting how her movements slipped past their gaze like quicksilver. Because of this remarkable swiftness, they gave her the name Light. Lint recognized that entangling himself with someone of her stature was unwise. The weight of such an association was something he knew he could never carry. Determined to complete the quest and earn his reward, the young man made his way toward the sewers. Before long, Lint found himself standing at the mouth of the grimy tunnel described by the guild administrator. A chill gust seemed to stir within him, piercing through the darkness surrounding him. Pulling a torch from his pack, Lint suggested they hurry and finish their business here, eager to make their way back. Advancing with steady steps, the young man soon came face to face with his first adversaries. A pair of creatures, either moles or opossums, revealed their sharp teeth before lunging at him in a frenzied assault. Tasked with eradicating the monsters lurking in the sewers, Lin needed to clear them out before larger, more dangerous creatures moved in to claim the feast and make the dark tunnels their home. Kerak and Lent moved forward with confidence, making steady progress through the dim tunnels. However, it wasn't long before the boy sensed another presence lurking in the shadows of the sewers. A chill crept over him as he became aware that a powerful monster was close by. Once his quest concluded, the notion of checking it out firmly settled in his mind. Curiosity brewed as he considered whether time would allow for it. Leaving something so intriguing alone seemed utterly out of the question. Continuing down the corridor, Lint soon caught sight of the creature whose presence he had sensed. A wolf queen, towering above him in size and radiating formidable strength. With a fierce glare, she fixed her eyes on the young man, readying herself for the coming fight. Lint realized at once that this Branca creature outclassed all the others. Bafflement settled over the young man as he struggled to grasp how a monster of this caliber had appeared in such a place. Glancing over his shoulder, Lint noticed several people writhing in pain. Relief washed over him to see that everyone had survived, but he realized he couldn't abandon them. Determined, Lint resolved to safeguard these survivors alongside Kyriak. Armed with a magic dagger and a scroll, he faced a formidable creature whose defenses were nearly impenetrable, making it a challenge to inflict any serious harm in a single strike. In the end, the only solution was to rely on a magic item. The Wolf Queen bared her fangs and lunged at the young man. Lint raised his arm and signaled the command, his voice firm and clear as he addressed the monster. At his word, Kuruk sprang forward, the loyal creature charging ahead to shield his master, ready to face whatever danger awaited. As the loyal pet absorbed the full force of the Wolf Queen's assault, drawing her attention, Lint seized the opportunity to slip behind the monstrous foe and prepared his most powerful strike. Calling out with urgency, Lint urged Kyryup to get clear of the impending attack. With his weapon trained on the beast, Lint conjured a fireball that surged through the air toward the wolf. Swiftly afterward, he triggered an ability that allowed him to use items at remarkable speed, ensuring complete coverage in every direction. A tremendous explosion erupted, and Lint's face lit up with pure joy. His attack struck true, exploiting the wolf's deep weakness to fire. The explosion's brilliance faded, revealing that the attack had fallen short of bringing down a creature of such formidable stature. Emerging through the lingering light, the Wolf Queen lunged directly at Lint. Terror gripped Lint, his eyes widening in the certainty that his last moments had arrived. Yet, in an unforeseen turn, a powerful force struck the she-wolf, catching him completely off guard. Shielding his face from crumbling fragments and swirling dust, the boy cautiously cracked open one eyelid, A familiar voice drifted to him as the girl spoke up, mentioning that she'd crossed paths with the tamer once more during her journey. Kneeling before the adventurer who had bested the Wolf Queen, Lint softly spoke the name Belena Svetlaya. A glimmer of understanding crossed the girl's face, and she remarked that it seemed the tamer had already discovered her true identity. Extending her hand, the girl presented one of the coveted trophies taken from the defeated monster. Lent accepted it, turning the item over thoughtfully before remarking on its considerable value. With a casual wave, Belena mentioned that the young man's name was, apparently, Lint. She went on to explain that this object would act as evidence, confirming not only that he had discovered the monster, but also that he had the courage to confront it. A flicker of unease crossed Lin's face as she mentioned that it was Belena who had vanquished the wolf. The young man hesitated, uncomfortable with accepting such a lavish gift. Belena simply laughed it off, assuring him it was nothing more than a keepsake. Delight lit up little Kuruk's face, drawing Belena's gaze. She knelt beside the cheerful pet, gently running her hand over his fur, while praising his impressive bravery in battle. Kneeling beside the pet, the girl stroked its fur, her head level with Lint's waist. This vantage point offered Lint an unexpected view that caught his attention. Sensing his distraction and silence, the girl called out his name, hoping to bring him back to the moment. With a mocking remark about the coldness of her chest armor, realization finally dawned on her. Lin, as she was called, displayed an almost peculiar fascination with feminine beauty. Lint protested angrily, insisting his response had been provoked by another person's actions. The young man tried to explain himself, adding that this was his first time interacting with an A-ranked venturer. A gentle smile appeared on Belena's face as she remarked on Lint's kindness. Soon after, she suggested they return to the topic Lint had initially wanted to discuss. Anxiety flickered across Lint's face as he admitted that Belena's actions left him utterly perplexed. Leaning in close, Belena prodded his chest with her finger, encouraging him to open up and speak his mind without restraint. Without hesitation, Belena slipped behind Lent Grind and wrapped her arms around him in a gentle embrace. Mentioning his need to urgently report their mission's completion to the guild, Lent informed Belena of his intent, and she responded by insisting she would accompany him. Uncertainty lingered in Lint's mind as they made their way back to the city. Reaching the guild headquarters, the familiar sight brought a small sense of relief. With the task finished, Belena urged Lint to come with her. Together, they reached a location where a man offered Mrs. Belena a courteous greeting. Lint observed their recent arrival and saw them ushered inside ahead of others. The girl mentioned today's celebration and declared her intention to order everything on the menu. Taking in the elegant atmosphere, Lint realized that this was no ordinary affordable place. Soon, the waiters returned, their hands laden with steaming dishes and colorful plates of appetizers, succulent meats, and an array of crisp, fresh vegetables transformed the table into a feast. Lint's eyes roamed across the lavish spread, marveling at the richness of it all. Disbelief lingered as he realized he was actually allowed to eat such delicacies. Belena, with a gentle smile, encouraged him to enjoy the meal and sample anything that caught his interest. Lynch reached for a fork and sampled one of the dishes. Almost instantly, joy shimmered in his eyes as tears of happiness welled up. He admitted the flavors were extraordinary. The local cuisine astonished him with its excellence, moving him to tears. Belena's laughter rang out as she watched the scene unfold. The girl remarked that she had never before seen someone weep while eating. With a shout, she announced that the real meal was about to begin, and Lint eagerly dove into the array of dishes. Lent eagerly tasted each dish laid out before him as Belena initiated a conversation. With curiosity, she mentioned that being a tamer was quite an uncommon calling and wondered if Lent was aware of this. Startled, the young man glanced up, still shoveling spaghetti into his mouth. Lint remarked that, to him, there seemed nothing remarkable about it. The young man then mentioned that, for now, he was only a D rank. As Bolina gently caressed the small pet, she recalled how, from their very first meeting, an instinct whispered to her, deep down, she sensed that Kiryuk and she shared a kindred spirit. Bolina recalled Lindsay's earlier words, the ones repeating what the man had said about the slime. No matter how much monsters evolved, their outward form remained mostly the same. Uncertainty lingered in her mind. Lint admitted he had never tamed any other monster, so he couldn't give Belina a definite answer. Springing from her seat, Belina announced in a clear voice that she had a suggestion to offer. She went on to mention that her idea promised advantages for them both. Confusion clouded Lint's mind as he watched the scene unfold. Belena inched closer, her finger drawing a gentle circle over her heart, quietly pleading for him to tame her. No sooner had she spoken than Lintz's chair tipped backward, sending the boy tumbling to the floor. The girl sprang up in alarm, calling out his name in concern. Laughter bubbled from Belena as she inquired about the man's well-being. Lint slowly got to his feet, admitting that the request had simply taken him off guard. As Lint stooped to gather the fallen food, he remarked that the girl seemed completely unfamiliar with the challenge of taming someone on her own level. As Lint started to speak, the girl swiftly intervened. Belena stepped closer, gently grasped his chin, and calmly informed him that it was time for them to sign a contract. Lint admitted his concern that taming might not have any effect on humans or similar beings. In response, Belena began to playfully lick his face, teasing that he couldn't possibly know for certain since he had never actually attempted it. Lint lingered in that spot, quietly pondering Belena's motives. The reason behind her desire to be tamed eluded him, filling his mind with confusion. Belena kept running her tongue across his face, insisting it would be far more entertaining for her. Lint pulled back, distancing himself from her advances. The man cautioned that the girl would end up losing her freedom if things continued this way. A gentle smile spread across Belena's face as she slowly lowered her hand. Quietly, she admitted she wouldn't mind if Lint spent time playing with her now and then. Embarrassment colored Lint's cheeks as he instinctively turned away from Belena, uncertainty flickering in his mind about what might follow if he gave in. Belena wrapped her arms around him, her voice gentle, as she suggested he could return the gesture in kind if taming her was his desire. Dinner concluded, and the couple ascended the stairs with a clerk guiding their way. As soon as the man unlocked the door to their room, Belena wasted no time, playfully shoving him onto the bed. The girl's persistent licking left Lint flustered and at a loss for words. Noticing his discomfort, Belena grinned slyly, remarking on how charmingly he responded, then teased that he must have never had a girlfriend before. Belena revealed a collection of hidden techniques she had mastered over time. With a determined glint in her eye, she set out to test Lint's limits, curious to see if his stamina would endure each challenge she unleashed. Belena leaned in closer, her voice urgent, as she insisted that he needed to tame her immediately, claiming she could no longer hold herself back. Lint realized that whatever this was, it certainly didn't resemble any taming ritual he had known. Belena fixed her gaze on the young man as she began to remove her armor piece by piece. She quietly inquired about Lint's next move and what choice he intended to make. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lint blurted out his agreement, declaring he would go through with it. A satisfied smile played on Belena's lips as she closed her eyes, savoring the moment in quiet anticipation. Drawing Lint into a warm embrace, she listened as the man announced they could now start the taming process. The remark drew a laugh from Belena, who commented on Lint's straightforward nature. A tamer's rare gift allowed for a bond to form, forging a master-servant connection with a demonic beast. Each time Belena called upon this power, fleeting visions would flicker through her mind. Curiosity lit her eyes as she tried to decipher the thoughts swirling in Lin's mind. True acceptance, she believed, was a delicate balance of giving and receiving. With hesitant resolve, their hands clasped together, and Lin quietly confessed his uncertainty about their future. Lent mentioned that he had only recently managed to tame Kurajuk. The girl responded with laughter, remarking that he struck her as a rather unseasoned youth. The comment left Lent at a loss, puzzled by her reaction. With a hint of irritation, he asked Belena to quit teasing him and then confidently stated it was time to start. Belena responded with steady composure, assuring him of her readiness. Gradually, their heads sank toward their hands, as Lint quietly recited the ancient spell required for the taming ritual. He confessed his desire for the girl's protection and assistance, acknowledging that in exchange, he needed to offer something of his own. With both of them closing their eyes, the atmosphere became charged, and anticipation filled the girl's heart. At last, Lent offered himself as the price. Belena teased that such bold promises seemed a bit much coming from someone inexperienced with women. Trying to hide his embarrassment, Lent admitted he didn't have much to offer her. For this reason, he surrenders himself to her, allowing the ritual to unfold. Deep within, Lint acknowledges a quiet certainty that this is precisely what Belena desired. Belena tightened her grip on his hand, her eyes widening with wonder at the radiant glow. The realization dawned on her that even a tamer might one day be tamed. Lint clarified that he was referring only to potential scenarios. Without hesitation, the girl nodded and gently rested against the young man. Lint placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, quietly checking if the terms were acceptable. Belena smiled softly, expressing her contentment with the chosen path. Uncertainty clouded Lint's thoughts about the future and what might unfold. The guy explained that, should Belena choose to accept, he would be ready to sign the contract. The girl mentioned she now possessed a strength many times greater than before. Lint regarded her with a smile and observed that her powerful aura was unmistakable to him as well. Belena assumed it was due to the effects of taming. Lint confessed that his confidence as a man had started to diminish since Belena's strength far surpassed his own. With a hint of practicality, the girl simply told him he needed more training. Lint mentioned possessing knowledge of several methods to tame a beast, yet he doubted whether any would yield sufficient power. According to him, the true key for a tamer lies in gaining the beast's trust. Belena remarked that the technique might even be effective on a dragon. Considering that Lent had already managed to win over an A-rank adventurer, she smiled coyly and mused that perhaps he truly had the potential to become a dragon tamer. Astonishment flickered across Lint's face as he struggled to grasp the reality that these things had yet to be invented. According to the young man, only dragon knights seem to exist so far. Belena likened dragons to domesticated beasts, claiming that they remained under the full control of their handlers. According to the girl, Lint stands out as a remarkable tamer, since he managed to win her allegiance. His ability to handle an S-rank adventurer speaks volumes about his extraordinary skill in taming. Belena explained that the power she mentioned earlier would soon be at its strongest. Lent admitted he had dismissed her as merely eccentric. He thought Belena promised to reveal something to him. Sweeping her hair aside, she exposed the small horns hidden beneath. With a smile, she explained that the horned beast possessed 3 times the strength. The following day arrived, and the boy made his way to the guild hall in the heart of the kingdom's capital. Sunlight stretched across the bustling city, illuminating lively crowds that filled the busy streets. Each adventurer stepped forward in turn, approaching the various reception windows to accept new missions from the guild staff. At last, Lin approached the counter for his assignment. As he did, the guild worker opposite him slumped forward, letting his head come to rest on the tabletop. With apprehension in her eyes, the girl gazed at the weary young man. Lint, his exhaustion evident after a sleepless night imposed by Belena, reached out his hand and calmly voiced his intention to register their pair as a group. With a hint of embarrassment, the girl admitted she had recognized the young man, Lint the Tamer, who had registered just the day before. Observing him closely, the worker noted the weary look etched across his face. Lint nodded in agreement. Moments later, Belena emerged from behind, her voice laced with sarcasm as she remarked on the importance of keeping a regular sleep schedule. With a reassuring tone, she added that Lint's youth was on his side, leaving little cause for concern. Belena's appearance caught the girl off guard yet again, but gratitude quickly replaced surprise. With genuine appreciation, she thanked Belena for her efforts, announced her nomination for S-rank promotion, and passed over the official documents supporting this advancement. Leaning in with a hint of caution, the worker quietly revealed to Belena that Lint held a D rank, expressing uncertainty about whether someone of his status would truly be a suitable companion for her. Nearby, the recognizable voice of a man called out. The bald adventurer from the tavern had appeared once again, his eyes widening in surprise at the sight of Lint, very much alive. A grin spread across Lint's face as he assured him the task was done. In response, the young man offered his gratitude, acknowledging the support he'd received from his colleague the day before. The man inquired whether Lint truly intended to join a group with Miss Belena, then admitted that Lint's skills were impressive. Lint responded with a smile, mentioning that quite a bit had unfolded recently. Blana remarked that Lint truly stood out as an exceptional person. With a brief sideways glance at the crowd behind him, the man mentioned that stories had reached him about how Lint rescued those peculiar individuals living in the sewers. Both men sprang from their seats at the sight of their rescuer, faces lighting up with relief. Expressions of sincere gratitude tumbled from their lips as they hurried over. They also took a moment to commend Lint, praising his excellent work the day before. The boy assumed the tamer possessed enough strength to overcome the Wolf Queen without assistance. Lint gestured animatedly, attempting to clarify the misunderstanding. Observing the commotion, the guild worker realized the young man's reputation had grown considerably among those around him. With the quest now in their hands, Lint explained that being teamed up with Belena meant their options were limited to C-rank quests, since their S and D ranks balanced each other out. Belena reassured Lint, encouraging him to let go of his worries. With a confident smile, she promised they would raise the group's rank to S. Lint, startled by the possibility, wondered aloud if achieving S rank was truly within their reach. Laughter bubbled from Belena as she assured them they certainly would. The girl added with confidence that soon they would be both stronger and just as charming as Lent and his loyal companion Kurek. Belena expressed her unwavering confidence that, as a team, they had the potential to surpass everyone and make history. Genuine happiness lit up the girl's face, radiating satisfaction and hope. Out of nowhere, Kuryuk stirred within the apron pocket, emitting a series of curious noises. Lint's attention snapped to the commotion, and he promptly inquired about the cause. Kiryu gestured off to the side with his paw. Lent followed the movement and spotted a sword scraping along the floor, carried by the same man from the guild who had argued with them earlier. Approaching Lint, the man let out a wild laugh, declaring he had been searching for him for ages. A grin twisted across his face, edged with madness, as he yelled that Lint was nothing more than a little runt with a monster at his side. After making his promise to kill Lent, the man remarked that those who laugh last laugh the most. Eleanor caught the young man's eye, gave him a quick wink, and then lifted her hand high into the air. With a swift motion, the man cast his sword behind him and charged straight at Lent. Belena sprang forward to intercept, her movements bold and determined. Nearby, the girl raised her voice in a desperate cry, revealing that the tamer's strength now flowed through her as well. With intense concentration, Belena fixed her gaze on the villainous adventurer. A brilliant flash of light enveloped him, and his armor and clothing instantly shattered into countless fragments. The flash expanded, swelling in power with every heartbeat. The force of the blast sent the adventurer hurtling backward, his body smashing into a nearby column and shattering it on impact. Lint noticed the girl from his team exhausting herself in a desperate bid for protection. Calling out Belena's name, he demanded an explanation, his tone edged with frustration. Shock washed over Belena. She called out to Lint, then glanced back and remarked that her strike must have caused the sudden surge. Later, the adventurer leapt into Lint's embrace, her voice overflowing with joy as she declared how amazing it felt. Countless attempts in the past had ended in failure, but on this day, success came to her with surprising ease. Delight radiated from Belena, leaving her at a loss for words to express her amazement. In a swift motion, she sprang to her feet, releasing Lint from her grasp. With practiced ease, the girl lowered herself into a squat, her movements fluid and purposeful. Observing Belena as she prepared for their journey, Lint turned to her and inquired if there was anywhere she wished to visit before they embarked on their quest. Belena replied that there was indeed a place she wanted to go, situated on the outskirts of town. At Lint's question about the exact location, Belena responded with a quiet smile. With a gentle gesture, she invited him to follow her lead. The possibility that she wanted to hold hands crossed Lint's mind. A playful laugh escaped the girl as she teased the tamer about his lingering embarrassment around her, an odd reaction given the intimacy they had so recently shared. With a trace of hesitation, Lint reached out his hand and she accepted it without pause. Belena spoke once more, her voice gentle yet insistent, hoping to convince him to trust her and come along. As their hands met, Lint found himself wishing to hold Belena's hand longer, drawn to the joy that lit up her face. Belena announced their advance, then spun around and surged ahead with startling speed, dragging Lin along in her wake. The man, caught off guard by this sudden burst of motion, let out a startled cry. Racing down the bustling city street, they barreled through the crowd, sending unsuspecting merchants sprawling. In their wake, a cloud of dust rose, and their lightning pace allowed them to leave even the fastest carts far behind. A thunderous explosion erupted moments later. Belena abruptly started to fall apart, then announced their arrival at last. Lint silently offered thanks to God for making it through alive. Belena gazed into the distance, calmly announcing the presence of a dragon's nest up ahead. Lint reacted with disbelief, his surprise evident as he struggled to accept her words. Belena went on to clarify that this spot offered a rare opportunity, the chance to find young dragon cubs suitable for taming. Belena calmly declared that the young man was destined to become a dragon tamer. Shock washed over Lint at her words, leaving him rattled by the announcement. To Lint, this path seemed to grow more perilous by the moment, as if it led straight towards certain doom. Belena scanned the area, her eyes searching intently for the mightiest cub among them. Nearby, Lint's astonishment grew as he noticed the unexpected presence of several other dragons clustered close by. Later, the awareness of his blindness returned, yet his hearing remained sharp. The sound of the dragon's breath echoed clearly in the distance, signaling its presence. Meanwhile, Belena studied one of the dragons with curiosity, trying to determine if it possessed a gentle nature. Lint shouted suddenly, sensing movement beneath the earth. Belena responded calmly, noting that everything was unfolding right on schedule. Drawn irresistibly, the dragon emerged, its presence as inevitable as a moth seeking the glow of a flame. As the earth beneath them started to give way, Lint let out a panicked cry, prompting the hint of a smile from Belena, as if she found his fear amusing. In the next instant, a dragon materialized before their eyes. An immense shape loomed overhead, dwarfing everything beneath it. Lint shielded himself with his hand, straining to catch a glimpse. All the while, the earth around him cracked apart and erupted in violent bursts. Without hesitating for a moment, Belena charged ahead, calling out the spell Fire Bullet as she moved. Her voice echoed with determination as she unleashed the incantation and sprang into action before the dragon could make its move. With a single powerful punch, Belena brought down the massive dragon, mirroring her earlier triumph over the adventurer. The beast's head crashed against the earth with a heavy thud, while she pressed her advantage, maintaining complete control over the battle. With a confident smile, Belena glanced at the dragon and inquired whether he still felt the urge to continue their battle. Lifting her left hand, she beckoned the creature forward, inviting him to make his move. Slowly, the dragon pushed itself upright, swaying as it lifted its massive head and shook it from side to side. The gesture carried a clear message. Its resistance had come to an end. Relief washed over Belena as she watched the mighty creature surrender. The girl glanced over her shoulder at Lent, her hand rising in a gentle wave to summon him closer. Meanwhile, Belena's smile widened as she called out, encouraging Lent to start working on taming the animal. Lowering his backpack to the ground, Lint turned to Belena, puzzled by her words. The thought that a colossal beast like this dragon could ever be domesticated had never crossed his mind. With gentle hands, Belena stroked the dragon's head, her voice calm as she praised him for his good behavior. Every bit of her posture radiated reassurance, making it clear that this dragon was both gentle and perfectly docile. Len's cheeks flushed as he admitted he thought the dragon might actually be terrified of Belena herself. Offended by the suggestion, Belena narrowed her eyes and insisted that Lent clarify exactly what he meant. At last, Lint stepped forward to meet the dragon, who lowered its massive head in recognition of the tamer. Resting his hand gently on the creature's scales, he initiated the taming ritual. A radiant glow slowly emerged where his palm touched the dragon. At first, Lint hadn't perceived it that way, but now he found the dragon unexpectedly adorable. Thoughts swirled in his mind about how Belena's actions had been unjust, leaving the poor creature trembling in fear. Lint completed the task of taming. A gentle smile played on the boy's lips as he reassured the dragon that things would be all right from now on. Lint promised that he would keep the dragon safe. Belena steadied herself and inquired whether everything had gone according to plan. Lint responded with a confirmation. The girl expressed her admiration, remarking that such a feat was exactly what she expected from the remarkable Lint, who now stood as a dragon tamer. Lint remarked that Belena had handled most of their shared tasks. He acknowledged her key role in taming the dragon. In response, Belena offered a gentle smile and teased Lint, suggesting he was being far too humble. Belena observed that she too had fallen under his influence, joining Kiyak and even the dragon. The young woman remarked on the strangeness of it, After all, he had managed to subdue beings far more powerful than himself. With a hint of uncertainty, Lint inquired which of his abilities Belena referred to. The girl's face lit up with delight as she clarified that she meant the unique power of the tamer that belonged to him. According to Belena, their team is made up of his trusted companions. She pointed out that Lint is the true heart of the group, identifying that as their greatest strength. Embarrassment colored Lint's face as he confessed that Belena's words escaped his understanding. Choosing the path of least resistance, he decided to nod along with her, quietly reasoning that this approach would keep things smoother for everyone involved. A wide grin spread across Belena's face as she remarked that Lin seemed completely unaware of how unlikely his presence was. With a note of delight, she introduced the young man as Lin to the dragon tamer. Belena gently ran her hand along the dragon's scaled back, noting that the moment had come to give him a proper name. Lint took a moment to ponder, determined to select a name the dragon would truly appreciate. Within moments, a spark of inspiration lit up the young man's face. With a satisfied grin, he lifted his index finger with purpose and introduced his idea to the group. The dragon should be called Gil. With a steady hand, Lint directed his finger at the dragon and, in a voice filled with gravity, proclaimed the dragon Gil as his sworn warrior. From that moment forward, Gil bore the duty to serve under Lint's command. Delight sparkled in the dragon's eyes as it joined in the celebration. Watching this, Belena broke into laughter, remarking how genuine the creature's happiness had become. Lint expressed his admiration as well, calling it wonderful. Belena mused about the idea of bringing the dragon along for a raid. Soon after, she proposed that the group should get moving. Lint agreed with her plan, but admitted he was still uncertain about which direction they should take. With a gentle gesture, Belena reached out and remarked how Lint seemed to always trail behind her. As she helped him up, the two climbed onto the dragon's back. To Lint's astonishment, a saddle had appeared beneath them, ready for their journey. Turning her head, Belena mentioned the magic bag fastened to her belt, a special item for adventurers. According to her, it could store an incredible number of things inside. Lint remarked that the price of such an item could rival the cost of an entire house. In response, Belena tossed the bag to the man, announcing that she was giving it away, so Lint could now use it in place of his old backpack. A wave of confusion washed over Lint, uncertain if he was truly meant to rely on her. Belena, noticing the girl's intent, reassured him by confirming her wishes once more. As she lifted the reins, the dragon slowly rose into the air, signaling the beginning of their first battle alongside Gil. The powerful beats of the dragon's immense wings stirred up clouds of dust below. Later on, Lint assumed their task would be to tame yet another beast. Belena confirmed his guess, explaining that he had understood the situation perfectly. She revealed that their next challenge involved a fearsome demonic creature. Prodding the dragon to pick up the pace, Belena explained to Gil that following their new target would be easier from the sky. Responding to her words, Gil urged the dragon forward, prompting Lint and Kirike to cling tighter in order to avoid being tossed into the air. Lint's group soared above the canyon, gliding through the air with deliberate caution as their eyes scanned the rugged landscape below in search of the demonic beast. With a swift, decisive motion, Lint directed his hand to the side, signaling Belena and Gil. A spark of realization passed between them. Something important was happening. Instantly, Belena sharpened her gaze, ready to leap into action. Rising from the saddle, the girl prepared to dismount. Belena admitted she had never intended to confront the monster at such close range. With determination, she leaped from the dragon and hurried to the ground below. At first, Concern for the girl flickered in Lint's mind, but confidence in her abilities soon eased his worries. The tamer gave a silent command to his dragon, urging the beast to shadow the adventurer's every move. Determined to achieve her goal, Belena pressed on without hesitation. The girl shouted her promise not to allow the beast to slip from her grasp. Meanwhile, Lint called out in desperation, pleading for Belena to halt her pursuit. With only a few strides left between herself and the monster, Belena sprang forward and let out a triumphant shout, declaring her capture. She wrapped her arms tightly around the creature, halting it in its tracks. Sprinting across the field, Lint hurried toward Belena, his voice carrying concern as he checked on her well-being. Without missing a beat, Belena faced the young man and instructed him to prepare for the taming process immediately. Understanding the urgency, she pushed for swift action. Just as Lint prepared to approach, the monster's body erupted, unleashing a tremendous surge of magical energy. The sudden burst of light hurled the men away, scattering them across the ground. Unwilling to surrender, Belena sprang up at once and pressed forward, sprinting determinedly toward the demon. In the distance, another flash flickered to life, signaling a shift in the battle. The beast turned its fury on those chasing it, lashing out with newfound aggression. Belena, agile and alert, slipped past the fireball, aimed her way with effortless grace. Still kneeling, Lint watched Belena with deep concern, worried she might be injured. Belena only laughed off his fears, assuring him that the beast's attacks weren't nearly powerful enough to harm her. Without warning, the beast revealed itself before their eyes. Belena's gaze widened as she took in the sight of the demon standing before them. The legendary firewolf, known as the Emperor, had arrived. Lint immediately called out, noting the overwhelming presence radiating from the demon. Belena nodded in agreement, identifying the creature as an S-rank monster. She further remarked on the incredible abilities it possessed. The significance of this rank became clear to Lint. It signaled that the monster possessed powers beyond comprehension, shrouded in complete mystery. At that moment, Belena instructed Lint to begin. Belena requested the tamer to keep the wolf occupied for 3 minutes. Lint hesitated, uncertain about the risky plan, but their efforts paid off as they successfully identified the type of monster. 3 minutes stretched endlessly. The situation suggested the young man was about to face one of the most formidable monsters in existence, despite the overwhelming gap in their power levels. Uncertainty gnawed at Lint, as he wondered if he could muster any resistance. But the man abruptly cut himself off, insisting that hesitation had no place in this moment. Lint understood with confidence that Karyuk and Gil remained reliable allies, ready to lend their support. A rare opportunity to rise to Est rank alongside his friends presented itself, and Lint recognized it was time to seize the moment. Lint turned to Belena, inquiring whether a single minute would suffice. Belena met his gaze with a calm smile and assured him they could start whenever he wished. With a sense of urgency, Belena urged him forward, making it clear that she was relying on him more than ever. Energized by her trust, Lint promised to live up to her expectations, determination shining in his eyes. Lena activated the spirit skill, drawing in a swirl of magical and energy particles. Though intricate in nature, this technique granted her a surge of explosive strength. At last, Lint realized the reason behind the girl's delay. Belena now relied on them completely in battle. The group had to keep the firewall at bay. Without hesitation, Lint directed Kurgik to move forward. Turning to Gale, he called out with urgency, commanding the dragon to unleash its fiery breath and engulf the beast in flames. The dragon responded at once, parting its jaws wide to send a torrent of fire surging toward the wolf. Clearly, the flames posed little threat to the firewolf, sharing the same elemental nature. The demon surged through the dragon's blazing stream and lunged at Lint, jaws wide open. In the final, crucial instant, Kurjik intervened to protect his master, turning aside the demon's assault. With swift determination, Kurjik hurled himself at the wolf, disrupting its deadly trajectory. Blinking awake, Lint took in the scene and couldn't help but offer delighted praise to his little demon. The youth declared the display nothing short of astonishing, far surpassing anything an ordinary slime might manage. The wolf halted abruptly, its gaze sharp and calculating as it waited for an opening to strike. Lint glanced over at Belena and understood that the creature's focus had shifted to her, even as she pressed on with her skill. The wolf lunged at her, its movement trailed by a streak of blazing light. Lint called out the girl's name in alarm. In an instant, his dragon Gil sprang into action, placing himself between Belena and danger, a living shield poised against the threat. The makeshift living shield managed to hold, yet Lint understood all too well the toll it took on the dragon to withstand the demon's relentless assault. Raising his voice once more, Lint called out to Kiryuk, urging him to lend his strength and support their struggling companion. Kiryu lunged ahead, yet the wolf conjured a ring of fire that erupted outward, flinging every adversary away. Fury began to burn brighter in the demon's eyes, his anger intensifying with each passing second. A deafening explosion erupted, sending Kiryuk hurtling sideways in shock at the immense force unleashed. Lin reacted just as swiftly, leaping clear of the blast's path to evade its destructive wave. Despite being knocked to the ground, Lint maintained firm control over his beasts. Raising his hand toward the dragon, the boy directed Gil to unleash every ounce of his power in the attack. With jaws wide open, the dragon unleashed a torrent of flames straight at the demon. The searing fire engulfed the wolf's body, swallowing it in a blazing inferno. Lint pushed himself upright, still reeling from witnessing Gil's breath strike its mark with unerring precision. The display was nothing short of astonishing, yet a sense lingered that the battle had only just begun. Exhaustion had nearly taken hold, yet the group fought on with every ounce of resolve they had left. By then, Bolina stood prepared, and Lint watched as she lifted the firewolf above her head. With a gentle smile, Bolina offered Lent an apology for keeping him waiting. Lent, still catching his breath, called out her name, but she simply replied that the moment had come to confront the beast. With Bolina restraining the demon, Lint hurried forward and activated his taming skill. The wolf lowered itself to the ground and shut its eyes in submission. Lint brushed the sweat from his brow and remarked on their success. The young man observed that the wolf had settled down. Belana's swift defeat of the S-rank monster left everyone in awe. A gentle smile played on Belena's lips as she remarked that Lenta had just faced his first real battle alongside the warriors. She commended him softly, acknowledging the earnest effort he had put forth. Lint admitted that desperation had driven his every action, leaving him with no real alternatives. He added that the bulk of the effort fell to Gil and Kiruk. Belena observed that the boy also took up the role of a tamer in battle. Lint admitted the girl had made a good point. Suddenly, a sharp pain stabbed through his shoulder, and he clutched it instinctively. Wincing, the young man explained he had taken a blow in the fight, and now it felt as though every bone in that shoulder had snapped. After rummaging through her pockets, Belena produced a small, dark bottle. With a quiet assurance, she offered Lint the healing potion, suggesting he drink it. Lint expressed his gratitude to the girl at once, only to notice that the item belonged to a rare and valuable class. The realization left him astonished, given the extraordinary cost of such treasures. With a gentle twist, Lint uncorked the bottle and offered a dose of the potion to his loyal companion, Kairuk. Words of heartfelt admiration followed, as Lint commended the slime's remarkable prowess in countless battles and acknowledged the many times Kairuk had come to his rescue. With a gentle gesture, Belena directed her finger toward the dragon gill, reminding Lint to remember his newfound companion. Lint nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in her words. Instantly, Lint decided to call the wolf Cajero. Belena nodded her approval, remarking that the name truly fit. Lint went on to say that it reflected the struggle they had just endured. Leaning closer to Emperor the Wolf, Belena gently ran her hand through his fur. According to the girl, the demon seemed to take great pleasure in his new name. Lint reached out to gently caress the powerful beast, quietly requesting the demon's power to aid their team from this moment forward. In response, the wolf narrowed its eyes contentedly and offered a low, approving howl. Belena revealed that her selection of the demon was far from accidental. With a thoughtful pause, she prepared to share with Lint the specific reasons behind her decision to choose Cajero. At first, the young man replied that the demon possessed immense power. Belena agreed, further explaining that the real issue at hand lay within Lint himself and the qualities hidden deep inside him. Belena mentioned a phenomenon known as spirit possession, which existed in the world. Curiosity flickered in her eyes as she considered how much Lint truly understood about it, or if he knew anything about it at all. Night had fallen by the time Lint's group settled down, worn out from a day filled with challenges and achievements. Deep in the forest, the dragon kept out of sight as Lint and Belena made their way through the bustling capital. In the dead of night, the boy slowly opened his eyes and murmured that they had returned. Nearby, Belena slumbered soundly, her gentle snores filling the quiet room. A gentle smile played on Lint's lips as he quietly noted the girl's exhaustion. Given the intense battles she had faced, her weariness made sense. Lint harbored the hope that by mastering Kajiros's powers, he might one day stand beside her as a true ally in combat. Memories of yesterday's conversation stirred in the young man's mind. During their discussion, she had inquired about the phenomenon of spirit possession. Belena went on to explain that mastering such a skill was essential, as all elite tamers relied on this very technique in battles. Lint expressed his hope that by mastering this technique, he could one day stand beside Belena in battle. The girl quietly agreed, acknowledging his ambition, but advised him to keep such thoughts to himself. Belena summoned Cajero with a gentle motion, prompting the wolf to quietly draw near. Drawing closer, the girl bent down toward him. At that moment, Lint remained puzzled by Belena's intention. A gentle smile played on the girl's lips as, in an instant, a surge of blazing energy burst forth from the wolf, rushing straight toward Lint. Flames wrapped around him, yet with a calm touch, he stroked the wolf's fur, a newfound understanding of Belena's words dawning within him. Flames consumed Lindsay from head to toe, yet Belena remained calm. She encouraged the young man to experiment with his newfound abilities and gently advised him to take a few steps forward. Lint agreed to follow Belena's instructions. Preparing himself, the boy gathered his resolve and started to pick up speed. The force of the fire surged behind him, propelling him forward with a strength that completely caught him by surprise. The tamer's momentum finally ceased when he collided with the stone wall ahead. Impact slowed him, and gradually he slid down its rough surface. Blaine chuckled, remarking that Lent still had a long way to go before mastering this newfound power. The idea that this was simply a natural part of the journey never even crossed Lent's mind. Belena spoke plainly, revealing that Lint now matched Cajero in strength. Lint listened, puzzled by this new revelation. Noticing his confusion, she recommended that he spar with Kahiro to understand for himself. Belena advised him to start adapting to his newfound strength, since their intense training would begin the next day. The truth of her words hit Lint hard, and tears welled up as he saw just how serious she was. Remaining stretched out on the bed, he admitted to himself that there was no point in arguing with Belena. Taking control of Kahiro would instantly boost his position, opening the door to assembling the team the girl desired. Additionally, the newcomer will have the chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with Belena and the rest of the group. As members of an elite S-rank team, their qualities and abilities hold particular significance when viewed through Belena's perspective. Meanwhile, Lin quietly observes, her thoughts turning over the role she plays within this formidable company. Emerging from her thoughts, Belena gradually opened her eyes. Lint's gentle voice seemed to drift to her. She rubbed the sleep from her eyes and wondered aloud if she had truly dozed off. An apology escaped her lips the moment she turned to Lint, yet the young man gently protested, insisting she must be weary from the relentless fighting. Belena, however, quietly revealed that something other than the battles had drained her strength. With a gentle touch, the girl lifted the jug and let cool water cascade over her, washing away the weariness from a long day. She murmured about her exhaustion, attributing it to the efforts she and Lint shared together through the night. With a sudden burst of energy, Belena lifted her leg high and remarked on the remarkable progress they had made that day. Lint nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it truly had been a day full of significant events. With deliberate care, Belena curled her fingers one by one, softly reciting each member of their team. After a moment's reflection, she calmly announced that, in her view, their lineup was now complete. The girl explained her vision for the team's strategy. Kiryuk, with his impressive defensive skills, would lead at the front. Following him would be the main force, Lint, along with Belena and Kahiro. Placing an archer or mage at the rear seemed best, and Lint assumed Gil would take on that position. Belena confirmed the arrangement, confident she could support him if the situation required it. Later, she mentioned the team's need for a skilled healer. With a gesture towards the young man, she suggested that Lint might be the right person for the job. Lin considered the situation, noting that nearly every team included a healer. The man admitted he wasn't certain if they could track him down. Belena remarked that this assignment was well within their skill set. Says the girl revealed that she had already gathered some details about the situation. Lint, caught off guard, realized this was the first time he'd heard anything about it. News of the saint's upcoming visit to the capital had Belena convinced it was the perfect chance to bring her onto their team. Lent, for his part, believed Belena had lost her mind. With determined hands, the girl slapped the water, insisting she meant every word. Belena prepared to reveal the full truth about their predicament, but Lent pressed his palms over his ears and raised his voice, desperately trying to block out the conversation. With gentle hands, Belena steadied the trembling boy and quietly inquired about the source of his fear. Soft words encouraged him to find composure, but Lent remained tense, unwilling to relax. Lint understood perfectly that the one referred to as enlightened by the gods held the title of the world's most powerful magician. Among all ranks, the Holy of Holies represented the ultimate achievement in the magical arts. Vivid visions filled Lint's mind as he pictured his posters plastered across the city, catching the eyes of every passerby. The young man warned that indulging in such arrogance would make him the chief adversary of humanity. A gentle smile spread across Blaine's face as she agreed that it sounded wonderful. Meanwhile, Lint encouraged her to reflect on what she had said earlier and kindly requested that she avoid making such jokes in the future. Lint fully realized that the saint was far beyond him, certainly not someone he could control like a mere pet mage. As Belena mentioned the girl's striking beauty, the thought lingered in Lint's mind, stirring his curiosity. Later that night, they retired to their beds. By morning, Belena strolled confidently toward the group, her satisfaction evident. Clutched in her hands were several sheets of paper detailing the guild's instructions. Announcing she had chosen some excellent drills for the day, she laid out the plans before them. Lint eyed the list and insisted it would be overwhelming. Belena answered with confidence, assuring him they were up to the challenge. Belena mentioned that if a mistake happened, escape would always be an option. She went on to say that only those willing to take risks ever truly seize the greatest rewards for themselves. Belena believed this would give the guy an excellent workout. Meanwhile, Lint observed how unusually energetic Belena seemed that day. Belena inquired about Kahiro's whereabouts. The man explained that the wolf currently resided in the spirit realm. A gentle smile crossed Blaine's face as she remarked that it was a practical solution. She pointed out that he could slip in and out without drawing any attention. In this regard, she stood in stark contrast to Gil. Lint suspected that this was yet another factor influencing Belena's decision to select the wolf. The girl went on to say that mastering control over his kind would mark Lint as a true magician. Belena admitted that Lint already demonstrated remarkable skill in this area, surpassing even her own abilities. According to Lint's reading, the initial quest required him to eliminate monsters and gather potent herbal fruits with explosive properties. Belena confidently declared the task would pose no challenge for them. The group soon reached the lush green area, where Belena explained that the majority of their quests for the day would unfold. She pointed out the meadow beneath their feet, noting that it would never have the chance to grow back. After dismounting from the dragon, Belena offered her gratitude to the magnificent creature for its efforts. Meanwhile, Lint delved deeper into the details of their quest, noting that the task was suited only for adventurers of rank B and above. The young man found the name odd, suppressing a chuckle as he joked it might be a misnomer. Yet her unwavering certainty about the presence of monsters could not be shaken. Lint understood there was no reason to doubt Belena's word. As a massive beetle burst from the earth before them, Belena's keen watchfulness never faltered. Without so much as glancing at the danger behind her, the girl simply lifted her hand and effortlessly deflected the assault. In a calm voice, she remarked that the majority of those living here amounted to nothing more than insects. Thus began Lint's training. The group gathered at the designated spot and promptly summoned Kahiro, who generously lent his power to the owner. Naturally, they completed every quest they accepted. Repeated attempts did little to help Lint master the overwhelming strength of his S-rank pet. Each effort ended the same way, with Lint swiftly cast aside before he could even act. True to expectations, the challenge proved formidable. Yet during his attempts to connect with the wolf, Lint too uncovered a vital lesson. When Kahiro comes into play, it makes no difference whether the foe is the worm master or the dreaded dwarf death worm. Surrounded by the blazing fire of the wolf, which cloaks him like an impenetrable shield, he becomes capable of destroying them both. Belena commented to the young man that handling monsters this recklessly would leave them with nothing to harvest from the remains. After a while, Belena suggested a pause in their journey. Choosing the shelter of a massive oak, they set up camp and kindled a small fire. The moment had come to share a hearty meal and restore their energy. After preparing a meal in the frying pan, Lint divided it onto plates. Offering one to Belena, he explained that he could cook using ingredients gathered from the defeated monsters. The moment Belena caught sight of the dish, wonder lit up her face. After sampling a bite, she praised its delicious flavor. The girl admired Lin's culinary skills, playfully suggesting he could start a restaurant in the capital. Lin smiled and shared that he had picked up cooking during his long years of living alone. Belena admitted her surprise at the idea of using potions in cooking. Her true preference lay in the flavor of raw meat, savoring its natural taste above all else. Lint found himself a bit taken aback by her unusual choice. Lint paused in contemplation, recognizing that Belena, being a beast man, could naturally consume such things. The girl called out to him, remarking that by searching for explosive fruits, the boy had started to improve his use of Kahero's abilities. Explosive fruits. Peculiar plant-like creatures sporting human-like faces would suddenly sprout from the soil and detonate upon contact. Surprisingly, their flavor proved delightful as well. Lint admitted the beginning had been challenging. As the blasts erupted, he quickly deployed a shield and summoned protective visions around Kahero. Their safety was secured solely because Kahero managed to respond in time. With a gentle smile, Belena remarked on how much Lent had grown. Then, stepping forward, she pressed her foot onto the fading embers and extinguished the fire. The moment signaled that their journey had come to an end, and it was time to set off for the capital once more. Blaine leaned in and inquired about any remaining quests. Lint promised to review the list, and after a brief pause, he announced that one still remained, the most perilous of them all. With determination, Belena pressed him to complete their mission, reminding him that the training was nearing its end. During these final moments, Lint sensed a seamless connection with Kagwaro, more harmonious than ever before. With one final task remaining, Lintu began to create vivid images for Kajaru. These carefully crafted visions would soon become a powerful weapon at their disposal. The final mission required eliminating creatures born from a fusion of several animals. These oddities resembled beavers, yet carried the face and agility of cats, each crowned with a single horn. With surprising ferocity, they charged straight at the young man. Lint sprang to his feet the moment they drew near, deftly sidestepping the incoming assault. The young man stretched out his hand toward the monsters, signaling Kajira, who unleashed a surge of flames, reducing the creatures to ash. With the final task completed, Lint released a quiet breath. Confident in his calculations, he believed everything was finished. Seeking reassurance, he turned to Belena, who confirmed with a smile that he had done an excellent job. With excitement sparkling in her eyes, Belena rushed over to the young man, cheerfully announcing that Lint had at last gained control over Kahero's body. Witnessing the entire scene unfold, she found the display nothing short of astonishing. A warm smile spread across Lint's face as he reached out, offering his fist to the girl. With steady confidence, he announced that he was finally ready to match her in combat. Belena's eyes brightened, showing just how much she had been anticipating this day. Upon turning in their completed quest, they found themselves the center of a growing crowd. Excited whispers and animated conversations filled the air as locals marveled at what had happened, calling it truly remarkable. Laid out before them were the spoils from their latest quest, gleaming fangs and the bodies of wild beasts. The townsfolk, wide-eyed with astonishment, wondered aloud if the adventurers had truly conquered such beasts on their own. With a casual wave of her hand, Belena confirmed the truth of the matter. The girl explained she had discovered the items and admitted to breaking them. A faint blush colored the young man's cheeks as he quietly confessed he hadn't acted alone. Lint pointed out that Kajiro deserved significant recognition for his efforts. In response, Belina embraced him warmly and remarked that this was only natural, given his role as a tamer and the expectations that came with it. With a gentle suggestion, she invited everyone to join her for a drink. The villagers gathered around Lint, offering firm handshakes and warm praise for his skills. Grateful voices expressed thanks for his hard work and for keeping their village safe. According to one of the women, these rabbits appeared in overwhelming numbers throughout the region. Fields ended up ruined, and livestock suffered attacks. For most people, dealing with such a relentless horde proved impossible. Sheer numbers would simply overpower them. The villagers pooled every last coin they could find and handed the sum over to the guild, a gesture likely observed by the adventurers. Yet it remains unexpected for someone of such formidable strength to arrive in a place as impoverished as this village. The conversation shifted as they brought up another person, drawing a comparison to Lint. Curiosity and disbelief flickered across Lint's face as he wondered aloud whether there were truly any other adventurers present. According to the resident, someone else had visited earlier, apparently unaffiliated with the guild. The group mulled this over in silence. Before long, coarse voices and angry shouts drifted out from a nearby barn. Resting atop a stack of hay bales, the injured man endured the care of local church workers. They gently urged him to remain patient, but his voice rose in protest, frustrated that after such a long and difficult journey, all he received were a few paltry coins. Outraged by the lack of even a single potion among the villagers, the stranger muttered a curse against the very place he had chosen to visit. Linton Balyena stepped inside, intent on meeting the village assistant. With a tone edged in indignation, Balyena remarked that the man seemed to be nothing more than a self-proclaimed B-rank adventurer. With a mocking tone, Lint remarked that the man must have been bitten by baby rabbits. Rising to his feet, the adventurer warned the youth to mind his words. Calmly, he mentioned his affiliation with a trading company from Vermont. Balyena glanced over her shoulder and inquired whether Lint had any information about the organization. Lint responded that all he knew was its name. The woman from the village explained that they often exchange different kinds of food through trade. After sharing this, she requested assistance to deal with the rabbits plaguing their fields. Intrigued, Lint sought further details about the villagers' troubles. The woman went on to say they had been billed 3 times the agreed-upon price for the service. Lint pointed out that such a move violated the terms of their contract. Balyena admitted that if they suffered total defeat, there would be nothing more they could do. The man barked at both Lint and Balyena, ordering them to be quiet. With a surge of irritation, he declared himself a representative of Vermont. Should he deliver a few carefully chosen words to the right ears, trouble would soon find the others. In a low voice, Balyena murmured, "Flash." Quote, the moment he learned who stood before him, his demeanor shifted dramatically. At first, he repeated his question, then acknowledged that the girl was, in fact, an A-rank beastman. Balyena stood, with arms folded, her gaze unwavering as she calmly announced her S-rank. The adventurer, overwhelmed by her presence, dropped to his knees and pleaded for forgiveness for his earlier disrespect. With a fiery gaze, Balyena fixed her eyes on the man, mentioning the potion he had brought up earlier. Embarrassed, he started waving his arms in denial, as though trying to erase any memory of the conversation. A gentle smile crossed his face as he explained that once he recovered, he intended to leave the village without delay. Grateful yet proud, Vermont's representative wished to avoid placing the burden of a lasting debt on these villagers. Producing a small bottle of potion, Balyena gently poured its contents over the man's head. As he mumbled an apology, Balyena calmly explained her intentions. She was merely selling the potion, and now the man owed them a favor. In the blink of an eye, his injuries vanished, leaving no trace behind. The villagers stood spellbound, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. as the man returned to full health within seconds. With a gentle smile, Lint explained that Belina possessed the ability to bring anyone back, even if all that remained was a single ear. The catch, however, lay in the cost, which tended to be quite steep. A joyful smile spread across the Vermont Trading Company man's face as he gazed at his restored hands, the undeniable sign of his newfound health. Bowing low before Belina, he offered heartfelt thanks for her help. Belina remarked that gratitude alone doesn't pay the bills. The man pulled out his wallet, ready to settle up, and asked her how much he owed. With a gentle smile, Belina cradled a small bottle in her hands. She explained that she would be charging the full price for it, confident that the adventurer already knew exactly how much it cost. With their task complete, the boys climbed onto the dragon and set off from the village. Lent observed Belina's uncharacteristic anger, realizing it stemmed from her frustration with that man's insatiable greed, something she simply could not comprehend. Lint described the sensation as incredible. Belina remarked that individuals like that tended to ruin the reputation of adventurers. Lint acknowledged her point, noting that ultimately, only that one man ended up frustrated. Belina nodded in agreement as livestock milled about him in the barn, heedlessly leaving messes in their wake. He admitted that his options in life were limited, suggesting that any debts could simply be passed on to the company. Upon reaching their destination, the group left Gale in his usual spot within the forest bordering the capital. After bidding him farewell, they paused to consider their next steps. Belina suggested they could deliver their current assignments to the guild for the time being. The girl planned to inquire about Lin's recent advancement to rank C. Lin suggested they could grab a meal at the tavern, freshen up and get some rest, assuming Belina would appreciate that as well. Sometime later, while Lint and Belina were inside the guild, an unexpected event stirred strong emotions within the girl. Outraged, Belina raised her voice, declaring her refusal to accept what had happened and voicing her suspicion that something about the situation was not right. It became clear that since Belina had taken the young man under her wing and held a far superior rank within the guild, he became ineligible for promotion. This arrangement was exactly what Belina had intentionally set up. The guild worker explained that their rules prevent any exceptions according to Belina. Promoting Lint is impossible. Without having his own powers, advancement simply isn't an option. Without hesitation, Belina leveled an accusation at the guild worker, claiming ignorance of the full situation. She then gestured toward Lent, asserting he had managed to tame a complete dragon. With fierce determination, Belina launched another assault on the worker, who seemed to have no defense left. Unfazed, the worker simply chuckled, accusing Belina of blurring the line between fantasy and reality. According to the girl behind the counter, she had witnessed countless people hoping to elevate themselves by relying on influential friends. For this reason, she felt compelled to turn them down. Lin stepped closer to Belina, soothing her nerves with gentle words and urging her to remain composed. Determined to uncover the truth about the boy's abilities and the reasons behind his possible promotion, Lin resolved to investigate personally, knowing that their claims were met with skepticism. According to the guild worker, a special exam had been arranged for situations like this. With a hint of sarcasm, she mentioned that the test was simple, especially for dragon tamers, and remarked that he could easily bring it along the next morning. Lint absorbed the words with a solemn nod, paused to gather his resolve, and promised to call him over once breakfast had ended. The girl responded with a bright laugh, claiming it worked out perfectly, then admitted that she doubted it would truly happen. Lint inquired if anything more was required. After a moment of thought, the girl replied that the man would also need to battle their examiner to demonstrate the true capabilities of someone at C rank. During the walk home, Belena couldn't stop voicing her frustrations, insisting there was definitely something off about that worker. Her irritation over the situation grew with every step. From the very beginning, Belena felt an instant dislike toward her and quickly advised Lint to ignore the situation. Lint calmly explained that such things were simply part of a tamer's destiny. In response, Belena criticized him, suggesting he suffered from a lack of confidence. The guild workers' amused remark lingered in their minds, recalling how the examiner would be of B-rank status. Belena once more voiced her discontent, expressing that endless chatter left her unimpressed. According to Lin, the girl's name was Mira. To him, she had an overall charming and appealing manner. At that moment, irritation flashed across Blaine's face, prompting Lin to quickly admit fault and apologize, confessing that his own careless words often caused trouble. As the hotel came into view, Belena stretched lazily, suggesting they leave their worries behind for the evening. Lint raised his hands in resignation, mentioning that an important exam awaited him in the morning. Alone in the quiet room, Lint and Belana faced each other. Belana gently requested he ease up, asking for a slower, softer approach. Lint answered calmly, explaining that he saw nothing amiss, believing she enjoyed their time together. Lint admitted he couldn't have acted differently when faced with someone as captivating as Bylina. With a gentle smile, Bylina wondered if that was as far as Lint would be willing to go. As dawn broke, Bylina remained deep in slumber, wrapped delicately in a light blanket. Meanwhile, Lint moved quietly around the room, nearly finished with his meticulous preparations for the upcoming exam. Lint let the girl sleep peacefully, quietly whispering a gentle good morning before commenting on her habit of sleeping late. Shifting his attention to Kiryuk, he mentioned that it was time for them to get going. Morning dawned, and Bellino found the house empty. Linto had already left. Pushing aside the covers, she quietly resolved to do her best on the upcoming exam, clinging to the hope that everything would turn out well. Afterward, a gentle stretch eased the tension in her muscles as she mulled over the recent events. The presence of an examiner in this place caught her off guard. The girl beside her mused aloud, finding it amusing to imagine if this examiner matched the one lingering in her thoughts. A figure clad in sturdy armor blocked Lint's path, a sword resting casually upon his shoulder. With a measured tone, he announced his name, introducing himself as Ghoul. Calmly, he explained that he would be overseeing the young boy's examination. Upon noticing Kurjik, the guild worker remarked on the dragon's tiny and charming appearance. The ghoul discarded the scabbard, brushing off the entire scene as nothing more than an elaborate act. With deliberate mockery, the examiner ran his tongue along the edge of his blade. A sneer curled on his lips as he announced he would allow Lint enough time to hurry home to his mother before proceeding to shatter his weapon or perhaps a few of his bones. Lint remained poised in his spot, then promptly inquired whether the use of pets was permitted. He wanted clarification on this matter before proceeding any further. Ghoul chuckled, assuring Lint that he was welcome to use any or even all of them. In his mind, though, the man felt confident that none of it would offer any real advantage to the tamer. The guild worker hesitated, uncertain if it was appropriate to mention. The girl reassured them, noting that although Gould had retired, he still held the status of a former B-rank adventurer. With a confident smile, Lint declared that, armed with the information he sought, all concerns faded away, and they could finally set things in motion. With a confident gesture, the girl lifted her hand and formally announced the commencement of the exam for advancing to a higher adventurer rank, declaring the trial for Lint officially underway. Neither side rushed into action. Both remained firmly rooted to their spots. Lent calmly clasped his hands together, exuding patience. Meanwhile, Gould addressed the young man, remarking that by holding back he had missed his chance because now Gould would make the first move. With a sudden surge, the ghoul lunged and unleashed a swift slash. Kurgik appeared just in time, meeting the attack head-on and effortlessly deflecting the strike with his own sword. The examiner watched in astonishment, unable to hide his surprise. Afterward, Kiryuk stepped forward and gently pushed him back, leaving both Ghoul and Mila in astonishment. Ghoul shook his head, insisting that his technique simply missed the mark. In that instant, Lint called out Kahero's name, summoning a brilliant flame that began to swirl around him. Gull observed the scene, completely baffled by the bewildering spectacle unfolding before his eyes. Lint dashed at Ghoul, landing a swift kick to his weapon arm. The force sent the sword spiraling out of Ghoul's grasp, leaving him unarmed and defenseless. The blade veered off course and embedded itself in the trunk of a nearby tree. Mila, witnessing this, dropped to her knees in disbelief. Facing Gould, Lint declared that their opponent was now defenseless. With a quick glance back, Gould raised his voice, urging the man to halt, and the message was instantly understood. Lint leaned in, pretending not to catch the words. Shul, shouting above the noise, declared that the candidate had completed the challenge and would receive his rank. A new voice rang out from behind Gulia, revealing Bielina's presence. Stepping closer, she reminded them of a lesson she had shared before, that the true worth of a book lies beyond its cover. Bielina paused and let out a wide yawn. Gal, upon spotting his teacher, let out a sharp cry of surprise. Bewilderment swept over him as he wondered why the girl was in the company of someone so clueless. Calmly, Bielina explained that he was her master. With a gentle smile, Bielina declared she was ready to keep fighting, pointing out that the judge's presence meant the exam wasn't over yet. Gol simply turned away, offering no reply. The man explained that the exam was meant to be taken alone, making it clear she couldn't help. Mid-sentence, however, he was struck across the face. Without missing a beat, Bielina encouraged him to stay alert. The ghoul crumpled to the ground, several teeth scattering on the floor. Fear washed over Mira, leaving her frozen in place. Lint stepped forward, his demeanor shifting to one of mock seriousness, and regarded her with the gravity of someone standing before a judge. In a steady voice, he inquired whether he had broken any rules. With wide, startled eyes, the girl silently pointed behind her, wordlessly conveying her message. Understanding her signal perfectly, Lint nodded in agreement, before introducing his dragon and telling everyone its name. Casually, the young man then mentioned that Gil had turned up a bit late. Lint's attention shifted as Mira's distress became unmistakable. A small puddle had collected at her feet, evidence of just how startled she was by his unexpected approach. The realization struck Lint. He had never intended to frighten her to such an extent. Once the initial shock faded, Gull and Mira lowered their heads in a gesture of sincere apology. Both admitted that they never could have anticipated such an outcome. Mira gently requested that the boys let go of their misstep and move forward. Mira produced a small envelope and passed it to Lent. Curiosity sparked in his eyes as he discovered his new guild card inside. He remarked with admiration at how swiftly the process had been handled. Mira explained that Mr. Lint had achieved the rank of C-class adventurer. She also admitted she had rushed through her tasks, hoping to make amends for her actions the previous day. Turning to Bielina, she pressed her hands together in a silent plea. With a trembling voice, she begged him to keep this secret, fearing it might cost her the job she desperately wanted to keep. With a gentle smile, Bielina inquired if the workload here truly left so little for a girl to handle. Mira chimed in, assuring that she was willing to take on any task. At this moment, Belina realized the girl truly seemed prepared to face anything. Leaning in, Belina quietly explained to her exactly what Mira would have to do to nurture a man's talent. A deep flush colored Mira's cheeks before she turned swiftly and moved away. Belina pivoted toward Gulam, declaring that his turn had come. Her finger aimed at him, she ordered the man to submit to another round of training, this time one far more rigorous than before. Once their preparations were complete, the group climbed onto the dragon and soared into the sky, ready to tackle their next task. Lint pulled out the map, relief washing over him as he saw it had been updated. Sharing the discovery with Kara Yuk, he marveled at how the C-rank maps now glimmered and shimmered with remarkable beauty. Thanks to these achievements, Lint had finally become a true adventurer, and the joy on his face was unmistakable. Belena smiled warmly, remarking that before long, Lint might even reach the esteemed Bra rank. Following the conversation, Blana announced it was time to continue their journey. Lint suspected the girl had succeeded in finding a healer. Blana nodded in agreement, explaining the saint would be waiting for them ahead. Lint's eyes widened in surprise as the young man explained that, even if they claimed to be acquainted with Belina, she held the status of a saint among the divine people. Calmly, Belina affirmed his words, making it clear that a simple friendly meeting between them was impossible. Belena revealed that the saint held the rank of S-class adventurer, and that statement was undoubtedly true. Lint remarked that such a combination spoke volumes about the girl's abilities, recognizing the remarkable talent required to be both a holy maiden and an adventurer simultaneously. With a light-hearted laugh, Belina assured Lint that he would soon witness everything firsthand. She mentioned she was buried in work at the moment and would be counting on him to take care of her. With a determined gleam in her eyes, Belina declared their next mission: to seek out the greatest healer the world had ever known. A spectacular voyage awaited them, one that would carry them across the skies. Meanwhile, a trace of excitement still lingered in Lint, quietly simmering beneath the surface. At that moment, someone reached out and placed their hand on the book. Annoyed by the persistent commotion coming from outside, the girl's irritation grew. Rising from her chair, a sense of urgency settled around her. There was something significant demanding her attention, and it was essential for the girl to grasp exactly what steps she needed to take next. Meanwhile, the city faced relentless assault. A commanding knight called his warriors to action, urging them to force their way through the city gates. With powerful blows, the battering ram shattered the entrance, allowing the army to surge forward into the city. The clash of steel filled the air as a large-scale battle erupted. Amid the uproar of clashing swords and the relentless pounding of shields, urgent voices rose above the chaos. Commands echoed through the fray, urging the search for the priest who was believed to be lurking close by. Draped in her cassock, the girl approached the window and gazed below. She inquired about the situation on the battlefield, and the reply came: despite his authority, Cardinal Karam appeared to be nothing more than a subordinate. Possessing immense power, he split it in two amidst the lands of the gods. Not as simple as he appeared, his strength was truly extraordinary. Surprisingly, this seems to trouble him the least. His talent for performance, his insight into the human spirit, and above all, something far more significant: these shape who he is. The crucial moment had arrived to seize the opportunity. Now their most powerful asset could finally come into play, taking advantage of the absence of the Baron, the formidable leader of the Dragon Knights. Turning away from the window, doubts slipped into her mind, making her wonder if she had made the wrong choice. Curiosity lingered, drawing her thoughts back to whether the Cardinal truly possessed the power to succeed. Surveying her bohemian chamber, The saint took in every indulgence meant for comfort, yet an unmistakable sense of revulsion lingered, tainting the entire space. Every part of this stripped away any sense of real freedom, surrounding her like an invisible cage with no windows or doors. Without warning, a deafening blast erupted from the tower where the Holy Virgin remained. The powerful detonation shattered the air, hurling fragments of stone and splinters in every direction. Those left below witnessed the scene, completely bewildered by what had unfolded. From their vantage point, the tower appeared to have vanished in an instant, erupting without warning. To them, the event defied all logic and seemed utterly impossible. At the sight of the Holy Virgin, a collective sigh passed through the group. Concern etched on their faces, they hurried to inquire about her well-being. Reassuringly, the girl addressed the anxious servants, explaining that there was no cause for alarm. She had merely lost her way. Afterward, the Holy Virgin raised her voice, urgently seeking news of her father's whereabouts. Her persistent questioning caught the two armored men off guard, leaving them visibly startled by her determination. Lint and Belina made their way toward the Holy Virgin. Lint believed their destination was the Holy Lands, expecting a meeting with her. Belina explained that this had been her intention initially, but sudden changes had altered their course. Lint tried to gather details about the next steps of their plan. Belina explained that, before heading there, she wished to meet with someone for a conversation. Later, Belina estimated their journey to the capital would last about an hour. With nothing to occupy their time, the girl suggested that Lint share an entertaining story to pass the time. The boy requested that Belina offer him a subject, or at least an example to guide him. The girl responded with curiosity, expressing interest in hearing the story of how they first encountered Kuryuk and the way Lint came to be a tamer. Lint smiled, remarking that these two stories were dull and uneventful. Blessa laughed softly, resting against Lint, admitting that she didn't mind at all and still wanted to hear them. Belina declared that if Lint hesitated, she would take matters into her own hands. Steadily, the girl guided his hand to her chest. Watching her, Lint moistened his lips and quietly agreed, promising to tell her if that was what she truly wished. The young man began by sharing that his birthplace was the village of Freemeal, nestled along the border of the Holy Land. In that quiet corner, the guild operated on a modest scale, especially when compared to the grand establishments found in the capital. The young man mentioned his status as an unregistered adventurer, yet Rumi often supported him financially, slipping him a bit more than agreed for every task he completed. In a forgotten corner of town, a young man took shelter in a crumbling old house, quietly crafting his future. For him, the sole path out of poverty lay in embracing the life of an adventurer. Without a cent to his name, acquiring the essential equipment remained out of reach. Whenever an opportunity for a substantial payout appeared, those higher up the chain would swoop in and claim it before he had a chance. Frustration weighed heavily on Lint as he watched the situation unfold. He flung aside the glove he had been patiently mending, feeling as if his efforts amounted to nothing. Self-doubt clouded his thoughts, and he took the blame for lacking any practical skills. It became clear to the young man that he had to secure some sort of gain, or else he would lose both his chance at money and his very life. Lint reflected on just how unforgiving this world truly was, gazing up through a gap in the roof where the night sky revealed a scatter of stars. The boy made up his mind to pursue his studies and resolved to begin his efforts the next day. Crafting a makeshift weapon from wood, the boy set about practicing on the surrounding bushes, dedicating several days to his training. Pressing onward, he soon found himself surrounded by unfamiliar scenery. Doubt crept in as he struggled to accept the unsettling truth. He had wandered off course, and the situation was turning for the worse. At that point, Lint realized that uncharted challenges could be lying in wait along his path. Fueled by this thought, he pressed onward, eager to seek out whatever adventures lay ahead. As Lint ventured onward, a sudden misstep sent him tumbling to the ground. Pushing himself up and brushing leaves from his clothes, he glanced ahead and discovered a small cave nestled just beyond the thicket. Lint started to wonder if this was truly the only way inside. If the cave held no secrets, perhaps it was. Yet the possibility lingered in his mind. What if these walls concealed the remains of an ancient dungeon? The possibility crossed the boy's mind that these remains might once have been something entirely different. Drawing out his torch, he struck a flame and declared it was time to step boldly into whatever awaited them. Upon stepping inside and exploring a section of the dungeon, Lent found himself taken aback by the vastness of the place. The sheer spaciousness of the chamber left him quietly impressed. Running his fingers along the surface, Lint noticed the stones were nothing more than clever imitations. This discovery convinced him that someone had crafted this place, leaving no doubt in his mind that it had been shaped by human hands. After venturing a bit farther, it became clear to Lint that he stood among ancient ruins. A thrill of excitement surged through him as he understood his good fortune. The possibility of hidden treasures lying just beyond filled him with eager anticipation. Lint pressed onward, only to discover that the corridor abruptly came to a halt. Reaching the end, he paused, puzzled over the cramped quarters and questioning the lack of space. Several sheets of paper lay beneath his foot, edges singed from fire. Lint glanced at them, easily dismissing any notion that they resembled a treasure map or held any hidden value. A nearly naked girl adorned the sheet of paper, leaving the young man disheartened. Disappointment settled in, as he recognized that these sorts of images seemed to be scattered everywhere in this place. Lin started to angrily kick at the scattered papers beneath him, but his attention caught on a few sheets that stood out from the rest. These ones were crafted from fine, costly paper, their quality and worth immediately apparent. Leaning forward, the boy gathered several scattered sheets and illuminated them with his torch. In the lower right corner of each page, a distinct coat of arms stood out, clearly marking them. This might be the treasure he was searching for. Lint believed that gathering as much as possible would lead to a tidy profit. He discovered a handful of papers and decided to pause for a moment, settling in to read through them. Lint quickly recognized the bundle as a textbook. A flash of excitement crossed his face as he lifted the papers high, delighted by this unexpected discovery. Rare finds like these often held far greater value than ordinary treasure. Lint soon recognized the book as a manual dedicated to the art of simplification. Confusion furrowed his brow as he wondered why, among all the possibilities, this particular volume had found its way to him. Legends speak of formidable warriors from ancient times, individuals whose strength compelled even dragons to yield before them. They possessed a remarkable ability, one that granted mastery over monsters, commanding these fearsome beasts to serve as loyal fighters in battle. While these descriptions appeared helpful on the surface, Lint sensed there was another side to consider. Feeling a storm of confusion, he shut his eyes and let his thoughts drift in search of clarity. Thoughts wandered through the hero's mind, considering how one could navigate life surrounded constantly by monsters. The prospect of living in solitude among such creatures weighed heavily upon him. Often dismissed as a mere pastime, the work of tamers receives little respect. Observers see only the trained animals' might on display, while the tamers themselves remain on the sidelines, unable to join the fray directly. The hero grasped their intentions effortlessly. Recognizing why he remained excluded from the group, there was simply no place for someone like him among them. Discovering the textbook dashed any remaining sliver of hope, leaving him with no choice but to endure and wait. However, as long as Lint remained a low-ranking adventurer, the book promised to be invaluable during battles, especially since he lacked the funds to buy even the simplest of weapons. Each day felt uncertain, as if life itself might end at any moment. Driven by this uncertainty, he resolved to grasp every opportunity and embrace the path of a tamer. His resolve grew firm, shaped by careful contemplation of this new direction. With a determined slap to his knee, he declared that since things had already hit rock bottom, he might as well embrace the life of a C-rank loner and make it look effortless. With a bright smile, Lint declared that adventure brimmed with excitement. He refused to let such a chance slip by, and decided to pursue the path of a tamer, suspecting deep down that this might be his true calling. With the flickering torch casting warm light over the pages, the hero read the legend of the tamer. Wonder spread across his face as he discovered that dragon tamers were not simply myths but had once truly walked the earth. The revelation left him deeply shaken. Soon beginner pages caught his attention. Immediately recognizing their value, the hero announced he had discovered exactly what he was searching for. Anticipating the information within, he started to read, finding the text opening with details on how many monsters could potentially be tamed. What followed were several pages filled with instructions on taming monsters, delving into the challenges involved, and sharing clever techniques. Every bit of this information held great significance for him. Lint discovered detailed information about the monsters and acknowledged its worth, recognizing its significance for his own purposes. The hero found it odd how every detail from the book lingered vividly in memory, as if the words themselves refused to be forgotten. A bright smile spread across the young man's face as he shared his curiosity about the kinds of monsters that could be tamed, expressing eager anticipation for the discoveries that awaited him. Thoughts drifted to mythical beasts, a minotaur possessed of immense strength and unwavering resilience, or perhaps a wondrous bird, its wings offering the promise of flight. A stroke of great fortune would be discovering such a creature's egg. Lint quickly pushed aside such thoughts, recognizing that these monsters were far beyond his abilities. Alone, with no place to escape, he knew he stood no chance against them. The young man observed that the book mentioned an order to taming, beginning with monsters if possible, but turning to animals should the first attempt fail. Once he finished reading, the young man rose to his feet, grabbed the torch, and carefully closed the book. With a cheerful tone, he declared it was time to leave, and shared his hope of meeting someone kind along the way. Once the tale about the book came to an end, Linton Bellina kept soaring through the sky. The young man reached out and made contact with the girl, prompting her to request that he refrain. With a gentle smile, he inquired if his touch displeased her, yet she explained that her feelings had nothing to do with distaste. Bellina glanced back at him and requested to see the coat of arms depicted on the book, if he was able. The young man assured her it would be no trouble. A moment of reflection made him realize just how filthy he had become, to the point where even understanding himself seemed impossible. Yet, with a shift in perspective, he imagined he might shine like a star. A book emerged from the girl's hands, its cover adorned with an 8-pointed star. She held it up, pointing to the symbol as she inquired whether it matched the one they had seen. Astonishment flickered across Lint's face upon realizing she recognized the symbol. Bellina calmly affirmed her acquaintance with it, a quiet confidence in her voice. Curiosity drove the young man to pepper her with inquiries, eager to uncover the true meaning and worth of the mysterious book. After a moment of contemplation, the girl acknowledged its immense value. With a thoughtful gesture, the adventuress brought her hand to her lips, contemplating how to start. The hero, tense with anticipation, watched her in silence, waiting for her to speak. When he mentioned how striking Balana looked whenever she grew serious, his words brought a rosy blush to her cheeks. A burst of frustration escaped her lips as she demanded to know why he always managed to embarrass her. Offering a gentle smile, the young man apologized, hoping to ease the tension. Sensing the shift, Belina smoothly guided the conversation toward the book, eager to leave the awkward moment behind. The girl began discussing the book marked with a star, as he liked to call it. Lint inquired about its troubles and its author. She responded that she would reveal the details little by little. Belina proposed that they go on. Confusion flickered across the young man's face, uncertain about what should proceed. The girl patiently clarified that she was referring to the tale of his encounter with Kuru Yak. Lint gazed at his pet, reflecting aloud that their encounter felt like something far greater than a simple meeting. An odd sense of significance lingered in the air. Deep within the forest, the boy soared through the air, before skidding along the grass and finally colliding headlong with a sturdy tree. The goblin who struck him glared with fierce anger before turning away, abandoning him where he lay on the ground. Rising from the ground, Lent admitted that nothing had unfolded as he had intended. Puzzled by the goblin's refusal to be tamed, he reflected on how unexpectedly challenging the task had become. Despite realizing he had nothing to offer in exchange for the contract, he faced the situation with acceptance. Among all present, these monsters ranked as the feeblest. With quiet resolve, he settled on the slime, knowing it would serve well enough for the initial stage. Once his decision was set, he began to summon the slime. Pushing aside the dense bushes, Lint spotted a cluster of slugs trailing slowly across the damp earth behind them. Amused to find exactly 5 glistening creatures together, he set his sights on the plumpest one, planning to make that his first target. On closer inspection, the hero's eyes widened in surprise as 2 slugs ganged up on a lone, smaller companion. Trembling with fear, the slug barely held itself together. From the shelter of the bushes, Lint observed the scene and decided that the 2 approaching figures appeared to be the most formidable adversaries. Startled, the slug whipped around and fixed its gaze on the young man. Lint, taken aback, found himself puzzled by the creature's intense stare. With wide, trembling eyes, the terrified slug cast a silent plea his way, catching him off guard with the intense desperation in its gaze. Stepping out from behind the thicket, he admitted that circumstances left him no alternative, and agreed to lend his assistance. Leaning in, Lint promised to rescue the creature. In exchange, the slug needed to be mended, and after that, the boy would take it upon himself to tame it. No complaints would be allowed. Slowly, the slug started nodding in apparent agreement, and Lint could only hope that the creature truly grasped his intentions. Reaching out, he realized he hardly resembled someone capable of offering help, yet this simple gesture marked the beginning of his journey. Focusing intently, the boy shut his eyes and summoned the power of the taming skill. When he finished, his hand remained extended while he slowly opened his eyes, only to find the slime completely unchanged. The slug lingered, staring intently at Lint. In that instant, an unexpected insight swept over Lint. Suddenly, the monster's thoughts unfolded clearly in his mind. Through this newfound ability, he discovered the creature was considering what it would be like to submit to taming. The slug swiveled, glaring forward with irritation, and began to slither away. Lint's confusion deepened as he asked about the destination. The man's voice rang out, demanding to know why the slug was leaving after just being needed to fight the monster. Lint declared with confidence that even he could easily take them down, insisting there was no danger to him whatsoever. Calmly, he called for the tamed monster to return to his side. Turning to look behind him, Lint noticed the very slugs that had launched their attack earlier, now retreating into the distance. Beside him, his loyal tamed slug stayed close, quietly observing their departure. The slug exhaled with satisfaction, declaring his triumph. Lint crouched beside him, remarking on the slug's smugness. At that moment, it dawned on Lint that the creature had actually shielded him, and he offered his gratitude. The slug replied, pleased to have been of assistance. With a hand resting behind his head, Lint admitted that, at last, he truly grasped the meaning of taming. Moreover, alongside these obstacles, a cap exists on how many monsters can be tamed at once. Lint promised to take off the shackles from the recently tamed slime. The creature gazed at him with a puzzled expression, and Lint calmly reassured it that he meant what he said. Standing tall, Lint assured the slug of his newfound faith in its resilience, then offered a gentle farewell before moving on. The hero edged backward through the dense undergrowth, while the monster pursued, bounding after him with powerful leaps. As the slug caught up, it began to bounce energetically around the hero. Confusion flickered across the hero's face as he pointed out that the creature was already free, unable to understand why it refused to stay behind. Yet the monster trailed after him, undeterred. The tamed slug suddenly sprang onto Lin's shoulder, leaving him utterly bewildered. Startled, Lin pleaded for it to stop. Perched on the hero's shoulder, the monster wore a self-assured expression. Lint glanced over and questioned whether the slug found him amusing. With a gentle sigh, he mentioned that if the monster found itself without a place to stay, it could come along, provided it promised to behave. The slug eagerly accepted the offer, and Lint replied that he was pleased to make its acquaintance. As thoughts swirled in his mind, the idea of giving him a proper name took shape. After all, calling him simply Slime would never do. With a spark of enthusiasm, the boy called out a name that sounded like Kiryuk, eager to know if it was to his liking. He explained his reasoning simply, saying the name reminded him of jelly. Delight sparked in the monster's eyes as it bounced contentedly on the boy's shoulder. A warm smile spread across his face, and he admitted how much he enjoyed the moment. From then on, they agreed to call the creature Kiryuk. Lint recounted how their journey together first began, as they ventured deeper into the forest, side by side. Kiryu perched on his shoulder, while the boy confidently guided them along the path. Eventually, the hero's gaze was drawn to the slug. Curiosity stirred within him, prompting him to approach and inquire about its situation. Noticing the boy's gaze, the monster sprang from his shoulder and darted away, moving swiftly in a determined direction. Lint immediately gave chase, calling out for the creature to halt as he pursued it. The young man inquired about his actions, noting that there was no time to spare on such things. Kiryu pressed on with his demands, urging the others to fall in line behind him. Lint's discontent grew at Kiryu's stubborn insistence on having things his way. Chasing after the guiding slug, the boy abruptly slowed, as something at his feet drew his gaze downward. Dropping to his knees in astonishment, Lint leaned in to study the bells more closely, quickly recognizing their rarity. Beside him, Kiryuk bounced with delight, eager to share in the discovery. With a look of astonishment, the man selected one of the plants and remarked that it was an essential ingredient for crafting intricate potions. Turning to the monster assigned to him, he asked whether it had witnessed him gathering the items. The slug replied with a slow, affirmative nod. Brimming with joy, the hero gently cradled the tamed slug and launched into an enthusiastic speech, showering the remarkable creature with praise and admiration. Driven by newfound enthusiasm, he started gathering plants with remarkable diligence, claiming it felt like he had earned 3 days' wages. Then, turning to the slug with a warm smile, he announced that he would be offering it a special treat today. As the slug calmly munched on the lush grass, its head bobbing in slow approval, the boy turned to Kirayuk with a look of bewilderment. He mentioned that these particular plants were rare and highly valuable. Eventually, he relented, and together they resumed gathering grass. Lint and Kuruk made their way back from the forest toward the village. At the guild office, the street in front teemed with activity, vendors displaying their goods and carts rumbling past, loaded with wares. Inside, the guild worker Remy struggled to organize a stack of documents, irritation flickering across her face as she tried to bring order to the chaos. Thoughts drift to Lint's recent absence from the guild, a detail that lingers at the back of her mind. With a sigh, she collects the scattered papers and tucks them neatly into a folder, curiosity growing as she quietly hopes everything is all right with him. Just then, chatter from the guild drifted her way, members speculating about the baby's origins and whispering their doubts about its survival. The guild workers from Rini glanced back to find 2 men lingering beside Lint, their faces softened by contented smiles after returning from a stroll through the forest. Without hesitation, the girl darted forward, weaving past the crowd of men and reaching the boy. Her hands cupped his cheeks, leaving him visibly flustered. Lint glanced at Remy with a puzzled expression while she quietly inspected him, searching for any signs of injury. Letting out a relieved breath, she expressed how grateful she was that he had survived, quickly following with a question about his whereabouts. Concern had fueled her anger, worry etched on her face. Lint offered a greeting and a sincere apology to the girl. Smiling warmly, he slipped the bag from his shoulders, unfastened it, and explained he had discovered a pleasant spot and managed to gather a small haul there. Remy received a hefty sack of grass from the guy, while the girl stared in disbelief, astonished by the sheer number of bells involved. Before beginning the assessment, her gaze landed on the streak of mucus clinging to the young man's shoulder. Studying it intently, she inquired about the type of slime before her. The young man, lost in his thoughts, answered without much enthusiasm that he had become a tamer. A radiant smile spread across the girl's face as she repeated her question, wanting to be sure he truly was a tamer. The next moment, her voice rang out as she excitedly announced to everyone that Lint had become a tamer. Remy launched into an enthusiastic account of the feat, marveling at his ability to acquire such a rare skill. In response, the young man quietly requested that Remy keep her voice down, insisting that it was merely an ordinary taming. The men who had mocked him earlier overheard Remy's declaration and wasted no time pressing him for details. They demanded to know what had happened, questioning whether he truly possessed the skills of a tamer. One of them remarked that this gave them an even better excuse to continue their taunts. With a cheerful grin, Remy inquired if he could pet the animal Lint had tamed, his curiosity shining through. Lint nodded his approval and introduced the creature as Kuryak. The girl gently caressed the slime, her delight evident as she praised its softness, its charm, and how pleasant it felt to touch. Just then, a voice rang out, addressing the boy as Mr. Tamer. The title struck Lint, causing him to stiffen in surprise. 3 men closed in from different directions, circling the handler. One eyed the creature skeptically and questioned whether this so-called tamed beast could even stand on its own. Another dismissed it outright, claiming that such a monster suited someone of average talent. Nearby, a third man snickered, clearly enjoying the show. A man struck Lin across the face with a sharp slap, announcing that someone was waiting outside. Lin squeezed his eyes shut, barely reacting to the feeble assault. Remy, flustered, offered an apology for losing control and raising her voice. She admitted she had forgotten that tamers usually dislike such outbursts. The young man, massaging his face, reassured her that there was no problem and confessed he had expected things to turn out that way. Remy reached out and gently took Lin's hand, causing a flush of embarrassment to spread across his cheeks. With genuine warmth, she praised his remarkable talent and remarked that everything made sense now, as his path seemed clear. Her heartfelt happiness for him brought an even deeper blush to Lin's face. The girl's fingers slipped from his grasp as a radiant smile lit up her face. She wondered aloud whether this meant that even the dragons would now answer to him. Promising to conduct an assessment, she courteously requested that he wait for her return. A broad smile spread across Lin's face as the girl focused her attention on him, prompting him to fold his hands in satisfaction. Behind him, the two men glared at the young man, their eyes simmering with dark, silent resentment. Tempers flared as one of the group, unable to restrain his anger, seized the boy by the collar, his face twisted in fury. When he called out for Lint, the startled youth spun around, only to find himself hoisted off the ground by his collar. The man, eyes blazing, warned Lint that if he so much as laid a finger on Remy, their beloved angel, the consequences would be far from forgiving. The girl pressed the bell and called out the guy's name, catching everyone's attention. Lint and the man gripping his collar both turned to look. Leaning casually against the counter, the girl rang the bell again and announced in a loud, clear voice that she had finished the assessment and offered her congratulations to the guy. Pure joy lit up the girl's face as she cheered for his promotion to E rank. Lint's excitement was so intense that his leap caused the man holding him to stumble and fall. Overwhelmed with happiness, he eagerly asked again if the news of his promotion was truly real. Disbelief painted his face as he hurried to the reception desk, urgently inquiring once more whether his promotion was truly real. Alongside that, he wondered aloud about the cause, confident that he had already gathered enough points. Remy calmly explained that, while his points had been considered, they were not the deciding factor. The guild worker clarified that the item he delivered was unrelated to his assigned quest path. Smiling, she added that venturing into a region teeming with monsters had been a rather bold risk on his part. So far, his steps had carried him only through safe territory. Venturing onto a path teeming with monsters marked a turning point, signaling that the guild had acknowledged his bravery. The weight of those words left the boy quietly stunned. Lint found himself puzzled by the mention of courage, having only chosen to make a small change in his own life. Rini, pleased by his progress, smiled warmly and remarked that beginnings and first adventures often matter most, particularly those very first steps. Accepting his reward, the young man departed from the guild building and made his way down the village path, feeling content. Turning to his team and Beastcure Yuk, he remarked that although the day had been packed with events, it had been an exceptionally good one for him. The slug responded with a cheerful nod of agreement. Lin soon realized that his partner's status had soared overnight. At the same time, it became clear that Remy's compliments had grown excessive, her kindness bordering on favoritism. With pride in his voice, Master Tamer Lint recounted his accomplishments, declaring this promising beginning as a stepping stone. Lifting his hand high, he pledged to advance steadily toward his goal. In those earlier days, the village bustled with energy. The streets teemed with people weaving their way between the towering houses, the air filled with the rhythms of daily life. Remy gently petted the healing slug, admiring its charm, while the little creature basked in her affection, clearly delighted by the girl's kindness. Lifting her gaze to meet the hero's eyes, the girl confessed that he seemed to grow fluffier with each passing day. He considered her words and admitted there might be some truth to it, adding that he could hardly believe Kirjik had once been just a simple slime. Remy pondered whether taming could be the reason. The boy admitted uncertainty, noting that slime creatures rarely changed in such ways. Rising from the boy's waist, Kayuk caught everyone's attention. The boy, still puzzled, confessed that he never imagined a slime could learn to fly. The girl remarked with a smile that it looked absolutely adorable. A sudden recollection brightened her face as she realized she had good news to share with him. The revelation caught Lint off guard, and he urged her to go on. With a swift motion, the girl produced her guild worker's bell and gave it a firm shake. The sound echoed between them, leaving the man momentarily lost in disbelief, unable to grasp that the scene unfolding before him was real. With a cheerful smile, Remy from the guild proudly rang the bell, announcing Lint's promotion to D rank and offering heartfelt congratulations. Pure joy radiated from both the boy and his loyal, furry companion. With a gentle motion, the girl passed in the document and explained that it would now serve as his identification card. Amazement flickered across his face as he examined it, and he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Remy mentioned that he and his pet had put in a tremendous amount of effort over the past 2 years. Grateful, the boy embraced him, his smile filled with appreciation, and admitted that none of it would have been possible without Remy's help. At that moment, the girl stepped forward and held out an envelope, noting there was still one final matter to address. With calm resolve, she explained that the envelope contained a letter from their guild leader. Utter disbelief washed over the young man as he repeated his question, certain he must have misheard. The idea that the guild leader himself had penned a letter to him seemed utterly impossible. The guild members present overheard the exchange, Lent's raised voice catching everyone's attention, and soon they were murmuring among themselves, debating if the leader truly authored the message. Uncertainty flickered in the young man's eyes as he lingered, scanning his surroundings before finally asking if reading it was allowed. His pet radiated delight at the unfolding situation, while the girl assured him warmly that he absolutely could, encouraging him to go ahead and read it at once. Belena listened closely as the hero recounted his tale. Her curiosity piqued when the letter was mentioned. Eagerly, she inquired about its contents. A gentle smile crossed the young man's face as he replied that the letter contained congratulations on his recent promotion, a detail that moved her heart. Still, she pressed further, wondering if that was truly everything enclosed within those pages. With a hint of mischief, he assured her that wasn't the whole story. More surprises lay hidden in the letter's lines. His companion learned that the leader of their small town's guild was a tamer as well. Moreover, Lent arranged for his transfer to the capital. At that same moment, the girl felt a wave of embarrassment from Lent's touch. With the distance between them shrinking, the girl couldn't help but let out a scream. Realization dawned on her as she remembered that this was precisely the reason he had been called to the capital. Lint nodded in agreement. Belena turned her gaze toward him, curiosity shimmering in her eyes, and inquired about what followed. The boy quietly explained that he had discovered a cave where he had taken shelter and made his new home. Drawing in a steady breath, the girl suggested they might have to return to the boy's homeland. She brushed her hand across her brow in weariness, prompting the boy to quietly inquire about the reasons behind such a journey. Lent couldn't shake the weight of dread that clung to this place. But the girl calmly reassured him, insisting it wasn't nearly as dreadful as he imagined. According to Belena, by now he had become a dragon tamer, proudly partnered with an S-rank companion. Wrapping her arms gently around his neck, she announced their first destination would be the capital, and asked whether he had any objections. Caught off guard, he hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Once B'Elanna confessed how much she longed for even more of his attention, Lint offered a shy promise to give it, just not while they were flying. She assured him that any place could become intimate if the moment felt right. When he hesitantly asked her to stop, she calmly replied that her desire was to be close right then and there. Not long after, just outside the capital, the frantic clanging of bells echoed through the air as townsfolk signaled the approach of imminent danger. The swordsman roared his warning through the camp, announcing the sighting of a dragon and urging everyone to brace for its attack. Nearby, another leader commanded the men to ready their crossbows, his voice cutting through the commotion. Warriors armed themselves with bows and crossbows, settling into their assigned spots and preparing for the signal. An order called them to readiness, and with the great crossbow pulled back and loaded, anticipation settled over the group as they waited for just the right moment to unleash their arrows. Raising his voice so B'Elanna could hear, Lint explained that arriving on a dragon was not an option. That dragon, soaring above, belonged to the hero and was his trusted companion. Lint and B'Elanna had already arrived at the capital, a city ringed with towering walls where grand, multi-story homes stood in impressive rows, each one more luxurious than the last. With a gentle smile, B'Elanna turned to Lint and inquired whether this marked his first foray as a dragon tamer. Furthermore, at least one member of the guild seemed unfamiliar with the renowned S-rank adventurer Light B'Elanna. Lint agreed with this observation, yet pointed out that the warriors below appeared to be gearing up for an assault. The young man inquired whether she held the status of a high-ranking adventurer. With a calm confidence, the girl assured him that leaping from a dragon posed no problem. Promising to clarify the situation, she declared her intention to go and explain everything before returning. Lint listened in astonishment, struggling to process her words. Without responding, she leapt from the dragon's back and told him to wait for her return. Lint watched in a mix of shock and excitement, amazed by the boldness of her decision. Though he claimed to understand the situation, unease continued to gnaw at him. B'Elanna halted her flight by seizing the spire of a nearby building. Lin pointed out that they needed to ascend further, warning that arrows and crossbow bolts could still threaten them at this altitude. As their journey began, thoughts of B'Elanna's mysterious acquaintance in the capital lingered in his mind. Eyes drifted downward, lost in quiet contemplation. Eventually, it became clear that all the issues had been resolved. The dragon turned its gaze toward that area as well. Standing tall before the gathered soldiers, B'Elanna raised her hand in a commanding gesture and called out, announcing that the dragon gill might soon appear. Lint, still astride the dragon, touched down before her, and the hero expressed his gratitude for how calmly she had handled the situation. He had anticipated a different outcome from her. Annoyance flickered in the girl's eyes as she demanded to know exactly what he meant by that. Stunned by the spectacle before them, the spear-wielding soldiers stared in disbelief. One among them whispered that they were witnessing a genuine dragon tamer. B'Elanna, wearing a calm smile, confirmed his words, quietly reminding the soldier that her earlier claim had been true all along. Descending from the dragon gill's back, Lint caught sight of B'Elanna and the soldiers, their gazes deliberately averted in silent worry. Astonishment washed over the group as their eyes shifted to the figure drawing near. Lint stepped beside B'Elanna, curiosity flickering in his gaze as he too turned to see who approached. Attention centered on a hooded man leaning on his staff. He remarked, with a hint of amusement, that Lint's achievement genuinely impressed him. Uncertainty flickered across the boy's face as he tried to understand whom B'Elanna wished him to meet. The girl remained calm, her smile unwavering, before turning to the boy and requesting a demonstration of Kahero. Lint's surprise registered clearly, yet after seeking clarification, he eventually nodded in agreement. Focusing his thoughts, he reached out to Kagero, who immediately responded. Surrounding the hero, the beast's flames burst into vivid life, and he inquired whether all was well. A look of astonishment crossed the hooded man's face as he declared that a spirit had taken control, specifically a high-ranking fire wolf that had been summoned. A satisfied smile played on Belina's lips as she observed Lint's resourcefulness. With a nod, she proposed they tidy up their collection of shells. A gentle smile crossed the hooded man's lips as he admitted his error. With a calm voice, he revealed his name, Valento, leader of the capital's guild. With a smile, Lint fixed his gaze on the man and repeated his question. A jolt of surprise flickered across his face as the realization slowly dawned on him. The hero, bewildered, questioned whether he truly stood before the boss. Valento turned with a chuckle and, brushing off the subject as unsuitable for the street, proposed that Lint accompany him for a stroll. After some time, the group stepped inside the building. Linton and Kuruk cast curious glances around the interior, observing every detail, while Valento and Belina moved ahead, caught up in a quiet conversation. Lint called out to Belina, making her cheeks flush with embarrassment. In response to her anxious question, he quickly clarified that she had misunderstood his intentions. Curiosity flickered in his eyes as he wondered aloud why she had chosen to bring him there, and if perhaps it was more than he could handle. Uncertainty clouded his thoughts, leaving him bewildered. The girl explained that, despite Valento's position as the leader of the capital's guild, he once roamed as an adventurer just like her. There was no reason to fear him. Lint, still confused, asked her to avoid making such light comments. Belina mentioned that she and the Sacred Maiden both held S-rank adventurer status. Even so, the boy admitted his agreement, yet uncertainty lingered in his eyes. Viento swung open the doors and invited the heroes to make themselves at home, assuring them that anything they needed would be provided with just a word. Bursting with energy, Vienna leapt onto the sofa, quickly claiming it as her spot. Lent settled into his chair, remarking his surprise that the room he'd been given differed from the other spaces in the guild. Valento elaborated, describing how countless meetings occurred within those walls, ensuring a strict level of confidentiality. Valena added that the room bore the name Valento, in honor of the capital guild's leader. The man called after the girl, reminding her that he was a devoted husband and asking her to keep that in mind. The girl let out a sarcastic laugh and mentioned the women who occasionally visited the place. Without missing a beat, she turned to Lenta and added that she had never actually been there herself. The man, caught off guard, admitted that it no longer bothered him. Belena approached and wrapped her arms around his head, pulling him into her soft embrace as she inquired why he showed no concern for her. Flustered, the young man flailed his arms, insisting between shouts that he had only been joking. Meanwhile, Belento managed to shift the focus back to himself, determined not to be left out. Belina and Lent remained side by side, their gazes fixed on him. Wasting no time, he urged them to focus so they could discuss their next steps. Gently releasing her hold on Lent, Belina spoke up, expressing her wish to talk about Saint Lily. Valento, caught off guard by her request, showed clear surprise. With newfound determination, Belina declared her intent to rescue Lily. Lint, gathering his composure, pressed her for details, curious about both her plan and her understanding of the same. Stroking his beard in contemplation, the man considered the situation. Belina assured Lint of her sincere desire to help, and then faced the guild leader quietly confessing the ache in her heart. Lint's eyes widened in surprise as he asked what that even meant. Velena and Valento exchanged bewildered glances before turning their gaze on him. Sensing their confusion, the young man quickly clarified, explaining that he was asking about the meaning of being torn apart. Arms stretched wide, he wondered aloud if the real intention was simply to welcome her into their group. Belena explained that both she, along with Lily, whose full name is Lilia, are disciples of Master Valento. Lint's astonishment was clear as he realized his companion had once studied in this esteemed place. He wondered aloud why she chose to assist him, given that a saint held such an exalted position in the divine realm. Guildmaster Valento offered to clarify the current situation in the divine realm for him, since Belena struggled to grasp its complexities. Drawing closer to the table, Valento spread out the map before them. With a gentle tap of his staff at the center, he explained that this was the layout of a kingdom. Lint, catching sight of the territory, expressed surprise at its modest size. The man clarified that this was indeed one of the smallest realms and held the distinction of being the kingdom farthest to the north. The guild leader inquired about Lint's thoughts. Considering the frequent attacks on the country by those nearby, Lint speculated that divine protection might be the reason behind their actions. With quiet composure, Belena repeated her question about the kingdom of God, and then explained that this realm was known as the land of wizards. Lint exclaimed in disbelief, his voice trembling, while the girl raised her hands and mentioned the rumors. Only those with wizard blood could be born in that place. At that moment, she calmly explained that it was indeed the harsh reality. Children unable to wield magic were doomed to perish. Lynch, overcome by the ghastly truth, crossed his arms tightly and declared how unbearably bleak it all was. Suddenly understanding dawned on him. Their safety remained intact precisely because everyone approached them with utmost caution. Valento mentioned that there had recently been a coup in this land ruled by gods. The young man found himself taken aback by the news. The guild leader expressed interest in whether Lent was familiar with Pope Zarathustra's harsh reign. Lent explained that his hometown Fremel sat near the border, so he had some knowledge of the subject. According to his account, people throughout the land adhered to a single dominant faith, venerating the Pope as God's representative on earth. The inhabitants, he asserted, were not permitted to leave the country of their own accord. Lent observed that he could turn to God in difficult times, yet found it challenging to seek help repeatedly. He described this ongoing struggle as a kind of suffocation felt by the people. With a contemplative air, Guildmaster Valento spoke of suffocation, remarking that this sensation pressed on many others as well. Lind turned the conversation to the man rumored to be plotting a coup. Valento confirmed this, revealing that an individual among them had already assembled all the resources required. Cardinal Karim stood as the right hand of the divine kingdom, commanding the coalition that rose in opposition to the Pope. Fierce opposition toward the Pope burns within him. After removing the Pope's loyal followers, he now reveals his true nature. With a determined gesture, Karim lifted his hand and loudly commanded the execution of the filthy patriarch, for the reign of the despot had to come to an end. With arms outstretched, he proclaimed that divine favor was upon their land. The crowd before him responded with spirited shouts, their voices echoing with excitement. Lena casually rested her hand behind her head, observing that while both held tyrannical power, such displays were acceptable when orchestrated by someone beloved by the crowd. Lint inquired about the certainty of the impending coup. The girl nodded in agreement, revealing that, regrettably, Karim had committed a crucial error. With a gentle smile, she mentioned that Lily and her father had slipped away from her side. This meant the saint was with the folder. She assured Lent that Lily still stood firmly by his side. At the same time, she mentioned they ought to have arrived at this kingdom by now, since Lily had sent a plea for help. Lint, caught off guard, rose to his feet and inquired if Belena intended for them to assist the Pope as well. The young woman responded that her plan included both him and the saint. Leaning in, she requested silence and began to share her thoughts. Lily, she said, longed for freedom, and just as she had mentioned earlier, she herself was a fellow adventurer at heart. At that, her companion offered a gentle smile, adding that in the midst of such chaos, the title of saint held no real significance. Furthermore, with the significance of saints in the kingdom of God, neither the Pope nor Karim would ever permit such an act. Valento sat close by, quietly absorbing every word of their discussion. It is often said that the saint stands close to God. Her very presence has the power to validate anyone in the eyes of allies and adversaries alike. Yet such authority cannot be wielded lightly, as if it were a simple blessing. Guildmaster Valento observed the growing tension, recognizing that the Pope's plans to leverage the nation's military strength for his comeback had transformed the issue into a complex interethnic affair. Observing the situation, he remarked that such an outcome would see the soldiers gathered on one side while the mages would stand opposite. Lint's posture grew noticeably more rigid. Valento calmly lifted his hand and declared his intention to disrupt any effort that might bring the Pope and the King together. Meanwhile, the guild maintained its distance, remaining uninvolved in political matters. A knowing smile played on Lint's lips as he caught the man's drift and replied that it referred to illicit activities. Valento gave a solemn nod, declaring his intent to entrust this confidential task to Lent. A shiver ran through the boy as the weight of a secret guild assignment settled upon his shoulders. Gale, the head of the capital, fixed his gaze on Lent and inquired whether a sum of 100 gold coins would satisfy him. Winston Shock's thoughts immediately jumped to the prospect of 100 gold coins, but confusion flickered across his face. He hesitated, asking for a moment as he tried to recall just how many silver coins equaled a single gold coin. After mentally tallying the numbers, Winston shook his head with a little sigh, clearly feeling that the sum fell short of his hopes. Vilianto mentioned that besides the payment, this favor is something he asks for personally. There is also a chance that a promotion in rank could come with it. Lint collapsed to his knees, drained of energy, and tilted his head back, his mind drifting to the thought of 100 gold coins and the promise of a promotion. Belena chuckled, observing the newfound determination in the young man's eyes. Lint, however, shook his head, insisting that he wasn't nearly as confident as he appeared. The numbers in front of him felt completely overwhelming. With a cheerful smile, his companion grasped his hand and urged him forward, her determination shining through as she encouraged him to visit Lily without delay. Turning to the guild leader and respectfully calling him master, she assured him that she and Lint would take care of the matter without delay. Valento fixed his gaze on his student, his expression grave, and explained that this task was far from easy. The girl paused and wondered aloud why they simply didn't kill her father and end the ordeal right there. Valento calmly raised a finger, remarking that the answer to this puzzle should have already been found. A sudden realization sparked in the girl's eyes, prompting her to speak of Baron, the renowned commander of the Dragon Kingdom. With curiosity flickering in his eyes, Lint regarded the girl and quietly inquired about the stranger's identity. In response, Belena calmly identified him as the Baron known for hunting dragons, the very adversary who stood as their journey's most formidable challenge. Time drifts quietly by. Night has fallen. A solitary house stands surrounded by towering trees, their branches serving as perches for strange, shadowy creatures. The ground near the house lay strewn with the motionless forms of fallen soldiers. Kyrgyz looked ready to shout with excitement, but Lent lifted a hand in quiet warning, signaling for silence. Crouched behind a bush, Lent whispered an explanation, reminding Kyrgyz that the slightest noise might give them away. Guided by the information he'd received, sticking to the plan seemed essential. Belena had instructed both him and Kureyuk to wait at this very spot, assuring them that the saint would appear soon. As a whistle pierced the air, Lint instantly recognized it as the prearranged signal. Dashing outside, he hurried down the path, where he soon encountered Bielena. Breathless and relieved, she welcomed the hero's arrival. With growing urgency, the girl confessed that she simply couldn't wait any longer. Lint wrapped his arms around the girl, concern etched on his face as he quietly inquired about what had happened and whether she was all right. The girl moved closer to him, urging him to hurry along. With a bright smile, she reminded him of how much he adored her cat ears, recalling the gentle way his lips had brushed against them. A deep blush colored his cheeks. Belena seized his hand and broke into a run, urging him to hurry along with her. She confessed she couldn't wait any longer, insisting they reach Lily as quickly as possible. With his eyes shut tight, the young man questioned Belena, unsure if she truly wanted to sneak into Saint House. Meanwhile, Belena dashed alongside him up the steps, reassuring him along the way that she wouldn't curse, so he had nothing to fear. Passing swiftly through the chaos, Lint grew increasingly aware of the scattered, motionless forms of soldiers draped across the ground. Meanwhile, Belena, her voice sharp with fatigue, insisted on reaching her bed without delay. Just then, a distant commotion reached the bathhouse, prompting the girl inside to pause. Curiosity flickered in her eyes as she glanced over her shoulder, trying to make sense of the unexpected disturbance outside. Noticing the lateness of the hour, she assumed Cardinal Karim must have arrived by now and made her way outside. Suddenly, Lint and Belena emerged at the entrance, forcing the door open. The young girl greeted her with the name Lily. Lily's eyes widened as she recognized the hero's companion standing before her, astonished that this familiar figure had appeared in such an unexpected place. As the fabric slipped to the ground, Lily let out a sharp cry, while Belena welcomed her friend with a delighted smile. St. Lily called out to Belena, surprised by her sudden arrival. Belena, cheeks flushed with embarrassment, quickly took a seat and gathered her cloth in her hands. Upon hearing her question about the identity of the person beside her, Lint narrowed his eyes slightly and offered a quiet greeting. With a bright smile, Belena gestured toward Lint and made the introductions. Meanwhile, Lily, maintaining her composure, gently requested that Belena stop, remarking that it had been so long since they last met, and now she was behaving this way. Lint, caught off guard, remained in a daze, struggling to collect himself. St. Lily flushed with embarrassment, leveling her finger at him and demanding he avert his eyes, warning that he would face consequences for his behavior. The hero obediently looked away, while Belena couldn't suppress her laughter. Pressing her finger thoughtfully to her cheek, Belena remarked that, as Lin's wife, she could see the man understood the meaning of responsibility. St. Lily's eyes widened in astonishment as she inquired about the meaning behind those words. In response, Lily calmly explained that her statement had been purely verbal, assuring that she had intended nothing of the sort. Drawing close, Belena leaned in and murmured softly into her friend's ear, prompting an immediate shift in the girl's expression. Girl 10 moved forward, her gaze fixed intently as she drew closer, joined by puzzled looks from those around her. Confusion settled over the man, unable to grasp the reason behind their behavior. After giving it some thought, St. Lily hesitated with visible discomfort, but acknowledged that if no alternatives remained, she would give her consent. After some hesitation, Lily admitted her lack of experience and kindly requested that Lent go easy on her, Awkwardness crept over him as he scratched the back of his head and cast a shy glance in her direction, unsure how to respond. St. Lily rested her hands on her generous figure and nodded with determination, expressing a clear wish to possess strength like Belena's. Her eyes sought encouragement from the hero, silently asking for support. Amusement sparkled in Belena's eyes as she explained that she had only just confided that Lent had managed to tame her, leaving her quite unable to resist. With a gentle touch, Belena placed her hand on Lynch's shoulder, urging him not to let such an opportunity slip away. After a moment of uncertainty, Lynch nodded his agreement, while Lily stood nearby, quietly listening and patiently awaiting the outcome. In that moment, Lint understood that he might never lay eyes on such an alluring, shapely form again. At last, he extended his hand, understanding deep down that this moment would not come again. St. Lily averted her gaze and shut her eyes, her quiet voice breaking the silence as she began to murmur softly. With meticulous care, Lint placed his hands on her, his confidence growing steadily as the moments slipped by. Delight sparkled in the saint's eyes as she immersed herself in the moment. Surrounded by Lent's touch, a rosy flush colored her cheeks, betraying the pleasure she felt. Gentle hands explored her radiant curves, heightening sensations that thrilled her senses. The experience amazed her, leaving her quietly awestruck. Lent explored the saint's voluptuous curves with focused curiosity and practiced finesse. Each touch sent waves of extraordinary delight through her, awakening a deep understanding of the new and astonishing sensations enveloping her. Lent's hands explored the saint's body, tracing every curve with gentle intent. His lips soon followed, brushing across skin warmed by anticipation. Fully aware that there was no turning back, Lent pressed on, guided by quiet certainty. Disoriented by the swirling sensations, the girl eagerly surrendered to the waves of pleasure that Lent's touch invoked. Longing welled up within her, urging him to explore her further and awaken even deeper desires. A cry of delight escaped the saint as unfamiliar sensations overwhelmed her. With Lent persisting in his attentive movements, she recognized her own threshold had been surpassed by someone she had just met. Their gazes met, cheeks tinted with a soft blush. The saint quietly requested that he tame her, addressing him as Master Tamer. Lint could hardly hide his surprise at being called master by her. Lint sought confirmation from the saint, wondering if she truly believed he could tame her. With unwavering confidence, she assured him and revealed that, once tamed, he would become her master. Their conversation melted away as they drew closer, their lips finally meeting in a shared, intimate moment. Lint rested atop the saint, their bodies drawn together, as an intimate connection began to bloom between them. The saint murmured her willingness to yield, urging Lint to quicken his pace. Their lips met in a tender, lingering kiss. Lint summoned his taming ability, skillfully channeling its power. The saint, caught in its influence, was overwhelmed with a profound and blissful sensation. Delight painted the girl's cheeks with a constant rosy glow. Pleasure sparked in her eyes as she playfully stuck out her tongue and started to call out to Lint, lovingly addressing him as her master. The saint watched, unable to hide the way Lint's actions made her mouth water. Lint and the members of Sing Tung started to blend together, their interactions growing more familiar. Calling her by name, the hero gently reassured the girl that all was well. Lily, delighted by the sound of her name on his lips, confessed how much she cherished that simple gesture and admitted her deep affection for him. With an eager embrace, Lint held the girl close, his hands tracing her curves, drawing a soft moan of pleasure from Lily as she encouraged him to quicken his pace. Belena's hand closed firmly around Lin's face. This unexpected gesture left the flustered hero startled, a crimson flush spreading across his cheeks. Sweat glistened on Lin's brow and traced down his body, evidence of his discomfort and surprise. Belena drew closer to Lint, their faces mere inches apart. Awkwardness flickered between them as their lips brushed. The adventurer's bold move caught Lint off guard, leaving him startled. The girl held Lindsay's head firmly, refusing to break the connection of their lips. A delicate sheen of sweat clung to Belena's skin, and a gentle flush colored both their cheeks. Lint's curiosity got the better of him as he attempted to uncover the reason behind her swift movements. Belena chuckled in response, explaining that she had simply observed in silence while Lint handled the saint. Yet his rudeness had gone too far, prompting her to finally step in. Lips met in a fervent exchange, their cheeks warmed by a deep flush. Linton believed he could fulfill the adventurous longing he sensed, yet the hero neared the edge of his endurance. Lint gently pressed Belena down, their lips meeting in another tender kiss. With a quiet request, he asked her to ease the tempo of their embrace. In response, Belena gazed at him and wondered aloud if he was reaching his limit. Beneath Belena, Lily basked in the afterglow, her body humming with satisfaction. A playful spark danced in Belena's eyes as she observed Lily's delight. With gentle assurance, Belena announced that they had reached the final step. Lily's voice rang out, filled with pure pleasure. A rosy flush colored St. Lily's cheeks, her tongue slipping out while her eyes shone with pure delight. She announced to the young man that she was prepared. Facing her, Lint's features contorted with embarrassment and perspiration. His body trembled as he managed to respond, voice weak but resolute, that he too was ready. Lint unleashed all the passion he had been holding back and brought their intense moment to its climax. Gripping Street Lily firmly by the waist, he pushed himself to his very limits. Overwhelmed by a surge of pleasure, Lily cried out, her voice echoing through the room as their bodies, drenched in sweat, pressed closer together. With calm detachment, Belena observed everything unfolding before her. Lily, caught in the throes of bliss, glistened with sweat, her cheeks tinged a deep pink. Lent recognized the fatigue etched into Lily's features and silently acknowledged that for a first experience, it had gone well. Lin's face's expression was one of utter despair. Belena turned to Lily, a satisfied smile playing on her lips, and remarked that everything had been done for her. With a gentle tone, she mentioned that now it was her own time to indulge in some enjoyment. With a mischievous grin, Belena gave Lint a sudden shove, toppling him onto his back. Startled and bewildered, Lint pleaded for her to slow down. A bright laugh burst from Belena as she teased, assuring him that someone as young as he was could certainly keep up with her lessons. Lint seized Belena's supple curves and gently guided her onto her side. Waves of delight washed over Belena's face, her expression radiant with pleasure at Lint's touch. Amidst her cries of joy, she confessed that she had long awaited this very moment. Lily's rounded figure toppled backward, landing squarely on Lent. Belena's leg rested atop his shoulder as he turned, bewildered by the sudden commotion. Lost in the chaos, Lent struggled to make sense of the scene unfolding around him. Lint spoke up, catching Lillian off guard, his cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Lily leaned against his back, her curvaceous figure pressing close, and murmured with a hint of resentment that the master seemed to have already forgotten her. The injustice of it bothered her, and a touch of embarrassment colored her expression. Lily gently traced her nails along Lint's back, an unexpected gesture from the revered saint. Startled by her boldness, Lint felt a wave of intense delight course through his body. Lily, her skin glistening with sweat, reached determinedly toward Lint. A faint blush tinted her cheeks as she inquired about her master's weakness. Lint, visibly flustered, glanced at her in surprise, admitting that her behavior caught him truly off guard. Reclining on Belena's soft surface, Lint found himself the focus of Lily's energetic attention. Meanwhile, Belena seemed to relish the closeness they shared. Overcome with embarrassment, the hero quietly pleaded for a gentler touch. Lily, noticing his response, smiled and mentioned how well Lint was reacting to her efforts. Nestled together on the bed, Lint, Belena, and Lily basked in quiet satisfaction. With the hero resting between them, warmth and serenity filled the space. On one side, Belena clung to his arm, while on the other, Lily lay in peaceful silence. After a deep breath, Belena announced that she was done, and Lint replied with a weary admission of exhaustion. Lily described the master as unparalleled, drawing Belena's attention. Sensing the mood, the adventurer inquired if the saint had enjoyed her day. Delight brightened Lily's face as she shared that she had loved every moment and was eager to experience it all again. Lint, overhearing their conversation, admitted in a shy tone that he still felt an itch lingering below his waist. Resting her head gently on the hero's shoulder, the saint spoke softly, promising to wait until Linda regained her strength. Lent, clearly pleased, voiced unwavering support for Lily's words. With a playful glimmer in her eyes, Belena glanced over at Lily and asked for her opinion. At first, the saint seemed puzzled by the adventurer's question, but soon composed herself and said she was prepared. Meanwhile, Lint quietly listened to the exchange between his companions, still unable to grasp the meaning behind their conversation. With a gentle smile, the saint turned to Lint and Belena, announcing there was something she wished to reveal. Lint and the adventurer fixed their eyes on Lily, anticipation flickering in their expressions. Calm resolve filled Lily as she prepared to set her plan in motion. Crossing her arms, Lily set a flurry of white feathers swirling through the room. The delicate plumes drifted gracefully, filling the space with a gentle radiance as Lily's figure shimmered with light. From her back, ethereal angel wings unfurled, and without hesitation, she rose effortlessly into the air, casting a fleeting look down at the boys below. Lily unfurled her shimmering wings and hovered effortlessly above the ground, suspended in mid-air. Lint watched, wide-eyed with astonishment, marveling at her levitation and remarking that she resembled a goddess descended from the heavens. Belena observed Lily with keen interest, captivated by the display. With a playful air, Belena rested against Lent's shoulder, her voice light, as she remarked that it all made sense. After all, it was because of Lent that even Kerika had become something greater than just a mere slime. Uncertain, Lent glanced away, unsure whether to believe such flattering praise from an experienced adventurer. With a gentle smile, Belena glanced at Lily and mentioned she had taken up this work long before becoming an angel. In response, Lily placed a proud hand over her heart, echoing Belena's words and adding that her dedication began well before the burdens of a saint ever touched her life. According to Lily, matching her abilities meant possessing a level 5 magic skill. To illustrate her claim, she extended her hand to the side, ready to put her words into action. A butterfly fluttered near the glow of the lamp. Lily glanced at Belena, who darted forward with swift precision, capturing the moth and pressing it between her fingers. Lint watched the girl's actions with wide-eyed astonishment. Belena unfolded her palm, revealing a crushed butterfly resting gently upon it. Lint explained calmly that resurrection was not possible for the delicate creature. With an air of contentment, Bellina offered the moth to Lily. A matching sense of satisfaction appeared in Lily's gaze as she took in the sight. Lint watched the scene unfold, puzzled by their actions. With a graceful gesture, Lily extended her hand toward the lifeless butterfly and murmured a healing spell. Warm light gathered around the delicate creature. As soon as Lily finished, the butterfly sprang into the air, renewed with life. Astonishment washed over Lint, who could hardly believe what he saw as the butterfly soared upward, brought back from death. Lily's eyes sparkled with pride as she declared her abilities far surpassed ordinary healing magic. Confidently, she proclaimed her magic to be of angelic caliber, capable of achieving miracles that others could only dream of. With a mischievous glimmer in her eyes, the saint glanced at Lint and revealed that resurrecting him would be no trouble at all, should he collapse and die. The chilling assurance sent a wave of fear through Lint. With a solemn expression, Lint hesitated, his words heavy with importance. He slowly inquired about their next steps, voicing his concern now that he had finally crossed paths with Lily. The disappearance of the saint, he observed, would inevitably spark widespread unrest. All three stretched out across the bed. The girls eyed Linda uncertainly, casting occasional glances her way. Meanwhile, the hero gazed up at the ceiling with a relaxed air. Lily nodded at Lindsay's words, quietly adding that they truly needed Linda, and reminded her that she had come along with her father. Lent cast his gaze toward Lily, seeking confirmation that he had understood her intentions about abandoning her role as a saint. Lily gently affirmed his suspicions, admitting that the title was nothing more than an ornament, a mere pretense. Bellina suggested that the simplest solution would be to announce the saint's death. Lent reminded her that such a choice would cost the saint her esteemed position. Resigned, Lily admitted that Lent's observation held some truth. Bellina voiced her frustration, describing the system as nothing but a source of headaches. Lily quietly pointed out that she would have to begin at F rank regardless. The adventurer responded with a hint of optimism, suggesting that as long as there was time, reaching S+ rank was within their grasp. Tension laced their discussion, while Lint observed the exchange with evident bewilderment. With anger in his voice, Lint inquired whether there was a way to escape this rank. Then, a sly smile appeared as he proposed capturing Dad and surrendering him to Kareem as a means to secure Lily's freedom. Lily reacted with astonishment at the suggestion, while Bellina regarded the hero's words with a look of boredom, paying little attention. With a burst of delight, Bellina proclaimed Lint a true genius, leaving Lint visibly taken aback by the unexpected praise. Meanwhile, Lily pondered the situation and calmly pointed out that Karam would never allow such a thing. She went on to explain that while her desire to kill her father remained, he would never permit her to break free. Frustration burned in Bellina as the mounting problems piled up. Without hesitation, the furious adventurer insisted that eliminating both of them was the best course of action. Lint, irritated by the turmoil, begrudgingly admitted that Bellina's ideas always seemed sound. An angry interruption from Lily broke the conversation as she pointed out that without someone in charge, the country would be left leaderless. Bellina responded with an irritated snort. Lily then hinted that if this burden landed on someone else, everything might become far simpler. She quietly added that the situation required careful consideration. Bellina, growing increasingly impatient, insisted there was no need for debate. Only Lint possessed the ability to manage the situation. Shock and confusion flashed across Lily's face, while the young man's voice trembled with uncertainty as he wondered aloud how he could possibly rule the country. Lily warmly echoed Bellina's suggestion, convinced that Lent leading the country could be an excellent choice. The unexpected support from the saint left Lent genuinely astonished. With bright enthusiasm, Belina announced that she had come up with a plan. With a steady hand, Belina gestured toward Lily, declaring her a messenger of God. Confused, Lily turned to the adventurer, her eyes wide, and quietly wondered aloud why such revelations always came without warning. With a cheerful gesture, Belina extended her arms, inviting Lily to settle him onto the post. Turning to the others, she eagerly sought their opinions on her suggestion. Lint found himself taken aback by how casually Belina handled the situation. With a mischievous grin, Belina rested her hands on Lent's shoulder and teased that if they went through with this, they would rule over the believers, becoming gods in their eyes. Lent paused, uncertainty flickering across his face, and urged Belina to hold on, reminding her that things would not be so simple. Lily considered the suggestion with care, remarking that it seemed like a promising idea. The possibility unsettled Lent. She continued, explaining that it would allow her to embrace freedom and purity, while also enabling them to thwart the coup. Hearing this, Lent grew increasingly distressed. The girls clasped hands, their eyes shining with admiration as they turned to Lent. They urged their hero to prepare himself. Lent, catching their earnest gazes, found himself bewildered by the encouragement from his companions. Lent clasped his hands together, disbelief lingering in his eyes at the thought of becoming the country's ruler. He insisted he was nothing more than a humble adventurer. Belina and Lily gazed at him, their faces glowing with happiness. The adventurer reassured everyone that all was well. Lily then chimed in with bright enthusiasm, promising that she and Belina would support him in guiding the nation. Lint found himself utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the situation unfolding before him. With warm smiles, both girls began to speak. The adventurer and Lily settled onto the bed, then in unison announced their wish to become Lint's partners. Without wasting a moment, Lily and Belina pulled Lint over to their side. Embarrassed, Lint mumbled that he needed some sleep and proposed they pick things up again in the morning. Undeterred, the girls playfully urged him on, assuring that he had nothing to worry about, as they would handle everything themselves. Time slips by, night cloaks a lavish mansion where cries and crashes ripple through the darkness. Within these grand walls, desperate voices plead for someone to protect their father. With a furious cry, like Belina draws back her arm, ready to deliver a powerful blow. Every movement brims with raw determination as she readies herself for battle. Darting past the armed guards, she knocks each one aside with a single fluid motion, barely breaking her stride. Belina pushes forward relentlessly, striking down opponents with swift punches. Her momentum carries her into a powerful kick, her iron greaves colliding hard with a guard and sending him stumbling aside. Nearly every guard has already collapsed, sprawled unconscious across the ground. Hidden behind a bush, Lint observes the scene, keeping himself out of sight. Together with Saint Lily, they stand amidst the chaos. Lint mentions he barely had time to blink before she incapacitated 5 opponents. A hint of sympathy for the overwhelmed guards colors his words. With a weary sigh, Lily admonishes Belina to settle down, exhaustion beginning to weigh on her movements. Lynch's memory sparked, prompting him to quietly inquire whether Baron was nearby. Lily nodded in confirmation, clarifying that they had not arrived together, her attention still fixed on Baliniss's every move. With a gentle smile, she turned to Link and explained that Baron had little interest in lavish hotels, preferring simpler comforts. At the same time, she mentioned that her father remained cautious about Link's abilities. Curious, Link wondered aloud whether that meant her father struggled to trust his own allies. Lily averted her gaze, hesitated briefly, then declared in a solemn tone her belief that the Baron had yielded to his father's will. Surprise flickered across Lint's face as he took in the new information. Before he could respond, Lily cut him off, suggesting that the Baron might have ties to the Cardinal. The realization dawned on the hero, and he pointed out that the coup must have been orchestrated on the Baron's orders. He found himself considering what consequences this held for him personally. Lily explained that it revealed the Baron's possible escape route. Just then, as Blaine and Octa engaged with another soldier, a harsh voice from the side called out, compelling her to spin around. Towering before her, two imposing knights clad in gleaming metal armor blocked her path. Their voices carried a stern accusation. She had failed to show proper respect for the inhabitants of this place. As Dragon Knights, they declared, it was their duty to mete out punishment. Lint's eyes widened in amazement, his voice bursting with excitement at the news of the Dragon Knight's arrival. Shocked to learn that the Baron had acted so recklessly, he stood speechless for a moment. Saint Lily, with a calm and gentle smile, let out a soft laugh and assured everyone that their adversary would not defeat them. The moment Lily finished speaking, Belena's fist crashed into the Dragon Knight's helmet. The metal buckled under the force, sending the knight flying backward as a cry of pain escaped his lips. Another knight intercepted his escape, but tumbled down with a heavy crash. Meanwhile, the third Dragon Knight lifted his weapon, prepared for combat, and charged toward Belena with a furious howl. Picking up her pace, the girl darted forward and landed a swift punch on another Dragon Knight. The blow sent him spinning away, clutching his side as he cried out in pain. Witnessing their suffering, Lint could almost feel the pain himself, as the relentless cries echoed through the air. According to St. Lily, the man had learned of their group and understood that their abilities ranked no higher than B to someone like Belena, that rendered them insignificant, mere insects in her eyes. Lint let out a weary sigh, remarking that the Pope seemed almost unnaturally restrained. A suspicion crossed his mind. Perhaps the Cardinal had orchestrated this situation all along. With all the Dragon Knights sprawled unconscious in a tangled heap, Belena turned gracefully, a smile playing on her lips, and announced her task complete. Lint and St. Lily emerged from behind the bush, catching the boy's attention as Lena praised him for his efforts. Amazement flickered across his face at the sudden brightness. Belena clapped her hands in delight, clearly pleased with the light. She remarked that they hadn't needed more at all to achieve such a triumph. With a gentle wave to Lily, she credited their healer for making everything possible and expressed her hopes for the girl's future. Sheepish but accepting, Lily let out a quiet sigh and nodded. Without delay, the group of heroes pressed onward. Lint remarked that the time had come for them to go inside and reunite with their father. Belena stepped forward, requesting the chance to handle the meeting herself. Lint's gaze drifted around, startled by the realization that they stood in the midst of a luxurious hotel, its elegance unmistakable. Lily nodded in agreement, quietly noting how establishments of this caliber always came with countless barriers. A smile spread across her face as she turned to Lin, announcing that she might know where Dad was sitting. Lin, still puzzled, asked which room he had chosen. The girl answered with cheerful certainty that he was in the best room, as if it were obvious. Belena, observing quietly, remarked that he was never one to make the most sensible choices, telling the girl. In that instant, Lint felt a swift rush of air as something streaked past his hair, crashing into a tree and sending it toppling to the ground behind him. Emerging from the shadows, a cloaked man stepped forward, a knife gripped firmly in his hand and 3 more gleaming at his belt, just as the echo of the impact filled the air. In a flash, Kahero's spirit materialized before the team, its powerful fangs intercepting the blade just inches from Lint's throat. With a swift retreat, the man leapt away just in time, narrowly evading Kajiro's incoming spirit strike. The girls caught on, their eyes lighting up with excitement, but hesitation kept them frozen. Lint sprang to his feet and demanded to know who this stranger was, seizing the moment to spark an argument. After tumbling across the ground, the assailant came to a stop, just a few meters from the hero. Without hesitation, he drew a spare blade from the sheath at his belt and shifted into a defensive stance. Cachero observed his every move intently, and soon the truth became clear to all. The man stood as the Pope's guard. Lily called out to Lint, insisting she recognized the figure before them. Lint corrected her, asking if she meant the enemy who was glaring in their direction. Studying the hero with a peculiar gaze, the girl finally nodded, affirming that this was Sage, the assassin known for targeting her father. With a quiet smile, Baelina responded that his presence was softer than the sound of grass growing, his fist tightening as his unwavering gaze stayed fixed on Sage. Lint pondered whether his companions harbored deep concerns, though doubts lingered about Sage's true reputation as a formidable assassin. A gentle smile spread across Baelina's face as she encouraged him to tame it. Lint, utterly baffled, turned back with a look of disbelief, needing confirmation that he had understood her words. Saint Lily, brimming with enthusiasm, voiced her support, saying it would serve as excellent practice. Lint stood there, astonished that both of them genuinely expected him to take on this task. Warm smiles from the girls uplifted the boy's spirits, while Baelina urged him to move faster, and Lily offered sincere wishes for his success. Meanwhile, Lint, both flustered and irritated, muttered that they would probably end up gathering his remains afterward. With a light-hearted grin, St. Lily assured that mending a few broken bones was nothing she couldn't handle. Nearby, Baelina offered steady encouragement, urging him to trust in his abilities, confident that success would follow. Casting a glance filled with betrayal, Lint wondered if these two intended to lead him to his own demise, while his mind spun with curiosity about what they might even consider unusual. A mocking laugh escaped Assassin Sage as he tossed his knife casually between his hands, dismissing his opponent as worthless. Without hesitation, he dashed forward and called out to Lint, his voice edged with irritation at their light-hearted chatter. Without a moment's pause, Assassin Sage lunged at Lint, launching a relentless assault that left no room for retaliation. At the same time, Cachero joined the fray, aiding in pushing back against the onslaught. Forced steadily backward by the relentless assault, Lint found himself with no option but to shield against each strike. Seizing an opening just moments later, Sage drew 3 daggers from his belt and hurled them at the hero. In a swift move, Kidaro snatched the blades from the air with his teeth and snapped them apart, buying Lint a brief moment to catch his breath. Pulling free, he deftly took command of the blade, flames curling around his body as Cachero's power merged with his own. With a surge of determination, the hero sprang forward and unleashed a fierce flurry of counterattacks, each strike landing with relentless force. Amid the heated struggle with the assassin Sage, Kiryu emerged, his face lit with a daring smile as he darted forward. In one swift movement, he struck the Sage on the head, then leaped back to position himself behind his opponent. Unharmed, Sage calmly adopted a defensive stance, patiently watching for Lint's next move. With a quick swipe of his hand across his face, the boy paused to catch his breath, his gaze never wavering from his opponent. Deep down, he realized that things could be much worse. Deep gratitude filled him as he praised Kiryuk, labeling him the finest offender in existence. Despite that, a shadow of doubt lingered. His own strikes had failed as well. Depending on others underscored his fears. Without standing on his own, he risked fading into obscurity. Gritting his teeth, Lint refused to accept defeat. The real challenge still awaited him, the formidable Baron, so surrender was not an option. Memories of Belena and Lily's warm, encouraging smiles lingered in his mind. Their faith in him, their unwavering support became a silent promise he could not break. As their master, failure was not an option. Yet this duty weighed heavily on his shoulders, making his struggle even harder to bear. Sage advanced and inquired about the reason behind their pursuit of His Excellency. Lint, caught off guard by this inquiry, snapped back with anger and insisted on responding with his own question. He demanded to know why the assassin had taken it upon himself to act as his protector. This counter-question left Sage unexpectedly taken aback. His reply came quietly. He simply didn't know. The only reason he could offer was that it was the will of God. His earnestness left no room for doubt. With arms wide open, he spoke earnestly of his desire to dedicate his life to God and, if necessary, to die honoring His glory. According to him, this calling belonged to all of humanity, and God had chosen to appear before them in the form of the Pope. Without hesitation, he slipped back into his fighting stance, declaring that the god required his protection and leaving no room for further discussion. Lint quickly recognized the danger. There was no time left for words. Cairo stood poised, prepared to strike. The young man accepted the proposal, noting that he would no longer act on impulse and that they would follow the plan from now on. With a clear command, he urged everyone to prepare for the assault. Cairo responded with a firm nod, signaling his agreement. The gentle spirit drifted closer, coming up behind the boy and meeting his gaze. Lint acknowledged the truth. Kyrak, like Lily, would stay behind. With a commanding shout, the man signaled the start. Assassin's Age darted swiftly from side to side, steadily closing the distance to the hero. Lint met the assassin's swift assault head-on, teeth gritted in determination. With his free hand, he started weaving the energies of a spell. The sight of a fireball taking shape left the assassin Sage visibly startled. Despite the attack, he slipped away from the spell's path with a swift sidestep. Lint charged ahead, his voice ringing out as he unleashed the spell. Sage observed the shift in tactics and realized the air was growing warmer. With a swift motion, his arm swung back as he unleashed the spell, declaring that this was the true way to wield magic. He mocked Lint, labeling him a child. Behind the assassin's Sage, a massive fireball formed, which he promptly launched in Lint's direction. The heroes remained perfectly still, making no move to defend themselves. Sage watched in disbelief, unable to comprehend the sheer recklessness of ignoring any attempt at self-protection. A faint smile appeared on Lint's face moments before the fireball made contact, triggering a massive explosion upon impact. Belena and Lily trembled with anticipation, their eyes fixed on the unending eruption. Bewilderment mingled with excitement as they struggled to grasp what had just happened. Seizing the moment, Kyrgyz launched himself at the assassin Sage from behind, bringing him crashing to the ground. With a steady voice, he admitted disbelief that the Sage had transformed into those four individuals. At the last possible instant before losing his balance, his foot shot out and touched down on the charred remains of Lint's body sprawled across the earth. Tiraka glanced his way, but the assassin's Sage sprang into action, vanishing without a trace as he chose to make his exit. Voices trembling with a mix of fear and excitement, St. Louis and Belena hurried toward their master. With gentle hands, they hoisted the injured Lint, drawing worried glances from Belena, who remarked that his eyes seemed to be spilling from their sockets. Lily, however, calmly reassured everyone, promising that she possessed the skill to heal him. Belena nodded in understanding at the request for protection. With measured steps, she made her way to the entrance, ready to stand guard. After a while, Lint stirred, slowly opening his eyes and parting his lips. A gentle softness cushioned his body. Overhead, the faces of Saint Lillian and Bellina came into view. Their anxious expressions eased into smiles as they saw him awake, and a wave of relief washed over them. Lint inquired about their whereabouts. Meanwhile, Guy rested on a plush bed, while the girls sat beside him, tending to his needs. Bellina responded, explaining that they were staying in the finest room the hotel offered. With a start, the boy sprang to his feet, curiosity bubbling as he inquired about the assassin's fate and current whereabouts. Lily's gentle smile reassured him, while Bellina calmly explained that there was no need for concern. The assassin had managed to get away. With a weary sigh, Lint pressed his hand to his forehead, disappointment clear in his eyes. Admitting defeat once more, he realized he would still need to lean on their support a little longer. St. Lily's face lit up with a gentle smile, pleased that he not only had faith in himself, but also placed his trust in her healing abilities. Embarrassment colored Lint's cheeks as he scratched the back of his head and gave a small nod, quietly admitting that things had unfolded just as described. Turning to the saint, he inquired whether every girl from her land possessed such remarkable qualities. Lily replied that while not everyone was so powerful, a select group chosen by the Pope stood apart from the rest. Faced with such difficulty now, the young man realized greater challenges surely awaited him in the future. Resolved, he braced himself for the many more obstacles that lay ahead. Gradually returning to his senses, Lint questioned what had become of Dad, especially since he was now awake in his own bed. With a glance toward the corner, Bellina explained that Dad was lying over there. In that corner, a tightly bound bag jerked and rustled, muffled noises escaping from within. A head poked out from within, and Dad began to cough, struggling to catch his breath after being trapped in the stifling air. Casting a glance over St. Lily, Lint, and Bellina, he demanded to know their identities, declaring himself the Pope with an air of menace. The trio met his gaze unfazed, their calm expressions betraying no hint of worry. Lint stared in disbelief at the man's tirade of curses and threats, unable to hold back his question of whether this person was truly a saint. Lily, with an awkward smile, admitted that it was true. Meanwhile, the Pope thrashed inside the sack, his face dark with anger as he demanded his release and warned them to prepare for their impending punishment. Bellina observed that his reputation for being with several girls at the same time meant no one could expect much from him. With a soft grin and closed eyes, Lint admitted that the title of saint was just an empty label for him after hearing this tale. Rising quietly from her bed, Saint Lily entered the room, her presence casting a faint light. The Pope recognized her at once, a chill running through him as astonishment swept across his face. An uneasy chuckle escaped him as he pleaded with the girl to put an end to the situation, dismissing it as nothing more than one of her jokes. He insisted that Lily had taken the prank far enough. With a fierce glare, the girl directed her anger at the Pope, accusing him of neglecting his responsibilities. The Pope responded with an uneasy, foolish laugh, insisting that he was only carrying out his official duties, while adding that, in his view, the Sacred Virgin had lost her mind. As soon as those words were spoken, a sudden roar erupted, sending dust swirling through the air. When it finally settled, the Pope lay motionless on the ground, bundled in his sack and unconscious for a moment. St. Lily let out a weary sigh, quietly remarking that Bellina had taken things too far. In response, Bellina insisted that she had only tried to gently cover his mouth. Rising to his feet with fury in his eyes, the Pope glared at them, his face still bearing the mark of the blow. His voice rang out as he accused her of daring to strike him, claiming to act as God's chosen vessel, and demanded that they kneel before him. With a sharp slap, Belina knocked him back, her voice cutting through the air as she ordered him to put his tongue away. The force sent the man stumbling backward. Lint gazed at the man, confusion flickering across his face, as he admitted he hadn't even noticed how forcefully she had struck him. Meanwhile, Belena turned to Lily, her tone courteous as she requested assistance. Saint Lily's side responded with a calm assurance that assistance would be given, then gently closed her eyes and summoned the sacred warmth of her healing power. As the wounds on the Pope's face disappeared, Belena approached with a radiant smile, urging him to rise. The man recoiled in terror at her unexpected closeness. Lint stepped forward, his voice steady as he apologized for all his past actions, promising with newfound resolve that he would make the most of his life from now on. With a cheerful grin, Belena scooped up the bag and headed for the exit, promising to send him on his way to his sacred kingdom. The man followed in silence, his footsteps heavy. Before they reached the door, St. Lily intervened, urging her friend to wait so she could speak with the Baron first. The man's voice rang out once more as he insisted on his presence, specifically identifying himself as the Baron of the Dragon Kingdom. To prove his claim, he volunteered to lead the way and show them in person. With a knowing nod to Lily, Belena swiftly struck the Pope at the base of his neck, rendering him unconscious. Lily paused, her finger pressed thoughtfully to her cheek, then remarked that they needed to find a place to hide him as soon as possible. Once the bag had been fastened securely, the group placed it carefully on the dragon gill's back. Curiosity sparked. Belena inquired whether their destination was Valento. Once everything was firmly secured, she announced that the preparations were complete. Lint offered a warm smile to the saint and mentioned he would simply keep him company. Lily agreed to make an appearance at the guild, something she had not done for quite some time. With Lena's help, Linton climbed onto the dragon's back while the boy turned to Gil, requesting a ride to the capital. The dragon let out a resounding cry, signaling it was prepared to depart. Unfurling her angelic wings, St. Lily offered a gentle, encouraging smile, assuring everyone that she would take to the skies herself. Time slipped by as the heroes soared through the sky. A joyous smile lit up St. Lily's face, and she shared her dream of experiencing flight herself one day. Belena admired her spirit, remarking that she was truly extraordinary and resembled an angel. Soaring above the forested mountains, they made their way toward the capital, home to the Valento Guild's leader, their conversation drifting between them as the miles slipped by. Meanwhile, deep within the dense woods below, a man clad in heavy armor felled another monster with a mighty swing of his enormous axe. Spinning on his heel, the man raised the visor of his helmet, taking in the words of advice, urging him to simply make his escape. Clad in gleaming armor, the man greeted him as sage. Before him knelt the very assassin who once ambushed the heroes. In a hushed, remorseful tone, the assassin revealed that Dad had been taken captive and pleaded for forgiveness, bowing his head in regret. The armored figure pondered the possibility of someone overcoming an assassin. Frustration flashed across his face as he demanded the identity of this person. Lifting his gaze, Assassin Sage regarded his interrogator and revealed that this mysterious individual was connected to the sacred Manon. Clad in armor, the man cast a quick look at the assassin and signaled his understanding, giving Sage permission to leave. The assassin referred to the armored figure as Baron. In the not-so-distant past, within the bustling capital city, the market brims with a sea of people moving through its lively stalls. As they strolled along the street, Lint wondered aloud if Belena and Lily truly held such notoriety. Glancing at their companions, he questioned whether their disguises were necessary. Both girls kept their heads covered with capes, quietly concealing their faces. Belena replied calmly, explaining that the precaution was simply to avoid unwanted trouble. Lint observed that her cat-like ears, poking out from beneath the cloak, immediately betrayed her identity. Any attempt at disguise seemed futile. A gentle smile played on the girl's lips as she inquired about his words, confessing her fondness for the hood and how it eased her steps. Turning to Lint, she wondered if there was anything wrong with it. Belena observed that the young man's new robe suited him perfectly. A shy grin appeared on his face as he hesitantly asked if she truly thought so. The girl nodded, assuring him with a warm affirmation. Lint gazed down at his new robe, admitting his surprise at acquiring it. Guildmaster Valento assured him that merely donning the garment would heighten his strength. Lily remarked that Valento must possess plenty of similar treasures, prompting Valento to say he needed to live up to their trust. Belena then brought up Valento's name. A gentle reminder escaped her lips as she recalled the moment he was moved to tears by the sight of Lily's face. Amusement sparkled in her eyes. Lint and Lily returned her gaze with warm, easy smiles. Watching Beleno, Lily, and Valento interact, Lint realized how closely bonded they were, resembling a family long before his arrival. A gentle smile played on the boy's lips as he admitted he often found himself concerned about everyone. Amusement twinkled in Lily's eyes as she agreed wholeheartedly. Lint recalled with a chuckle how entertaining it had been to see the boys' expression when they suddenly arrived with a weeping pope. Lily's laughter faded as she remarked that the situation had since lost its humor. With a cheerful grin, Belena hoisted the bag of gold coins and proposed they forget about Valento's memories for a while and indulge in a shopping trip. Lint raised his voice, urging her to drop the topic, and questioned whether she intended to blow all her money at once. Lily could only respond with a bright, carefree laugh. Stepping into the lively restaurant, the heroes found themselves surrounded by guests, deep in animated conversations and hearty meals. Lint, Belena, and Lily wasted no time, ordering a generous feast before launching into a discussion about the desolate lands of the Dragon Kingdom. Lent questioned whether he possessed greater strength, or if she did. Uncertainty lingered, though rumor had it this person held an S-rank status. The man concluded that gathering more information was necessary before engaging in a fight. Belena let out a satisfied laugh, delighted by her choice of food, holding a bare bone as proof of her enjoyment. She remarked that Lint was ready, to which the young man responded with calm confidence, claiming he was always prepared. St. Lily pondered the Baron, searching her memory for any details about this man, then calmly stated they would respond as circumstances demanded. She described the man's weapon as an enormous axe, emphasizing its truly gigantic size. From what she had heard, the Baron of the Dragon Kingdom managed to bring down the royal dragon with a single decisive strike. Lily explained that this dragon stood above all others in strength. Following their triumph, Baron declared himself the commander of the Dragon Knights, insisting that the dragon now obey his command. The dragon, refusing to surrender even in its final moments, unleashed a desperate burst of fire. Amid the chaos, the Baron of the Dragon Kingdom brandished his axe, pressing the assault and declaring his actions as his own resolve. Gouts of frigid breath spilled from each of the dragon's heads, yet the Baron's enchanted armor absorbed the onslaught with remarkable resilience. The multi-headed dragon unleashed a powerful attack, boasting threefold strength. Yet even as a tremendous explosion erupted, the creature emerged unscathed, bearing not a single mark from the blast. Clad in magic armor sturdy enough to withstand the dragon's ferocious assault, the Baron pressed on, undeterred, advancing step by step through the beast's fiery breaths. Among the unique strengths of the Dragon Kingdom Baron, launching herself at the dragon with her enormous axe, stood out most. After clad in heavy armor, the woman launches a powerful blow directly at the dragon's head. Fingers clenching tightly around the axe, she lifts her weapon high, preparing for another fierce swing, aimed at the creature's skull. Muscles tense, she readies herself to bring the axe down on the dragon once more. With her armor gleaming, the woman lifts her axe high, pivots sharply, and brings it down against the monster. Twin dragon heads surge toward the armored woman, their approach swift and relentless, only to be swallowed up by roaring flames that enveloped them completely. Lind watched in astonishment as the warrior brought down the dragon. Once reality settled in, uncertainty set in, and he nervously turned to the hooded girl, questioning whether a perilous fight truly awaited him. With calm assurance, she encouraged him to stay hopeful. With a hint of superiority in her gaze, the girl glances at the boy before shifting her attention to Belina. Calmly, she reminds the group that their chances of victory stand at 70%. She then turns to Belina, seeking confirmation. In response, Belina quietly nods her agreement. Rising from his seat, Lin demands an explanation, uncertain how their odds of victory could be so high. Doubt lingers in his voice as he questions whether the girl truly possesses such unwavering confidence in herself. With arms crossed over her chest, Belina thoughtfully recited a list of names, considering who might join their group to boost their odds of success. The girl suddenly raises her voice, declaring that Lind probably won't make it through the fight. Tension grips the young man, his entire body stiffening. Grumbling about being pushed to the brink, Kiryu voices frustration over the dangers they must face. Belena, calm and composed, lifts her index finger and assures them that their chances of surviving remain incredibly high. Delight dances in Lindout's eyes as she exclaims that the monster is bound to go after Kakero now. With Jill's ability to soar and match the creature's power, the battle seems inevitable. Belina glanced at Linda and explained that this was the reason she believed their odds of victory stood at 70%. Her words persuaded the man that survival was out of reach. Meanwhile, Linda placed her hand on his head, quietly inquiring whether such a statement was truly acceptable. Rising from her seat, Belena insists on training as the solution to stop the worst from occurring. With persuasive determination, she assures Lin that gaining strength will secure his survival. Lin's face darkens with despair, describing the situation as nothing short of a waking nightmare. Cloaked in her hood, the girl explains that she accepted several assignments from Valento for precisely this reason. With a gentle motion, the girl hands over the stack of task sheets, explaining that each one is marked as B rank. Despite this, she mentions that promoting the adventurer to A rank would be a simple matter. A rosy tint colors her cheeks as she quietly recalls her partner's earlier encouragement about striving for improvement. Before anything else, the squad heads into a shop. As soon as they step inside, a salesman spots them and greets them in a booming voice. At once, the man notices Belina and the Holy Virgin among the crowd. Lily slowly pulls down her hood, a hint of uncertainty flickering in her eyes. With a polite tone, she wonders aloud if their sudden visit might be troubling the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper replies with a warm smile, assuring her that their arrival is no trouble at all. Casting a glance past Belena, the man fixes his gaze on Linda and inquires about the stranger's identity. Recognition flashes across his face as vivid memories surface. His eyes grow wide, startled by the realization that he has encountered this person before. A shy grin spreads across Lin's face as the salesman inquires whether he truly is a dragon tamer. The man peers at Lin, searching his memory for any trace of a previous encounter. With arms crossed respectfully, the salesman offers a sincere apology for his earlier rudeness. He introduces himself, explaining that he works as a salesman at the local gun shop. An admiring smile spreads across the man's face as he admits his eagerness to witness Linda's abilities. He expresses genuine pleasure at making Linda's acquaintance. With arms outstretched, Lin declares his need for a new weapon to take on the upcoming mission, emphasizing that a specific type is required. The man bends forward, expressing that outfitting a dragon tamer with the right weapon is a true honor. The salesman, curious about the squad's spending power, inquires whether their budget truly has no limits. Upon receiving his answer, he nods in understanding and graciously invites them inside to examine the available weaponry. The man pivots, his gaze settling on Lind as he inquires whether she might prefer a lightweight, one-handed weapon. Memories surface. He recalls how much Lind enjoyed partnering with him. The boy nods, affirming the man's recollection. With a graceful entrance, Belina emerges from behind the counter, requesting the shopkeeper to present their finest selection, pieces worthy of admiration and pride. Leaning in with a practiced smile, the salesman invites the customers to wait just a little longer, promising to reveal something far beyond their imagination. He assures them that he will unveil a truly impressive arsenal. The man steps away, prompting the squad to wait patiently in his absence. After a brief pause, the seller reappears, a gun in his hands, and offers an apology for the delay. Lind inspects the array of weapons laid out before him. A gleaming lightweight sword, the imposing heavy blade once wielded by Alexander, a finely crafted bow accompanied by 3 arrows, and a slender dagger designed for swift self-defense. As Lind assesses each item, the seller highlights the superior craftsmanship and durability, emphasizing the strengths that set these weapons apart. Belina gestures toward the weapon, expressing her interest in purchasing it. The vendor glances at its massive size and remarks that it might be too large for her to handle. Spinning on her heel, Belina assures Linda that they have a special bag for hauling such an impressive arsenal. The man scowls, clearly unimpressed, and firmly denies her claim. Determined to stock up, Lind opts to purchase every weapon available in the shop. The seller assures him that more supplies will arrive soon and that returns are welcome if anything proves unsuitable. The seller grins with satisfaction, already calculating the higher price he can fetch for the weapon now that it carries Lin's renowned name. A shadow passes over Lin's face as he observes how comfortably the salesman has acclimated. The man carries himself with a certain aristocratic air, Lind thinks. Meanwhile, the salesman lifts his hand in a cheerful gesture and chuckles, remarking that for people like him, business is the only way to survive. Belina presents 2 swords for exchange, requesting a single blessed weapon in return. The seller smiles, clearly pleased, and offers heartfelt thanks to the customers. Producing an abacus, the man begins to calculate. He explains that their store keeps records of all gun purchases for 5 years. Blana hands over the payment and the seller encourages her to return for future purchases. Meanwhile, Linda spots an item that promises to free her from the tedious task of fishing and expresses her interest in buying it. Lind leans in to scrutinize an item inside the display case. Before the salesman can finish turning to the other man and beginning his pitch, Lind cuts in, directing a pointed question about whether the item is a weapon. The seller confirms that it is a weapon, then offers to show it more closely. The man nods, admitting his interest stems from simple curiosity. Reaching into the display case, the man retrieves a weapon and explains that this finely crafted piece was made by Alan, renowned as the greatest blacksmith. The buyer glances at the seller, his eyes filled with curiosity and skepticism. According to the seller, the weapon remains incomplete, making it challenging to judge how well it might perform. Descending the stairs, the man raises the gun toward the other person and admits it's meant only as a display piece. According to him, the store had never intended to sell it. The other man nods in agreement, remarking that the weapon resembles the hilt of a sword more than a firearm. The young man lifts the gun and studies it closely. Linda quietly notes how naturally it seems to rest in his hand, as if it were made for him. Belin steps closer to the boy, curiosity flickering in his eyes, and inquires about Lin's opinion of the weapon. Lin hesitates, admitting uncertainty. He observes that the handle feels almost weightless and seems unlikely to inflict any real harm, making it difficult to see it as a proper weapon at all. Lily wanders over and inspects the weapon closely. Turning the thought over in her mind, she wonders aloud whether this might be a magical weapon. The seller responds with calm certainty, explaining that such items are considered unlikely, as magical weapons have yet to be proven real. The man explains that he examined the weapon thoroughly and discovered it held a remarkable array of rare materials. According to him, had the weapon ever been completed, its beauty would have been beyond compare. The seller confidently claims that no one could ever complete the weapon. Certain doubts linger as he notes Master Allen seemed deeply troubled for some reason. Lin inspects the sword's hilt with a worried focus, listening intently to the merchant. By the time they exit the store, dusk has already begun to settle. Linden and his companions made their way through the forest, weaving between ancient trees and tangled undergrowth. Ultimately, Lin accepted assistance from the incomplete sword. Through determined negotiation, the young man convinced the reluctant seller to part with his weapon. Surveying his surroundings, the young man realizes that the most pressing issue is figuring out their current location. His heart races with fear as his eyes land on a massive monster looming directly before him. At Belen's mention, the monstrous figure is named Hercules, a creature ranked at the level of a bee, bearing a striking resemblance to a diminutive dragon. Lind nods in agreement, memories surfacing of traps designed specifically for foes like this. Lily walks up to Linda and announces their training session has begun. With a raised fist, she declares it's time to spar. Linda stiffens, her nerves on edge, and asks if Lily truly intends to challenge the monster right now. Lily points out that the assignment specifies the giant must not suffer any serious harm. As she continues reading, she notes the client's preference for seeing him returned alive. Anxiety crept in as unease began to take root. Despite knowing the monster before him was only B rank, logic insisted that fear had no place here. Triumph seemed assured, especially when an effortless victory would catapult him straight to the rank he desired. A warm smile spreads across Lily's face as she remarks that Valento's cooking never disappoints, and his dinners are always a delight. Uncertainty lingers in the young man's gaze as he hesitates, quietly reminding her of his lowly C rank. Despite his doubts, determination sparks within him. With a steadying breath, he steps forward and readies himself for the approaching battle. Resolute, Lind fixed his gaze on the monster, convinced he could land a solid blow. The thought of combining his efforts with Kajiro's power promised an even greater impact. Belina encourages Lind to call upon Kahiro without hesitation, urging her to treat him as an equal rather than a subordinate. Although confusion flickers across Lin's face, she eventually nods, willing to give Belina's suggestion a chance. With a swift command, the young man calls forth Kajiro. In an instant, a massive wolf materializes, towering just before him. Bounding over with unrestrained joy, the wolf presses close to his master's side. A gentle smile lights up the boy's face as his hand moves to ruffle the wolf's fur. In a calm voice, he reassures the wolf that all is well and mentions that Kahiro now has a task to fulfill. A mournful howl escapes Kajero, echoing through the air. The moment the wolf's howl echoes through the air, the monster swivels in its direction and advances relentlessly toward its foes. Lindbound signals to Kahiro and issues the order to advance. Kahiro let out a low growl as the massive creature advanced. In a furious clash, wolf and monster crashed into each other. Kajero seized the monster by its torso and flung it away. The creature crashed to the ground with a dull thud, coming to rest beside Lind. Hands clamped protectively over his head. Lind stared in disbelief at the creature sprawled before him. Amazement filled his voice as he called out to Kahiro, praising his extraordinary skill. Linda moves closer to the wolf, gently running her hand over his head. Confidence fills her as she senses her summoned companion radiating newfound strength, as if nothing could defeat him now. With Kahiro by his side, reaching their goals now seems far more attainable. Training alongside Kajiro brought a noticeable surge in his abilities. The thought lingered that perhaps, before this, his strength had been lacking. Drawing closer to the shore, Belina wonders aloud if the young man has picked up on her presence. He responds by turning her way, his eyes filled with a silent, searching curiosity. Belinus offers a warm smile, declaring that today's training session can come to an end. Shadows flicker across the young man's face as he casts a doubtful glance at the girl, his voice uncertain as he presses her to confirm her story. Concern sharpens his question as he wonders aloud what will become of the progress he has made. As Belena resumes playfully teasing Linda, Lily steps into the scene. Instantly, the young man pivots and fixes his gaze on her. Belina Wingson emphasizes the crucial role of trust, urging that it should be nurtured and expanded whenever possible. Lin sheepishly scratches the back of his head, cheeks tinged with embarrassment. He hesitantly asks if what he heard is really true, receiving a response that the man is at least making an effort. Summoning his courage, Lind resolves to take action and inquires about the way to proceed. A faint blush colors Lily's cheeks as her gaze drifts to the floor. Quietly, she admits that something has been weighing on her mind. Leaning in, she inquires about Linda's well-being since the merger. Lifting his gaze, the boy ponders for a moment. He replies with the name Kajero, recognizing that his own defensive skills have noticeably sharpened. Alongside this realization, an awareness grows within him. His physical strength and agility are steadily increasing. With a gentle smile, Lily closes her eyes and remarks that her master sees Kahiro as a form of armor. Lint gently strokes Kajuro, softly insisting that nothing could be further from the truth. Lin shifts her gaze back to the wolf, reiterating her disagreement with the girl's words. She studies Kajiro's eyes intently, affirming that spirit or not, he remains a friend and a valued member of the team. With a gentle smile, Lily explains that the fusion might falter unless Linda places her complete trust in the spirit. Lin wraps her arms around Kahiro, whose tail wags with delight as he playfully sticks out his tongue. Nodding in agreement with the girl, the young man looked over at Kahiro and suggested they give it another shot together. Before long, Lin spotted another monster creeping closer, its intent to attack unmistakable. With a steady hand pressed to his chest, Lin summons the power of the spirit. Kajero materializes silently behind Lind, yet before he can strike, Kieryuk dashes in. Defying his master's command, Kieryuk unleashes a flurry of feeble attacks against the monster. Belena steps closer to Linda, assuring him there is no need for concern. She calmly explains that the monster only responds to individuals it perceives as stronger than itself. Linda, still puzzled, inquires about the meaning behind her words. Lin glances at the girl and wonders aloud what might occur if the monster ignores him. Belena calmly replies that's exactly why he has her and Lily by his side. She explains that the creature failed to spot them simply because they remained concealed. With a determined gesture, the girl lifts her hand toward Lind and warns that any attempt on his part will bring all of them down upon him. Kiruk ceased his assault and glided over to Lily, visibly relieved. The promise of a massage and the praise he received filled him with delight. Lily tilts her head with curiosity and turns to lend a gentle gaze, assuring him that he needs to rely on his inner spirit. According to her, this is the sole path for them to truly unite, ensuring they don't hinder each other the way a crab and a swan would. Lin faces Kojiro once more, insisting they give it another attempt. Once more, the young man engages with the wandering spirit, their silent exchange drawing an invisible thread between two worlds. In that moment, Lin feels as though his hesitation stretches on endlessly. In that moment, faith in Kahero filled his heart. Kahero joins in, and their voices rise in unison, swelling with intensity as they both let out powerful, resonant cries. With a deft command, Linda conjures flames, urging Kahero into action. Monsters surge forward, their intent clear, while Belena's eyes light up with satisfaction at the changing tide. The monsters surged forward, closing in on Lind, who stood unwavering at the center, bracing for their imminent attack. Lenz let out a fierce cry and launched himself into the fray, joining Kahero in the assault. Shock flashes across Lily and Belena's faces as they watch their comrades. Raising their voices, they demand an explanation for such actions. Belena directs her frustration at Linda, insisting that they should be handling the situation differently. Belena and Lily hurried to restrain the master, yet their efforts came too late. Lind had already launched an attack on one of the monsters. The moment Linda and the towering monster clashed, a powerful explosion erupted, followed by a brilliant burst of light. In time, the fire gradually faded, leaving only a gentle glow behind. As Lind awakened on the cold ground, an unfamiliar version of Lily's voice reached his ears, stirring him from his daze. The young man lifts his hand and gently rested on an object that, until now, had completely obstructed his view. A bewildered cry escapes Lind as he discovers himself resting on Lily's lap. With gentle words, she soothes his confusion and quietly urges him to stay still. Lifting his head, Linda glances around and asks the girl about their location. Lily explains that following the battle, they relocated and pitched a tent to provide themselves with shelter. She adds that she had purchased the tent just a day earlier. Memories from the previous day's battle flicker through Lin's mind, reminding him how he lost control and inflicted greater damage on his nervous system than on his body. Curiosity flickers in his eyes as he inquires whether Lily has become his caretaker. With a calm nod, Lily assures him that she has indeed assumed responsibility for his treatment. Belena strolled over to the tent, stepped inside, and offered her companion some freshly cooked meat. Rising to his feet, the young man instantly recognizes his companion. With a gentle smile, the girl passes the meat to Linda, remarking that he must be starving after everything that has happened. Lind savors the meat and finds its flavor delightful. But the moment he realizes he hunted it himself, he abruptly spits out the morsel. According to Belena, another monster managed to bring this creature down. She describes the morning as filled with gripping events. After selecting her portion of meat, Belena turns her gaze toward the landscape, her voice calm as she asks if the young man recalls anything from the previous day. The boy raises his hand to his forehead, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he searches his memory. His cheeks grow warm with embarrassment as he admits that he recalls joining forces with Kajero. From that moment on, his restraint slipped away completely. Lind extends his hand to the spirits, and they drift closer without hesitation. The boy gently pets the ethereal beings, his laughter soft and genuine. He offers a quiet apology for causing them concern. With a gentle smile, Lily remarks to the young man that this, too, counts as a step forward in their training. Hand resting thoughtfully on his chin, the young man considers her words. At last, he admits she has a point, realizing that following her advice might be the key to growing stronger. Belena let out another laugh, remarking that the more the guy sulked, the quicker he would end up surrendering his powers to her. Linda, bristling with indignation, demanded an explanation, unable to believe such a thing could happen. Composure returns to his demeanor as he leans in and asks, with a newfound seriousness, if this is really the case. A gentle smile spreads across Belanus's face as he quietly affirms the truth of the statement. The girl comments that Kiryuk managed to overcome even Hercules. Lin lets out another cry, his voice laced with disbelief, and demands an explanation for how Hercules could have been defeated by someone wielding only a spirit. The entire idea seems impossible to him. Lin gazes at the spirit, curiosity flickering in her eyes, as she wonders aloud about the source of his newfound strength. Meanwhile, Kiru unsheathes his sword with a calm determination and begins practicing his swings, each movement deliberate and precise. Stunned, Lin stares at the creature, demanding an explanation. Curiosity flickers in his eyes as he tries to piece together how the spirit came to possess the sword. Lin lifts the spirit, studying it with keen interest. Turning to Lily, he inquires whether this is the training she mentioned earlier. Lily raises her hand in acknowledgement, assuring him that this is all part of the process. She adds that Kureyok is lending a hand as well. Lily points out the changes in Belena's horns and wings, noting how these features grow in power and take on a more feminine appearance as their master becomes stronger. She describes this transformation as a true form of evolution. With a puzzled expression, Lin glances at Karok before lifting him into her arms. Curiosity fills her voice as she inquires if he's truly capable of anything. Karok responds with an indistinct sound. Lin tilts her head, humming softly, and wonders aloud what the creature means to convey. Lend offers Kairuk a chance to train together. In response, the creature lifts its arms with excitement, a joyful cry escaping its lips. Deep within the forest, Belina knelt and traced patterns in the soft earth, her voice weaving gentle melodies through the trees. Meanwhile, Lily arrived with a tray of steaming tea, eager for the latest battle results. Lin's tally stood at 87 victories, while Kuryuk had accumulated an impressive 98 points. Lily commends the master's skill while handing the tea to Belena, who nods and admits to having lost to him 16 times. Belena shifted her focus to the ongoing clash between Kairuk and Lind. Their battle had stretched on for what felt like ages, yet she sensed a growing strength within Kairuk, certain that he was steadily improving. Sword in hand, Lin advanced steadily toward Kairuk, his movements sharp and purposeful. His attack landed on the spirit, yet Kiryuk intercepted the blow and, without missing a beat, took to the sky to retreat. Lin launched an assault on Kirgik, pushing back the mist before surging forward once more. Kirgik soared upward, only to plummet swiftly from above. Lind parried the strike, dropped to the ground, rolled away from the next assault, and seized Kiryuk's sword that had been left stuck in the earth. Weapons flash in the boy's hands as he launches attack after attack on Kiryuk. The clash of steel and piercing cries fill the air. Dawn broke through the trees, bathing the forest in pale light. Lind rested on the forest floor, his breaths coming in ragged bursts as he struggled to regain his strength after the fierce clash with Kiryu. Lily walks over to her companions, her voice warm with praise as she commends their efforts. With a gentle request, she asks everyone to remain still so she can tend to their wounds. Lin rises to her feet, gratitude shining in her eyes as she thanks Lily. Nearby, Kiryux remains seated on the ground, emitting curious and unusual noises. Treatment complete. Lily lifts her palms and announces that the preparations are finished. Kahero playfully stuck out his tongue, licked his lips, and his cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as he confessed to feeling much better. Across from him, Kurik responded with a warm smile of his own. Following the duel, Lint admired the sword he had wielded for years, appreciating its perfect balance and enduring strength. With a swift motion, the young man tested the weapon and remarked on its effortless handling. A surge of confidence swept over him as he sensed the potential for even greater speed. Belena's eyes sparkled with admiration as she took in the weapon, quietly acknowledging that the name Yataran truly suited it. Lind sets the weapon down, feeling a quiet satisfaction in his own imposing stature, certain that he could overwhelm anyone with a single blow. Though the weapon's weight challenged him, confidence grew at the thought of handling the situation alongside Kajero. Lily nodded her approval at the selected sword, convinced that quality gear made all the difference. Meanwhile, Lin quietly questioned whether the blade could truly stand up to the might of an axe. Confidence radiates from Belena, while Lily's playful spirit fills the air with laughter. Yet Linda's heart grows heavy as she interprets their carefree attitude as thoughtlessness. The boy ponders for a moment, his eyes drifting back to the sword. Belena quietly steps up, positioning herself just behind Lind. Carefully, Lind draws the sword handle and wonders aloud whether it could be a magic weapon. He admits, however, that the method to wield it remains a mystery to him. Lind skillfully channels Kahero's flames from his palm, acknowledging the risks involved and noting how such a display inevitably draws enemy eyes. Lily lifts the handle, studying it closely. She insists that they must uncover more information about it. Without warning, blossoms unfurl from the hilt, catching Lin completely off guard. Her eyes widen in astonishment as she studies the unexpected transformation. Lily chuckles, revealing that this is no ordinary blade. It is a healing sword, gifted with the power to restore life. Lin's eyes widen in amazement upon spotting blossoms adorning what should have been a lifeless tree. Belena's cheerful voice rises in agreement, her delight echoing his wonder. Facing the hulking monster, Lind encourages Kajaro to fight with every ounce of strength he has, aware that this confrontation will push him to his limits. Brandishing their weapons, Sword and Kajaro charge at the monster, closing the distance between them with determined cries. With a swift motion, the boy landed a blow against the monster. Lin's lips curved into a smile, her eyes glowing with pride as she realized he had successfully matched the strength of Hercules. At his signal, Kajaro responded immediately. The loyal wolf moved with purpose, channeling his energy to fortify his master's body. Lind channels every ounce of his strength into a fierce punch, sending shockwaves through the air. Without missing a beat, he draws his sword, voice ringing with determination, and strikes a mighty blow aimed directly at the monster's abdomen. With a final guttural cry, the monster collapses to the earth, sending up a cloud of dust. Lind retrieves his sword and exhales slowly, a wave of relief washing over him. Relief washes over him as he and Kahero successfully handle the situation. With her hands lifted high, Belena celebrates as the boy triumphs over the monster. Lily beams at the master's victory, a voice brimming with admiration as she calls it incredible. Kiryuk stands beside them, joining in with cheerful noises. Belena rushes over and embraces the man warmly, offering her heartfelt congratulations on his achievement of reaching A rank. Standing nearby, Linda's cheeks flush with embarrassment as she timidly inquires whether the news is really true. Linda and his partners gaze upon the fallen beast, relief mingling with triumph. With quiet satisfaction, he remarks that at last he has brought down an A-rank monster. Observing the results, he notes that a single wound to the stomach proves sufficient to overcome his foe. Lily remembers hearing whispers about the giant Hercules. To many, he represents an era gone by, once marking the pinnacle of what an A-rank traveler could achieve. Linda reacts with evident surprise at this revelation. As Lily's expression sharpens, she describes the giant Hercules, his impenetrable armor, his overwhelming strength, and the terror his very presence strikes into anyone who faces him. The girl remarks that facing him requires someone of A-rank caliber. Lynn remarks that the reason behind his journey now makes sense. Lily acknowledges the effort the young man put forth. With a triumphant gleam in her eye, Belina thrusts her fist into the air and lets out a jubilant cheer, urging the group to complete their quests and aim for S-rank status. Nearby, Lind responds with a nervous chuckle, admitting that reaching S-rank might be a bit too ambitious. Resting his hand on the pouch dangling from his belt, the boy admits his lingering amazement that the giant managed to fit inside. He quietly marvels at the wonders of magical bags. With a determined gesture, Lin points ahead and urges the group to summon Gil, encouraging everyone to press onward to the next quest. Time is slipping away, and the looming battle with the Baroness grows ever closer. With a graceful lift of her hand, Belena announces that she's already passed the news along to Lily. A warm smile blossoms across Lily's face as she suggests they head over to Framble together. Lind wonders about the reason for traveling to Framble, his hometown. Suddenly, a realization dawns on the young man as he recalls the Book of Stars. He wonders aloud if this is the reason the girl wishes to travel to Framble. Belina nods, admitting that it's one of her reasons for making the journey. That's not the whole story. With a thoughtful gesture, Lily rests her hand on her face and suggests that Linda should establish a place of her own to retreat to whenever she needs rest. Approaching the young man, the girls nestle close on either side. A soft blush spreads across Len's cheeks as Lily mentions that they will all share the same bath. Belena chimes in, teasing that the two of them will need a spacious bed to fit together comfortably. A gentle smile spreads across Lily's face as her gaze lingers softly on the young man. Alina, her cheeks flushed, glides her tongue teasingly along the guy's cheek. Lin's face reddens and a shy smile tugs at his lips. In a calm voice, he mentions his urgent need for a proper base of operations. The small, lizard-like creatures perked up at an unfamiliar noise, tilting their heads in alarm. Terror flickered in their eyes as they spotted an enormous dragon soaring above the treetops. Without hesitation, they scurried to safety, disappearing into the hollow of a nearby tree. The journey to Framble fills the squad with anticipation as they prepare to visit Lin's humble hometown, a place marked by both simplicity and lingering traces of ruin. The squad draws near the ruined house where the girls come to a sudden halt, their eyes widening in astonishment. Belina peers around, uncertain, and wonders aloud if this truly is their master's home. Lily lets out a small laugh, recalling how unpredictable Lin's younger days were. Embarrassment colors Lin's cheeks as he admits this is exactly why he hesitated to bring them here, especially after sharing stories about his past antics. With arms crossed and eyes averted, Lin admits that this humble house was all he needed to weather the rains. Life here was far from ideal, especially for a tamer, but he managed to get by. Belena observed how isolated the house stood from the nearby settlements. Linda attributed this separation to a need for extra safety from those who might wish them harm. Lily steps closer to the house, her curiosity evident as she inquires about any memories the boy might have of his family. Lind casually waves his hand, replying that his earliest recollections are of pretending to be an adventurer. A gentle smile crosses Lind's face as Karyuke speaks, the bond of shared challenges deepening her recognition of the spirit as kin. The small amount they earned went toward buying meat, which they always shared between them. During chilly evenings, warmth came from curling up beside Kureyak's soft fur. Lind confided that no matter the hardships, this home remained his single refuge, the only sanctuary where his heart found peace. Understanding Linda's worries, Belena offers gentle comfort, assuring her that all is well. In a low voice, she suggests they consider making a special exception for the night. A rosy hue crept across Lin's cheeks as his eyes widened in surprise. His embarrassment deepened, and his mouth fell open in astonishment. Lily glanced over at him and suggested they take on the task of cleaning the house together. With quiet determination, she started rolling up the sleeves of her sweater. Lindemann picks up on Bielina's subtle cue about her sacred status, quietly agreeing that they should hold off until they reach the hotel. Bielina and Lin turn their attention to Lily, puzzled by her sudden prayer-like stance. Gradually, realization dawned as they heard her quietly weaving the words of a spell. With calm determination, Lily stood firm, focusing intently as she chanted her magic. Suddenly, tremors rippled through the earth at her feet. Loose chunks of soil slowly lifted into the air, drifting upward as if drawn by an invisible force. Clutching himself with trembling hands, Lin demanded an explanation, confusion twisting across his face. A glance over his shoulder revealed the earth receding beneath him, slipping away as if reality itself unraveled. High above, Kuryak soared upward. Heart-pounding, Lin dashed forward, desperate for answers amid the chaos engulfing him. Massive stems erupted from the earth, hoisting the stone slabs where the Linden Balena rested. The towering stems slowly shifted, their surfaces rippling as they underwent a remarkable transformation. Massive spikes erupted, engulfing the entire squad beneath their sharp, imposing presence. The stems wither and collapse, giving way to an emerging castle where the ruined house once stood. Lind gazes at the majestic structure in astonishment, unable to comprehend the transformation. Belana lifts her eyes, taking in the immense towers that now loom above them. Lim gazes in awe at the surroundings, hardly able to believe his eyes. He wonders aloud if what stands before him could truly be called a castle. Belena clasps her hands behind her head and lets out a carefree laugh, remarking that, after all, a tamer ought to have a mansion to call home. With a gentle smile, Lily turns toward the boy and explains that she has used her restoration magic. She expresses her hope that he will be pleased with the result. Laughter spills from Lily as she agrees with Baline, remarking that the master's name will be remembered for generations. With curiosity in his eyes, the young man wonders aloud if such a feat is possible for him. A rosy tint colors Lily's cheeks as she imagines a future filled with countless new members joining their group. She suggests that they will need a headquarters, both spacious and expansive, to accommodate everyone. A blush colors Marlena's cheeks as she quietly hopes more girls will join their circle. Lint lets out a nervous chuckle, curiosity piqued as he asks what exactly she means by that. Belena caught sight of a gill gliding in their direction, remarking that it had probably been resting somewhere in the forest not far away. Lily suspects that Gil has seen the sudden arrival of the house. Belena raises a hand, signaling to Gil with a gentle wave. The dragon catches sight of the squad and soars through the air, drawing closer with powerful wing beats. Exiled touched down just outside the castle gates as the squad closed in. Lily proudly presented the new bed she had prepared for the dragon, drawing words of admiration from Lin. Belena volunteered to venture inside and take a closer look at the castle's interior. The squad stepped into the castle as Lin's eyes widened, captivated by the soaring ceiling overhead. Belena glided smoothly down the stair banisters, while Lily and Lind made their way up the grand staircase. As Lin gazes around the vast castle, wonder flickers in his eyes, each majestic hall unfolding before him. Lily recounts the rooms on offer, mentioning that furnishings will arrive soon. Belena quietly guides the group to the bedroom, her footsteps echoing down the corridor. The spacious bedroom amazed Linda with its spotless condition. Belena, adapting with a mischievous grin, proposed they try managing without a housekeeper for a while. The women eased themselves onto the plush bed, relishing its comforting softness and roomy expanse. Lind, however, found herself flustered by the situation. The young man places his hand on Lily's shoulder and lets out a laugh. Belena urges him to leave his clothes on, her tone a blend of concern and command. On the other side, Linda pushes Lily to move faster, her impatience clear. While looking around, Linda suddenly lifts his head, catching sight of a door to another room. Curiosity piqued, he inquires about what might be inside. The girls point out that this is a bathroom. Belena remarks that the walls are pure glass, leaving everything in plain view. Pressing close to Lily, Belena whispers that the design is just for display. Lily quietly proposes that Belena put on a show for the master in this transparent room. Slipping out of her clothes, the girl presses herself against the glass, her silhouette softly outlined on one side. Lily admits, a bit flustered, that the scene makes her uneasy. Across from her, the young man stands stunned, cheeks flushing a deep red as he gapes in disbelief, a thin trickle of blood escaping from his nose. Belena steps over to Lily and gently lifts her into the air, announcing with a sly smile that this marks the start of her opening move. A rosy tint spreads across Lily's cheeks as she quietly pleads for Belena to put her down. Belena asks her not to make a scene. Belena suggests that perhaps Linda enjoys the scenery. Lowering her hand, Lily averts her gaze, a flush coloring her cheeks. She murmurs that isn't what matters. Belena gestures for Lin's attention, prompting him to look over just as Lily lets out another scream. A flush colors Lin's cheeks while he studies the girls with clear admiration. With a playful invitation, Belena urges Lin to join them. Eagerly, Lin sheds his clothes and steps into the bathroom. Without hesitation, Lymph wraps her arms around Belena, a bright laugh escaping her lips. At that moment, Lily stands and gently nestles against Lind. The girls clustered around Lin, their bodies pressing close on either side. Meanwhile, the guy remained in place, his presence marked only by the volume of his voice. Belena mentioned feeling extremely warm, while Lily nestled even closer to Lend, softly expressing her desire to stay nearer to their master. At Belena's suggestion for Lily to switch places, the young man's cheeks flushed a vivid shade of red. A sharp cry escapes Lind, just as the girls shift positions and draw even nearer to him. With a gentle smile, Lily lifts her gaze to Lind and quietly mentions she has a single favor to ask of him. The young man quietly pays attention as the girl speaks, then promptly carries out what she asked of him. Lily knelt on the ground, while Lintz positioned himself behind her. Without warning, a sudden stab of pain shot through her abdomen, and a scream tore from her lips. A startled noise escaped Lily. prompting her to clamp her hands over her mouth and puzzle over the source of the unfamiliar sound. A delighted cry escaped the girl as she proclaimed how wonderful she felt. Leaning forward, Lena answered with equal intensity, prompting Lily to let out another piercing scream. As Lily quietly inched away from the man, Bolina wasted no time and moved closer to Lind. The girl pressed her lips to his, but Lind put up resistance, attempting to halt her advance. Bolina followed the man's instructions and stretched out on her back. Calmly, she told Lin he was free to do as he pleased with her. His gaze falls on the girl, and a warm flush colors his cheeks. Bolina assures him there's no need for concern and encourages him to take it easy. Lin positions herself directly in front of the girl, attentive to her every word. Meanwhile, Bolina raises her voice and begins to make loud noises. Bolina catches sight of Lily standing beside her. Curiosity flickers in her eyes as she inquires about Lily's intentions. In response, Lily offers a sly grin and slowly runs her tongue over her lips. Bolina quietly requests that Lily avert her gaze. In response, Lily points out that even those who hold the prestigious title of S-rank adventurer can have their own vulnerabilities. Bolina quickly notes that Lily is no exception to this truth. Blaine's voice erupts in a piercing scream. Arms outstretched, the girl moves forward and envelops Lily in a gentle hug. A flush of red colors Lily's cheeks as she lets out a startled scream. Curiosity flickers in Lily's eyes as she inquires about Bolina's current activity. Selena pressed on despite Lily's plea for her to stop, ignoring every word. Unable to bear it any longer, Lily cried out once more. In unison, Lily, Bolina, and Lin raised their voices, their screams blending into a single piercing cry. Eventually, Linda makes her way to the shower. With Bolina and Lily by his side, he attempts to brush away the dirt clinging to his skin. The girls, however, gently insist that their master allow them to handle the task, reminding him that caring for him is their responsibility. As the first light of dawn crept over the castle, soft snores drifted from the bedroom, filling the quiet halls with a gentle rhythm. Linda rested on the bed alongside Bolina and Lily. As Lin glances sideways, his eyes land on Lily. A flush instantly colors his cheeks, and his eyes grow wide with surprise. Eyes narrowed, the young man reflects on how utterly exhausted he feels after the events of the previous night. Meanwhile, the girl remains lost in sleep beside him. Lend extends his finger toward Lily's face, silently observing the pure innocence that lingers while she sleeps. Memories of the girls behaving so politely last night surface in the boy's mind, bringing a faint blush to his cheeks and a quiet laugh to his lips. Lin shifts his gaze to the opposite side, where he catches sight of Bialana. Curiosity fills his voice as he wonders aloud about the unusual way Bolina has chosen to sleep. Without warning, the girl parts her lips and leans in closer to the young man. Lind gently raises a hand, requesting the girl to pause. During breakfast, Bolina presents an egg she discovered in the forest, urging everyone to enjoy a filling meal. Lily playfully remarks that their protein reserves are back on track. Lind steps into the dining room, balancing a saucer and a jug. A gentle smile plays on his lips as he mentions that the pantry offered only eggs, Hercules meat, and wild grass, making it impossible to prepare anything elaborate. Lily springs to her feet, insisting that she handle both the cooking and the serving from now on. Lind responds with a calm assurance, expressing his genuine enjoyment of preparing meals. Lind contemplates her friend's cooking talents, but barely manages to notice Bolina's intimidating glare along with Lily's backing. Settling back into her seat, Lily dabs her lips with a napkin, her eyes drifting closed as she quietly acknowledges their predicament. With a calm certainty, she remarks that in a mansion as grand as theirs, cooks and butlers have become a necessity. With a relaxed grin, Belena clasps her hands behind her head and remarks that the castle relies on its servants to keep running smoothly as their headquarters. Rising gracefully to her feet, Belena extended her hand and remarked that their presence in the castle would be infrequent. As a result, someone would need to remain behind to ensure everything stayed in order. Lin listened and voiced agreement with Belena's point. Lily envisions a stunning garden, blooming just for Linda, while he, cheeks tinged with red, timidly proposes bringing in a professional gardener. The idea leaves Lily wary, a hint of suspicion creeping in about his true intentions. With a sly look, Belinda glances at Linda and lifts her index finger, suggesting that if the man is searching for a landlord, she is more than willing to assist in finding one. Linda's eyes widened in surprise as she wondered aloud what sort of odd character would venture into such an isolated spot. Belena answered with a calm smile, explaining that everything comes down to the size of the reward. Belena springs to her feet, her excitement bubbling over as she declares how engaging these conversations are. Across from her, Lin answers with a gentle smile, assuring her that once the matter of the Baron is resolved, their adventures will continue. The squad advances quietly through the dense forest canopy. Lin remains attentive to the girls' needs, ensuring they are comfortable and safe. Belena's lively spirit brightens the journey, her laughter echoing among the trees. Lily, always proud of her accomplishments, finds subtle ways to remind everyone of her elite status as a high-ranking adventurer. Belena playfully mocks Lily's sluggish steps, stirring irritation in her companion. Meanwhile, Lind steps in with gentle reassurance, promising the girls a swift respite ahead. Brushing aside the tree branch that had brushed her cheek, Belena wonders aloud why they're taking a detour to approach from the opposite side. According to Lin, the area offered neither enticing prey nor the chance of encountering fellow adventurers. The only thing of note he found there was a collection of affordable medicinal herbs. A gentle smile spreads across Belena's face as she announces her understanding of the situation. She assures everyone they are simply adhering to Lin's reliable plan, which she considers a unique method of survival. With a calm expression, Lin closes his eyes and quietly expresses gratitude to Belena for her careful investigation. Belena scans the area, her eyes searching for any sign, but admits nothing is visible yet. Lily, with a hint of curiosity, inquires what exactly Belena had been hoping to find. Eager for a scuffle to blow off some steam, Belena swings her fists in anticipation. With a grin, Lily teases her, claiming no one would dare step into the ring with her. Movement stirred within the bushes, prompting Belena to stiffen and summon Lily to her side, both of them peering intently in an effort to identify the source of the commotion. Linda caught sight of cave, concealed from everyone else's view, and surmised that either an enchantment from the Book of Stars or advanced technology was keeping him hidden. Lind wonders aloud why no one else can see her, prompting Lily to propose that resonance might be the reason. Linda inquired about the meaning of resonance. Lily responded by describing it as a form of compatibility with the Book of Stars. She continued, explaining that the book itself selects someone who possesses the ability to read it. With newfound knowledge of the Book of Stars guiding them, the heroes discover the cave's entrance. Torch in hand, Lily offers to lead the way forward, her steady flame illuminating the shadows as they press on deeper into the darkness. Brilliant light from Lily's magic filled the room, catching Lind off guard with its sudden intensity. Meanwhile, Belena caught a scent in the air, reminiscent of a wild animal's den. Lily walks up to the girl and explains that she isn't always caught sniffing in public, a gentle laugh escaping her lips. A rosy blush colors Belena's cheeks as her eyes widen in surprise, Admitting that Lily's words ring true, she realizes she acted instinctively, without giving it much thought. Lily wonders aloud if the girl's unusual behavior appears only in the presence of those she trusts. Belina quickly hides her mouth behind her hand, murmuring that she's being ridiculous. Linda discovered strange writing scrawled across the wall and called Lily over to help decipher it. Before Lily could begin, her attention was drawn to a shadowy stain clinging stubbornly to the surface. Stretching out her hand, the girl notices crimson staining her fingers. Blood. Stunned, Len searches his surroundings and wonders aloud how blood could possibly be found here. Astonished, he demands an explanation for the commotion. Meanwhile, Lily scans the writing on the wall and reveals that it details the number of star books and their intended use for each individual. Lin's eyes widen with excitement as he declares the information to be remarkable. With joy sparkling in her eyes, Belina lifts her arms, fists tight with excitement, and launches into a stream of eager questions. With her eyes closed, Lily admits the vital detail is concealed beneath the blood. A somber mood settles over her as uncertainty clouds her thoughts. Choosing not to linger, the girl proposes they move on with their journey. The squad presses forward, and Lin quietly notes they have arrived at the very room they were searching for. Glancing around, the young man notes how much brighter the room seems compared to his last visit. Shadows had hidden much from view before, but now every corner stands revealed. Lin, observing the piles of paper scattered everywhere, realizes she never noticed just how many documents filled the space. Lowering himself to the ground, the young man calmly advises that it's best to gather everything up for now. He begins to collect the scattered sheets, then proposes that they should finish gathering all of them and save the analysis for a later time. The squad stumbles upon a trove of ancient documents and eagerly gathers them, their curiosity particularly piqued by a drawing made by a girl. Lin spun toward the girls, admitting uncertainty but suggesting they could encounter sheets of paper covered in odd symbols. He cautioned them to stay alert. Belena and Lily exchanged puzzled glances, unsure what to make of his warning. As evening settles over the castle, the squad gathers to examine the sheets they discovered earlier, suspecting them to be pages from a book about the stars. They agree to study the contents together while Lily heads to the kitchen to prepare tea for everyone. Belena hurried over to Linda, excitement in her eyes, as she presented the rare companion by her side. In her hands, she carefully cradled a volatile fruit, its surface shimmering with unstable energy. Lin grabs a chair and shields himself behind it. Belena chuckles, assuring him there's no need to be afraid. She explains that the fruit's power has already been neutralized. With a sly wink, Blaine agrees that these are nothing more than unpleasant memories. She adds that Lin often questions her own abilities in the kitchen. In a swift motion, Belina tosses the explosive fruit into the air and skillfully slices it apart with her bare hands. The colorful fragments land neatly on the plate before Linda. Eyes wide with astonishment, Linda stares at the freshly cut pieces in disbelief. According to him, the quality is astonishing, with both the cut and thickness hitting the mark precisely. Lily arrives carrying tea and casually remarks on Belena's impressive cutting skills. Belena responds with a quiet chuckle, only for Lily to clarify that she hadn't meant it as praise. Munching on the fruit and poring over the notes, Lin quietly admits that, while much is already understood, he has discovered some innovative approaches to training. Lin believes the discussion on self-awareness merely outlines the boundaries of human ability. Curious, he asks if this interpretation holds true. He also notes that the writings emphasize the importance of learning to overcome and control different adversaries. Lin glanced at Belena and wondered if she and Lily might like to read about it as well. Belena quietly explained that neither she nor Lily could read the material. Lind wonders aloud, suggesting both girls ought to have their own quote about the stars. Lily responds with a gentle smile, agreeing with Lind's observation. She explains that Belena possesses the book meant for a fighter, while hers contains the secrets of a healer. Yet the ink on those pages remains a mystery to whoever holds the wrong book. Neither can decipher what's meant for the other. With curiosity sparkling in her eyes, Belena proposes they investigate further. Reaching into her bag, she pulls out her very first fighter book and offers it to the young man. Lin peers over curiously, attempting to decipher the text, but the words escape her understanding. The man looks at the pages in awe, marveling at the book, before admitting that he cannot make sense of the writing either. Lily considers the possibility that the book reveals its secrets only to certain individuals, convinced that a deeper truth lies beyond what most people can comprehend. Lily explains that the master's arrival in this cavern is fate, intricately tied to the Book of Stars. Lind quietly reflects, turning over the mention of destiny in her mind. As the coals in the fireplace crackle softly, Lind's disappointment over the missing pages hangs heavily in the room. Belena voices her uncertainty, her hesitation clear in the flickering firelight. Lind describes subtle traces within the cave, quiet evidence that others once found shelter there. At her words, Belena rises quickly, her eye wide with curiosity, pressing for clarification. She insists she saw no such signs. According to Lane, as Lin possesses remarkable talent. A quiet smile spreads across the man's face as he turns away, convinced that books like those have faded into obscurity. Lily gently persuades Lin to set his worries aside and get some rest, promising there will be time to think after the quest is over. Even so, Lin's voice betrays his anxiety as he wonders if his friends will allow him such a moment of peace. With deliberate movements, Lily removes her clothing and quietly confirms the truth. Around this time, a ship docked in the royal capital, and a man made his way to the headquarters of the Royal Capital Guild. Stepping inside, he offered a polite apology before announcing that the investigation was now complete. Mr. Valento, the esteemed guildmaster, pivoted gracefully. Taking the report into his hands, he started to read through its contents with focused attention. Valento discovered from his reading that monster sightings were much less frequent near the triangle west of the eastern forest. Recognition struck as the man sensed the presence of a formidable sorcerer nearby. Memories of the Dragon Knight's commander occupied Valento's mind. Confidence radiated from the man as he observed the squad, trusting in their ability to handle things themselves. Lin's remarkable growth, fueled by the support of the girls, did not escape his notice. Valento hoped to see Lin return more powerful than ever, convinced that the boy possessed the potential to surpass the limits of the S rank and redefine what it meant to be a tamer. Lily proposed they take some time to determine the steps required to tackle their upcoming quest. Lily scans the note, learning that the jewel's delivery has been postponed due to interference from the Ant Queen. With a determined glance at Linda, she announces that his ability to tame will face its trial right here. Linda quietly wonders if this isn't asking too much. Lily carefully describes the threat posed by the swarm of monstrous ants, her words painting a vivid picture of their power. Linda glances nervously at the encroaching insects, skepticism flickering in her eyes as she questions whether it's truly possible to tame so many at one time. Lily remarks that, should Lin fail, their fate will be to become food for the ants. Lin points out that the entire situation stems from Belena having destroyed the nest. Belena responds with a laugh, offering a casual apology for losing control. With newfound determination, Lin steps forward and reaches out his hand, attempting to win the ants over and earn their trust. Struck by the ant, Lind came to understand that taming the creature would be no simple task. Their shared consciousness made control nearly impossible. A request reached the boy's ears. For the safety of the group, he must not make contact with the queen. Elena's strike landed true, bringing the desired result. The boy observes the ants growing calmer, their aggression fading away. Belina lets out a soft, puzzled laugh, her disbelief clear as she wonders aloud how such a change could occur. Reading the unified thoughts of the ants, Lin calmly proposed that they seek out the queen to retrieve the red ball. Before the squad stood a colossal queen ant, her massive form dominating the space. With a graceful motion, the queen presented her red ball to Lind. Accepting the gift, Lind offered a warm smile and expressed gratitude. Curiosity flickered in the queen's eyes as she tilted her head to the side. Through clever strategy, Lin secured the coveted rainbow jewel from the queen ant, filling the group with a sense of accomplishment and delight. Belena describes the suffocating heat among the fire ants in the desert, sweat trickling down her skin. Nearby, she found relief in a hidden oasis, its cool spring water offering her a refreshing escape. A deep plunge into the chilly pool revived her spirits. With a laugh, Belina points out that the fire ants have spotted them. Lily explains that they have no intention of revealing themselves, with a mischievous glint in her eye. Lily wonders aloud if having an audience might make things a little more thrilling. As the girls snuggled close, the young man grew flustered and gently asked them to stop, admitting that their affection made him feel self-conscious. With a sudden movement, the girl draws in closer, her presence so unexpected that the guy lets out a startled scream. With warm smiles, Lily and Belena turn to Linda and gently suggest that being even closer together would be a benefit for everyone. A deep blush spreads across Lin's face as he lets out a loud, startled cry. A fierce wind sweeps in, making it difficult for Hamper to adjust the lens. Caught off guard by the abrupt shift in weather, Lily volunteers to handle the task and assures the others that she understands their request. Tasked with delivering a plush ice wolf, the girl's lips curl into a gentle smile. Glaring at the girls, the young man bursts out in outrage, unable to hide his frustration over how warmly and comfortably they're dressed. Belena mentions that they wear warm clothing because they are simply bystanders, not actively involved. Standing still leaves them feeling the chill far more intensely. Lily concurs, adding that enduring the cold is hardly suited for women. Belena lifts her hand, suggesting that the boy try moving around to get warmer. Lin lets out a nervous chuckle in response. With a swift motion, Linda removes his cloak and his demeanor turns steely. The gravity of the quest settles over him, and he recognizes this journey will demand the resolve and awareness of a true battle under unusual rules. Gil came to mind, a dragon born of fire. The boy considered how such blazing strength would struggle against the grip of winter's chill. The boy shifted his attention toward Kir Yukon, immediately realizing that the man stood utterly motionless, as if paralyzed. As the boy utters the spirit's name, a surge of powerful energy wraps around him, and Kahero materializes quietly at his back. Understanding that taming the creature would be futile without ending its life, Lind senses Kahiro's pain from the biting cold. The sudden emergence of a pack of ice wolves sends a wave of unease through the group. Wolves snarled, lips curling back to reveal sharp fangs as they quickened their pace at the sight of the adventurers. Doubt flickered across Lin's mind as he considered what might unfold once his familiar strength began to wane. Thoughts crept in about how he would fare in battle relying on just his own two hands. Lind faces the wolves with courage, accepting a blow as he steps into the fray. Following Belena's advice, he tempers his strikes, mindful to leave the bodies intact for future use as stuffed animals. With a sudden surge, he springs into action, launching relentless attacks against the wolves. Caught off guard, the wolves are unable to evade and are forced to endure every strike. While Belena finds fault with Lin's efforts, Lily steps in, praise shining in her eyes as she highlights the flawless quality of his work. Lily observes that although the chill has sapped some of Lin's strength, the tremendous force of his Fire Emperor wolf remains within him. For now, she remarks, calling upon the full extent of that power would be an extravagance they simply can't afford. Lily goes on to explain that their master is acting with careful restraint. She notes how easily he could have lost control if he had used excessive force. A gentle smile spreads across Lily's face as she explains that once someone masters the use of power, they can channel even greater energy into their spiritual roles. The wolf's body crashes to the ground, landing directly at Lan's feet. Eyes fixed on the wolf, the boy silently laments his failure to preserve its head. Resolved to face the fight ahead, he hurls his two swords aside. Belena, taken aback by his actions, cries out in disbelief at the sight of his discarded weapons. In that instant, a wolf lunged straight at Lind, teeth bared and eyes fixed with hunger. Lind raised his voice, declaring that he was only getting started. With a swift motion, the boy swung his arm, landing a direct blow to the wolf's head. The wolf made no attempt to evade and was sent hurtling backward. With the monster vanquished, Linda strode over to the wolf and carefully lifted its body. Belena dashed ahead, her joyful shouts echoing as she celebrated the boy's triumph. She marveled at how he had managed to overcome the wolf without inflicting serious harm, offering him heartfelt congratulations on his victory. As Belena and Lily commend Linda's impressive mastery over Kajiro's power, their attention shifts to a fresh surge of menacing monsters, advancing rapidly toward them. Lily notes that Lind possesses both the power and the weaponry needed to challenge the mighty Hercules. Alongside this, he acquired a significant collection of taming cards for the Flame Ants. She also brings up Kajiro's control and formidable strength. With an admiring smile, Lily remarks on the master's newfound strength. She offers encouragement, assuring him that he is destined for success. Confidence filled her as she believed this strength would suffice to challenge the Baron. Lind adjusts his cape with a calm confidence, declaring himself equal in rank to the commander of the dragon troops. Drawing his hood up over his head, Lin listens as Belena calmly observes that he shows no signs of hesitation when it comes to battle. She turns her gaze toward the future, declaring that their next objective is to challenge the Baron. A sudden gust of wind sweeps through, forcing the boy to tilt his head back. Wrapped snugly in a cape, Linda gratefully takes Lily up on her offer to warm her, drawing amused smiles and playful remarks from Belena about the benefits of sharing warmth. As dusk settled, the whole detachment made their way back to the castle. Linda pressed her lips to Belena's, while Lily nestled closely behind him, her body leaning into his back. A sudden touch on her back causes the girl to let out a sharp cry, while Lind continues to kiss Lena. Lily quietly steps up to Lind and confides that a sense of loneliness surrounds him. Throughout the entire night, the young man remained in the company of the girls. Recognizing the need to be ready, Lind dedicated himself to building his strength and stamina, throwing himself into rigorous training as he prepared for the upcoming clash with the Dragon Knights. Several hours passed before the Baron emerged in the depths of the forest. Thoughts brimmed with intrigue about the S-rank traveler who journeyed alongside a dragon tamer and the sacred maiden in service to the Pope. Fastening his helmet with a determined grip, he readied his weapon, steeling himself for what lay ahead. The servant reports a troubling incident involving the Pope, who has been captured and taken hostage. Clad in shining armor, the man steps forward with a confident promise to handle the situation. He remarks that both the Pope and the Holy Virgin would serve well as souvenirs. In anticipation of the decisive confrontation with the Baron, the party took the Pope into custody. A hush fell over the forest, as if every tree and shadow held its breath before the meeting of the mightiest adventurers. Belena raises her voice, alerting everyone that the enemy is heading directly their way. She points out just how swiftly the opponent is approaching. Lily then wonders aloud if the girl truly noticed it as well. Belena hums in contemplation, before explaining that she selected an open space to simplify the battle. Upon reflection, she admits the area feels a little tight. Linda glances over at Gil and requests a moment of distance. Tension fills his voice as he observes their opponent, a renowned dragon slayer, and admits the situation spells trouble for him. A quiet sound escapes Gil as he offers a reassuring smile and a thumbs up, signaling that all is well. He explains that there is a chance he could be treated poorly and suggests heading home instead. With a steady hand extended ahead, Belena announces that their adversary draws near. As the boy gazes ahead, a sudden flash of light captures his attention. Realization dawns in Lin's widening eyes as he detects the oncoming shockwave meant for him. Without hesitation, Lin spins toward Kahero and calls out a command. A luminous shield forms before the young man, casting a protective barrier over him and his entire squad as the attack crashes harmlessly against it. Once the assault subsides, Lin utters a curse under his breath, bewildered by the events. The sudden ambush leaves him frustrated, especially since it came without any warning or a proper introduction. Drawing closer to the master, Lily confides that the Baron's reputation leaves much to be desired. Known for resorting to ambushes and sinister poisons, he relies on trickery and dark magic to defeat his foes. Lily reveals that the Baron has no qualms about wielding dark magic. Her tone left no room for doubt. A confident smile spreads across Lin's face as he admits the upcoming battle will prove more difficult than he anticipated. Belena gestures toward the Pope, noting his severe burns, while Lily admits she overlooked him and realizes she must tend to his wounds. Lin shifts his gaze and catches sight of an imposing, muscular figure. The towering presence addresses him, questioning whether the adventurer was truly the one who summoned him. Axe in hand, the Baron strides forward until he stands face to face with Lind. His voice rings out, loud and clear, announcing that he has just cleared the forest for all the S-rank adventurers to hear. Lind stares at the unexpected figure before him, too stunned to speak. A mysterious energy radiates from his black armor, a dark aura hinting at hidden depths of power. He focuses intently, determined to grasp the true nature of the fighting spirit that courses through it. Spotting the axe he had so often heard tales about, unease crept over him. Uncertain if he possessed the skill to overcome such a formidable adversary, doubt clouded his thoughts. Lin came to realize the contrast between whispered rumors and the weight of an actual encounter, while the boy's resolve only grew stronger. He recognized that his only option was to fight and claim victory. The servant approached to assist the Baron, who paused his conversation upon noticing Lily and greeted her warmly. The Baron instantly identifies the Holy Virgin. Quiet overtakes him as he pauses, lowering his axe and removing his helmet in reverence. With a humble apology, the Baron greeted her. Lind gazed at the Baron in disbelief, her eyes widening as she realized that beneath the helmet was the face of a young woman. A faint blush colored his cheeks, and a hesitant chuckle escaped his lips. Lin's surprise deepened as the girl fixed her gaze on him. As soon as the enemy emerged, Lin dismissed Bailin's taunts, focusing his full attention on the impending battle. He recognized the skill in his opponent's movements and silently respected the formidable fighting qualities before him. The forest echoed with thunderous blasts as the dragon slayer clashed fiercely against the dragon tamer. The Baron's breath came in ragged bursts as she raised her axe high, preparing to bring it crashing down onto the ground. Lind raised his sword and joined Cajero in a powerful shout. The blade in Len's hand met the force of Baron's axe head-on. Buffeted by howling winds and swirling dust kicked up by Linden Baron's fierce clash, Belena and Lily hurried to find refuge, shielding themselves from the chaos unfolding nearby. Belena voices her admiration, impressed by the way Lind sliced through the Baron's massive axe with such skill. Nearby, Lily crosses her arms, remarking that the time spent training with Kiryuk is clearly paying off. A weary sigh escapes the Baron as she admits the boy displays enough skill to stand toe-to-toe with her. With a swift motion, she knocks his sword aside and remarks that he still has a long journey ahead before he can truly match her prowess. Lin staggers backward as his sword snaps in two. A heavy sense of defeat settles over him, the tide of battle turning against his favor. The Baron brandishes his axe, declaring the fight's conclusion as he advances. Desperation coloring his voice, Lin cries out for Kahiro's aid. The Baron's fist cuts through empty air as the boy leaps clear, landing skillfully behind him. A pleased smile spreads across Belena's face as she observes Lin's effortless command over Kajuro's strength. Unfazed by the criticism, Belena and Lily confidently praise their master's abilities, stirring visible annoyance in the Baron. Fury burned in Lily and Belena's eyes as the Baron's accusations spilled forth. Resolved to make her pay in time, Lillian held back for now. Across the room, Lind hefted a massive sword with a determined grip, readying himself for another assault. With a powerful sweep of his axe, the Baron wonders aloud about the need to switch weapons. With a swift motion, she aims a punch at the guy, commanding him to remember his place. Lind intercepts the blow, effortlessly blocking it. The Baron strikes once more with impressive force, leaving the young man struggling to remain standing against the powerful impact. With a booming laugh, the Baron sways and mocks, while the girl demands to know what just occurred. Doubt fills her mind about the young man's abilities. The Baron's fist lunges forward. Lin manages to restrain him temporarily, but the girl soon shoves the young man aside, sending him sprawling through the air and crashing onto his back. With a weary sigh, the young man rises, his eyes drifting down to his sword. The once proud blade is now shattered, a fragment tumbling to the ground before him. Meanwhile, Lind loses his balance and collapses onto his back. Baron strides up to Lind, his eyes narrowed, and inquires whether Lind truly believed his weapon stood a chance against her axe. With a powerful swing of his axe, the Baron declares the young man nothing more than a foolish amateur. She calmly promises to take matters into her own hands, vowing to leave not a trace of him behind. Summoning his mystical forces, the Baron unleashes a surge of magic. Lind recognizes in that instant that his fate hangs by a thread unless he acts quickly. The Baron lunges forward and, with a furious shout, declares Lind's journey to the afterlife. Light bursts forth in a sudden, dazzling flash. Amid swirling dust and creeping fog, the Baron reveled in his triumph over Lind. However, her face soon shifted, surprise lighting her features. Relieved to find Linda unscathed, her gaze shifted to Kiryuk, who floated before her, brandishing a sword. The Baron hurls curses at the familiar, brandishing her axe and unleashing crackling orbs of lightning toward the spirit. Her voice thunders as she commands the apparition to vanish. Kiryuk nimbly weaves through the barrage, his sword flashing as he deflects each streak of lightning with practiced precision. The Baron stands in disbelief as the spirit weaves through a barrage of her own lightning orbs, evading each with uncanny agility. Struggling to regain her composure after the assault, the girl's body stiffens with disbelief at the overwhelming strength radiating from such a tiny spirit. Linda leans in, offering a soft apology and explaining that a tamer's fighting style was used. A satisfied smile spreads across the young man's face as he remarks that his familiars possess considerable strength. The Baron's imposing stature draws attention, prompting a pointed question about whether Lind truly deserves the title of Dragon Tamer. She inquires whether the man is aware that people call her the Dragon Slayer. Lind contemplates whether that title is merely a nickname. A sly smile stretches across the Baron's face as she adds that there's more to her than meets the eye. She calmly asserts herself as a formidable adversary. Flames swirl around the girl as a confident smile spreads across her face. Proclaiming her power, she lifts her axe high and declares her intent to reveal the true might of the Baron. The ground beneath her stirs, rising in response to her fierce determination. Gazing at the approaching wave of attacks, the young man senses a chilling cold coursing through his entire body. In this moment, Lind fully grasps the nature of the dark magic Lily once warned him about. Before the man's eyes, an enormous beast emerges, reaching out with its massive claws and gaping jaws. Lin rummages through his magic bag, searching for another weapon. Confidently, he declares that strength must be met with strength. Every fiber of his being believes he is about to unleash the ultimate firepower. Drawn by an unseen force, Lind retrieves the sword hilt. Despite countless attempts, true mastery remains just out of reach. With Lin's newfound strength, he could finally put this ability to use. With a swift motion, Lin calls forth Kahiro and levels the gleaming hilt at Baron. Channeling his energy, he releases a wave of force, announcing with fierce determination that this is his ultimate secret technique. With a fierce roar, the Baron swings his axe, while Lend leaps into the air, aiming to land a decisive blow. The warriors clash, unleashing yet another surge of explosive force. Shock washes over Belena, her eyes growing wide and her mouth hanging agape. Urgently, she calls out to Lily, insisting they give chase. In response, Lily shields her head with her hand, bracing herself for what comes next. At this moment, the Pope remains suspended from the tree. A powerful wave swept through the forest when Linden Baron collided, striking everything in its path. All the while, the servant remained concealed behind a tree, watching the chaos unfold. Belina calls out, urging Lin to lift his gaze. A curious sound escapes Lin as he raises his head. Above, a glimmering shape catches his attention in the sky. With a furious shout, Baron declares the downfall of her opponent, unleashing a fresh barrage of strikes toward him. Lin quickly issues a command to Kuryok, who promptly takes to the air, flying upward as ordered. With swift, practiced movements, every blow is turned aside by his sword. The Baron's temper flares at the sight of Kuryok, anger sharpening her gaze. Spotting imminent danger, she realizes an attack is coming her way. The girl freezes, unable to evade in time. Kuryok closes in with another assault, aimed directly at her. Surprise flashes across the Baron's face as his eyes grow wide. Hands swiftly rise to shield her figure, creating a fragile barrier between herself and the world. Lin's strike shattered the Baron's armor, stripping away its protection. Waves of pain and a dizzying confusion washed over her, leaving her stunned and unsure of her surroundings. Shreds of armor fall away from the girl's body, breaking apart piece by piece. Lin stared at the girl, stunned and bewildered by the situation unfolding before him. The sight of her partially unclothed body left him at a loss for words. With a furious motion, the barren woman struck her hand against the earth. Spinning on her heel, she shot the guy a fierce glare and unleashed a stream of sharp criticism directed at him. Shielding herself with her hands, the Baron insists that everyone avert their gaze, clearly flustered by the attention. A rosy blush colors Lily's cheeks as she admits this is just what she anticipated from the master. Belina, standing nearby, offers a gentle smile and lends her support to the master's actions. An uneasy smile flickers across Lin's face as she insists it happened purely by chance. With a sly smile, Belina strolls up to the young man and gently asks him to choose his words more carefully. Curious, she wonders aloud if he has feelings for the girl, guessing that someone like the Baron would be just his type. Belina notes the victorious gleam in the girl's eyes, the fullness of her lips, and the warmth of her sun-kissed skin. Believing these features naturally draw Linda's gaze. Lily observes how swiftly their master's body responds, despite having both Belina and herself nearby. Lin's cheeks flush a deep red as she hurriedly denies the accusation. With a commanding gesture, the Baron signals for silence from the squad. Indignation flares in her voice as she demands an explanation for their audacity in mocking her. Unyielding, she declares that such insolence will not go unpunished. The Baron proclaims that their battle remains unfinished, commanding the dragon tamer to approach and face her in combat. With a gentle smile, Belina wonders aloud how the girl can remain so unconcerned about her own public nudity. Across from her, the Baron's cheeks flush a deeper shade of red, his embarrassment intensifying. Arms hugged tightly to his chest, Baron faces Balan's sarcastic remarks about whether he can manage without his armor. The Baron tightened her jaw with determination as beads of sweat traced lines down her body. The girl's fingers closed firmly around her axe, her grip sharp and unwavering. Anticipation hung in the air. Everyone expected her to press on with the battle. Rather than striking with the axe, the girl suddenly dropped down in front of Linda. Fear gripped Linda, certain an attack was coming. Yet, the girl simply sank to her knees and bowed her head. Wrapping her arms tightly around herself, the Baron trembled as tears spilled down her cheeks. The humiliation weighed heavily on her, pressing her to the brink. Softly, she whispered that she could not endure it, the words tumbling from her lips again and again. With a warm smile, Lin steps closer to the girl, his eyes gentle with concern. Curiosity and kindness color his voice as he wonders aloud what troubles her. Encouragement fills his words as he urges her not to take things too seriously. Reaching out, Lin offers his hand, reassuring her that the shattering of the armor was nothing more than a chance occurrence. As Lin worked to persuade the Baron that the armor's destruction had been nothing more than an unfortunate mishap, a sense of unease crept over him. Her unwavering resolve to accept defeat did little to comfort him, and when she suddenly launched a surprising counterattack, his nerves tightened further. An unfamiliar girl intercepts the Baron's strike just in time, shielding Lin from harm. Startled and wide-eyed, the hero retreats a step, overwhelmed by the sudden and unexpected salvation. Excitement sent fresh beads of sweat rolling down her face. Without hesitation, Belina planted her foot squarely on the girl's hand. Folding her arms across her chest, Belina fixed the Baron with a confident smile. Belina faces Lind, her expression serious as she tells him he has disappointed his protector. With quiet firmness, she reminds him that such behavior cannot continue. Lind meets her gaze, confusion clear in his eyes. Belina's smile affirmed Lily's claims about the Baron's absence of scruples, while Lind, a flush creeping up his cheeks, fumbled for excuses and nervously ran his fingers through his hair. A plan forms in Belina's mind to chastise her master for his recent lapse. Meanwhile, indecision lingers as she contemplates how to deal with the Baron, sprawled beneath her heel. The Baron remained sprawled on the ground, muttering curses under his breath. Demanding an end to her suffering, she pleaded for a swift death rather than continued torment.